Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. I Luffy, Awakened Sun God. Chapter 101. How? How come, can't hit. Street. Charles Rose was about to pull the trigger again, but in an instant, Luffy swept in front of him, clenched his fists, and blasted out fiercely with a low growl. Boom. Luffy punched and slammed St. Charles's face, causing the bubble cap to shatter, his face dented, and flew out, hitting the wall with a bang. For a while, the entire auction hall was dead silent. All the nobles, wide-eyed, mouth opening, unbelievable. They even suspected that what happened in front of them was not real and was just a dream, because, even in such a scene, no one dared to think that someone dared to fight celestial dragons. Kami, Shalba's face changed greatly, she was extremely worried, and the most worried thing happened. Kid's men were stunned. It's not what we thought. How dare you fight celestial dragons? I didn't choose to suffer and endure it, but I did it directly without hesitation. I thought wrong before, not only has the spirit of the 5 emperors, but the style is the same, or even worse. The subordinates were shocked, and Kid grinned after being surprised for a while, admiring the straw hat very much, and the straw hat was very pleasing to the eye. The other 2 celestial dragons were horrified and disbelieving. The guards came, paralyzed with fright. The celestial dragons were beaten, and they were finished. Dare to fight celestial dragons. Don't you want to live? First time hearing about celestial dragons being beaten. The nobles couldn't believe it, and suddenly, one man discovered what was in Luffy's hands. Look, what he has in his hand is. My God, when did you get it? Don't. You still need, isn't it? An even more terrified voice sounded. Luo and Kid looked at Luffy's right hand and their expressions changed. And, Luffy's right hand was raised, and what was in his hand was in front of everyone, the pistol of St. Charles Rose just now. I saw that Luffy picked up the gun and aimed it at Charles Rose Street. 593. Kid was horrified, he never thought he would dare to do this. Hey, isn't it, one punch is not enough, do you still want to kill? Kid's men were panicking. Whether it is or not, Captain, let's go quickly. You have to go, or it's over. The beating of celestial dragons is very serious, Admiral will definitely come, and now, the Straw Hat is using a gun. At the same time, Luo stood up and prepared to leave. Zoro stopped the knife. Luffy, because you beat him up, so I didn't draw the knife, and now that you're going to use the gun, I won't do it. This remark shocked Luo and Kid, not only Straw Hat Luffy. Zoro also dared to attack celestial dragons, or cut with a knife. This Straw Hat crew is really crazy. Stop. What are you doing? The guards' expressions changed greatly and they attacked. Your target is her, then I will kill her. Shalulia Palace climbed to the auction table and aimed the gun at Kira in the water cage at close range. Disco's face changed first. Ah. This is a billion Baileys, please. Please think again. Shalulia Palace, the money has not been given yet. Looking for death. Shalulia Palace shot directly at the disco. The bullet pierced the heart of the disco directly, and fell to the ground to death. No, Kayla is in danger. Hachi and Kami's expressions changed in shock. At the same time, the guards attacked Luffy. Shalulia Palace is also about to pull the trigger and shoot Kira. However, Luffy's eyes widened, conquerors burst out, with a terrifying momentum. Haki, the cloak danced behind him, and the hunter rattled. The invisible conquerors swept through, and under Luffy's control, the guards in Zaluria Palace suddenly fainted and even bleeds from the nose and mouth. A slight crack sounded, but a rumbling sound was covered up by a louder sound. So, let Luo and Kid not hear the cracking sound. I saw that the wall in front of the auction platform was suddenly torn apart, and a hollow appeared below. A figure stepped on slippers, put on a white cloak, and walked out with his hands in his pockets. Above the figure, a pair of big hands tore open the wall, and the giant figure appeared. Rayleigh stepped out, looked around, and was shocked. So strong conquerors, I don't even need my hands. Rayleigh glanced at the seats in the venue, and many cracks appeared, which shocked him. Conquerors are strong enough to inflict real damage. As far as I know, only Shanks can. Rayleigh looked at Luffy, his eyes shaking. Wearing a straw hat and a black stand-up collar cape, Haki is very bold. On Luffy, Rayleigh saw 2 shadows. Roger, redhead. Luo and Kid's expressions changed after hearing this. Substantial damage. Really? How is that possible? The two are horrified. Luffy's conquerors can do real damage. Unbearable seat cracks, you can know from the nosebleeds of the fainted mouth, they are injured by shocks. They also know, and even the world knows, that the only thing conquerors can do real harm is redheads. I also feel that it is exclusive to redheads. But unexpectedly, Straw Hat Luffy can also do it. Conquerors can't be improved through practice, it depends on its own aura. How strong the redhead's aura is, you don't need to see the person, just look at the photos to see that it is very hockey. And now, Luffy can do it too. After being shocked, looking at Luffy's aura at this time, they were not very surprised. The aura of the Straw Hat was also very strong, especially after putting on this black stand-up collar cape. Rayleigh sighed lightly. When I first saw it, I thought it was Shanks. Rayleigh, Xiao Ba shouted, happily excited. Nami and the others were startled, he was a very strong coding craftsman. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. Xiao Ba, long time no see, you are here. Rayleigh stopped asking, looked around, then looked at the mermaid in the water cage, and understood. Kid and Luo's faces changed again. A4, quote. Luo and Kid both thought of it in an instant. Roger Pirates Company Captain, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Luffy greeted. Uncle, you know Shanks. Although I know it, I can't act indifferently. Rayleigh said. Yeah, he told me about you, I've wanted to see you for a long time. At this time, outside the auction site, there was already chaos and panic. Because the auction house nobles ran out a lot, the story of Straw Hat Luffy beating celestial dragons, and even shooting celestial dragons, has spread quickly. Suddenly, the entire island fell into panic, and everyone was ready to flee. It's over, this island is over, run. What's the matter? Why are you panicking? What happened? In the Population 1 auction, Straw Hat Luffy beat up celestial dragons. Run. Immediately understood. Without asking any more questions, the civilians fled without packing up. At the same time, he was frightened and scolded. You dare to fight celestial dragons, don't you know that Marine Admiral will be recruited? I heard not only beat up, but also shot celestial dragons. My God, that's even scarier. There's more than one Admiral coming. After all, Admiral Aokiji failed to take down the Straw Hats before. Civilians, bounty hunters, and underground black forces are all ready to flee the island. Even the Supernovas were horrified and their faces extremely heavy. Straw Hat crew, crazy. It's really daring. Let's go, even we have to leave quickly. Is the boat coating ready? Godfather, it's all right. Let's go to the Fishmen Island immediately. Admiral will not be good, and there may be more than one Admiral, but also lead a lot of high combat power. Yes, although Fire Fist Ace is about to be publicly executed, there is still a period of time, and this place is very close to naval headquarters, and if such a big event occurs, Marine will definitely act. Bonnie, who was eating and drinking, stopped. Captain, let's go quickly. Bonnie put down the chicken legs very reluctantly and scolded. That idiot in the straw hat, it's really unfortunate to meet him, let's go. Go quickly. Okay, Captain Drake. Drake shook. Heavy. So, which Admiral will come? Not one, maybe two. Captain Hawkins, run away, it's not good to stay here. Hawkins was determined, took out the card and glanced at it. It doesn't show that today is my death day, don't panic. Inside the auction, Rayleigh understood everything, to save the merman, so this happened. If you were someone else, you could only endure it, but the words of Straw Hat crew. Rayleigh smiled. As expected, an extraordinary group of people, Shanks didn't get it wrong. Luffy held the gun at this time and watched Charles Rose stand up. He was extremely angry, his face was so painful, he was numb and unconscious, and he was furious. As celestial dragons, I feel angry even if I don't like it, not to mention being beaten, which is unprecedented. Dare to hit me, you're dead. Come on, kill him. Thousands of cuts. However, suddenly, Luffy lifted the gun and aimed it. For a moment, St. Charles Rose was terrified, with a sense of death crisis, and shivered. What do you want to? Boom. Luffy didn't speak, but pulled the trigger in response, and gunshots rang out. With a puff, blood splattered. St. Charles Ross let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground with his right arm in his arms, screaming in pain. Ah, it hurts, ah, Luffy said. missed, then continue. This made Luo and Kid's faces change again. Obviously, they didn't miss it. How could they miss it? This is to kill with one shot. Kid started to admire from the bottom of his heart. It's crazy to ultimate, but I like it. Come on, help me, help me. Ah, street. Charles Rose was terrified and kept screaming. However, the guards all fell down, and no one rescued him. Boom. Another shot hit the other arm of St. Charles Rose, screaming and screaming continuously. A shot was fired, hitting every part of the body of St. Charles, and none of them was fatal. The painful St. Charles Rose is like a deep hell, pampered, and he has never suffered a little pain in his life, but the pain now makes him extremely painful. Nami and others were not surprised, they were very happy. Although Xiao Ba also feels good, after all, they are the disgusting celestial dragons. Everyone wants to do this, but no one dares to do this. Seeing this scene now, this celestial dragon screamed miserably and was extremely miserable, and his heart was naturally relieved, but the consequences would be very serious. Xiao Ba didn't say anything, because he had already caused a lot of trouble, and it was useless to stop now. It's been so long that I can't hear it anymore. You can be quiet. When Luffy finished speaking, Luo and Kid's pupils shrank. The last shot, aimed at the heart, with a bang, the heart of Charles Rose was pierced and fell to the ground. Kid's men were stunned. Really dare to kill celestial dragons. This is a big trouble. Captain, we have to leave quickly. Kid nodded and left the auction quickly. Luo and his men also left quickly, praying for Luffy and others. Luffy walked up to Kayla and said, "It's all right, I'll save you." Rayleigh stopped and reminded, "This collar needs to be removed. There is no key. If you force it, it will explode and she will die. But, leave it to me." "It's okay, uncle, I can." Luffy stepped forward, grabbed it, and used emission to tear it apart and threw the collar out. With a roar, the collar bombed in the air, and Kayla was unhurt. This made Xiaoba and others stunned. It was amazing, and very happy, it was all right. Rayleigh vibrates, unexpectedly, this is. Rayleigh naturally knew that, and was surprised and exclaimed, "I didn't expect Master to have emission, it's really amazing." Hachi and Kami were very happy and rushed over to hug Kayla. Kami said, "They are my friends." Kayla is very grateful, without their help, his fate would be miserable. Thank you so much." Luffy said, "Let's go." They came here to save people, and they didn't want to stay in a place like this. Kid knew that Straw Hat Crew was following, and knew that Straw Hat Crew had to get out of here too, and realized the seriousness. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku already knew the news, holding his forehead, very headache. "It's that kid again, who keeps making troubles, what is going on with that clan?" Marshal, latest news, Celestial Dragons, Charles Street, was shot by Straw Hat Luffy. What? Sengoku slumped directly on the seat, his face became more and more ugly, this time, things were bigger than ever. Celestial Dragons killed, first appearance. It is conceivable that the world government 5 elders will put a lot of pressure on him. Sengoku has something to be grateful for. Fortunately, the public execution time is not now, then, we must act and end it as quickly as possible. However, the opponent is the Straw Hats, so we can't just dispatch one admiral. Sengoku immediately ordered, what kind of lineup to send has been thought out, and let his men inform him. Inevitably, 2 admirals. Soon, 2 figures walked into the office, letting people know who the 2 admirals were in this operation. They are Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Aokiji. In addition, there are pacifists, Sentomaru. At this moment, Sengoku was slightly surprised, because the bear, one of the Shichibukai, took the initiative to ask to go to the Sabayati land to help solve the Straw Hat Crew. Sengoku is naturally willing, and in this case, the combat power is stronger. Then, let's go, even if it's the Straw Hats, this time, it will definitely be taken down. Kizaru turned to leave, put his hands in his pockets. Yun said lightly, "I will be back soon, don't worry, not one can escape." Sengoku sat in his office chair and reported to the 5 elders with a sigh of relief. In his view, Straw Hat Crew was caught, it was inevitable. However, it is still a headache, after all, Celestial Dragons is not injured, but dead. Even if they catch Straw Hat Crew, they Marine will be scolded by Celestial Dragons. At this time, the population auction field. Management contacted Doflamingo, panicked. Who said the auction house is mine? I think human trafficking is outdated. From now on, the store is yours. Outside the auction site, they were surrounded by Navy soldiers with guns, and mortars were also set up, ready to go. Ensign, headed by him, learned that support had arrived, and his face changed and he was excited. It turned out to be those two Admiral. Then, these supernovae, especially Straw Hat crew, are finished. At this time, Kid and others were about to leave the auction, and the men outside came in to report. No, Captain, Admiral is coming, and it's two. It's been spread that Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Aokiji. This made Kid's face change and his steps quicker. The two Admirals, sure enough, leave now. Both Kid and Luo thought like this, but at the back, Luffy's words caught them off guard. Uncle, go to Shaki's shop, let's chat slowly. Oh, why don't you leave quickly? No, in that case, it's not leaving, but running away. The remark made Rayleigh laugh more appreciatively, but still suggested, better leave as soon as possible. Kid and Luo shook and said solemnly, Straw Hat, you heard it, Marine's upcoming battle force, don't you run away. Or did you not hear it? Luffy looked indifferent and shook his head without hesitation, don't run away. I heard, isn't it two Admirals? Luo, Kid. This surprised Luo and Kid, isn't it just two Admiral? That is Marine Admiral, the naval headquarters has the highest combat power, and there are only two Admirals out of three. And, it can't be just two Admiral, there must be other powerful forces. However, the Straw Hat actually said so lightly. After being surprised, Kid reminded, Straw Hats, even you guys, it's too arrogant to say that, it's really more arrogant than me. Luo reminded, it's better to leave as soon as possible. Luffy said, you guys leave as soon as possible, I'm sorry. Think about the original plot, a Kizaru, and let the Supernovas despair. Kizaru was so scary with one bite, and one kick turned out to be a supernova. And now, because of the changes caused by themselves, the combat power to come has also changed and become stronger, so the supernovas are even more unlucky. Luo and Kid naturally had to leave quickly, facing the surrounding Marines, and directly attacked. Room. Slaughterhouse. The cannonball flew towards Luo, but as Luo took off the head of a sailor, the head switched places with the cannonball, and the cannonball suddenly bombed among a group of sailors. Kid reflexes shells, and a group of Marines is blown away. It will take a little time to break through the Marine encirclement. Kid sighed softly. Luo Chen said, as soon as possible, time is the most important now. However, Luffy took a step forward and stepped out from between Luo and Kid, standing in front of them. The black cloak danced, looking at the back of Haki. Luo and Kid frowned slightly. It was as if they had become younger brothers. With this momentum, they stood behind them, and they were indeed like little brothers. Luffy said, don't bother, don't want to spend a little time here. When the words fell, Luffy suddenly broke out Conqueror's Haki. The dark red conquerors swept through, and instantly, all the Marines fainted. Even Ensign was suddenly unbearable, kneeling on one knee, shaking his body and breaking out in cold sweat. How can, the terrifying conquerors, even the battle-hardened me, can't bear it? Rayleigh looked at Luffy's back and sighed. It's amazing, Shanks, if you see it, it should be more shocking than me, and it will be very gratifying. Kid looked at Luffy and rejoiced. It's good to see you here, I'm very happy, there are not many pirates who can make me feel good, you are one. Now I'm not as strong as you, but next time I see you, I will fight with you again, and then I will become stronger. Luffy nodded. Okay, then get stronger as soon as possible, otherwise someone will catch me, but I won't be able to see me. Cut, it won't. Step by step, all the Marines fell, Luffy and others left, and Kid and Luo also left. Shortly after leaving, Kid's group stopped. Whoosh. Suddenly, a golden laser struck, and even though Kid dodged quickly, he was still scratched on his right leg, leaving a charred black and painful expression on his face. Kira's face changed. Kid. Captain. Kid frowned, looked up at a big tree, and saw the presence of attacking him. This made Kid's face change. Could that be 7 warlords of the sea, tyrants, bears? This made Kid's collective heart heavy, but they didn't know that this was not a bear. At this moment, Luo's group also came, and their expressions changed. Why did I meet the 7 warlords of the sea here? Even he has to leave, I don't want to meet Admiral. Room. At this time, Luffy and others did not encounter obstacles along the way. Even if you encounter it, it will be cleared quickly because the 2 admirals haven't come yet. Came to Shaki's store, saw Rayleigh. Shaki sighed, you really found him, come in. Shaki knew not to delay too much, and naturally knew what happened on the island. Entering the store, Luffy and the others chatted with Rayleigh. Nami and the others were surprised that he was the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. Brooke was indifferent, muttering, Gall. Roger, there seems to be such a newcomer before. Nami and others also knew that Roger was not arrested, but surrendered himself. I also fully understand why the Roger Pirates are fine. After the chat, Rayleigh prepares the coding tools. Okay, I'll wait for you at your ship first, you can prepare some things you need to go to the Fishmen Island. It is good. Luffy and the others did not go together with Rayleigh and set off separately. Meanwhile, Port 27. Many pirates' faces changed greatly. A warship is coming fast. As Admiral here, run. It's so fast, the people on the island haven't escaped yet. Suddenly, the crowd panicked. Whoosh! A black cannonball was fired, a figure swept over, the cloak of justice danced, and it was Kizaru standing on the cannonball. The cannonball is about to land and bomb. Kizaru takes the lead in elementalization and emerges on the ground. The cannonball explodes behind him, and the flames fill the air, blowing the justice cloak that Kizaru is wearing. Kizaru raised his left hand and asked on the phone, Mosamoxi, I'm Kizaru, I've arrived, please reply when you hear. When the pirates in the distance saw it, they were so frightened that they ran away with cold sweat on their faces. Really Admiral is here. Admiral Kizaru, run. At this level, you won't catch us little pirates, let's catch Supernova and Straw Hat crew. However, Kizaru didn't pay any attention to the pirates who were running away, and continued to talk with his hands up. Mosamoxi, that's weird. The 2 pirates in the alley were hiding behind a box, looking at Kizaru, who was sideways facing their conversation. The pirate with the gun's heart beat faster, and his eyes flashed with madness. Good chance, if I can deal with him, I can become famous overnight. Ah, don't be silly, the opponent is Marine's highest combat power. Although yes, it's a great opportunity. The pirate couldn't help but raise the rifle, aimed and pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out. Whoosh! The bullet passed through Kizaru's head and hit the wall on the other side of Kizaru. The pirates were extremely excited, it's done. I couldn't escape. The partner was also stunned, surprised, but also happy. But, as soon as it became clear that something was wrong, Kizaru was still standing. Finding something was wrong, the 2 pirates ran off to the other exit of the alley. However, when he ran to the exit, Kizaru had already appeared. With his hands in his pockets, he bent down slightly and asked. I want Lee Nuo to ask about something. I am looking for a man named Sentomaru, he is the subordinate of the old man. However, the 2 pirates were so frightened that they didn't listen at all and ran away. Kizaru said helplessly, really, I just wanted to ask. Kizaru's right foot shone with golden light, and he lifted it towards the 2 fleeing pirates and kicked it out of the air. Whoosh! A golden laser swept out, passed between the 2 pirates, and instantly hit the huge mangrove tree engraved with the number 27. Boom! The roar of terror resounded throughout Sabayati, and the huge tree was directly blown up and collapsed. The 2 pirates fell to the ground, shivering, terrified, and terrifying. This was the strength of Marine Admiral. At this time, Luffy and the others heard the bombing sound, and soon the ground trembled, as if something had fallen to the ground. Luffy guessed, his fighting spirit rose, and he secretly said, come on, then, the next battle will not be the same as in the original plot. The 5 emperors will fight with 2 admirals. Village. At this time, Kizaru kicked down the huge mangrove tree, shocking many people. Near Kizaru, there are several supernovae. When I was about to leave, I came to the port, but I just met Kizaru who had just arrived. In front of them is Marine Admiral. Although the Straw Hat Luffy abused them before, they felt that because the Straw Hat is the 5 emperors. So, they were not very afraid when they faced Kizaru. What's more, as pirates, as supernovas, they can't be afraid of Marine, even Admiral. On the roof, Apu sighed, is that Marine Admiral, it looks very powerful and interesting. The subordinate's expression changed. Captain, it's too dangerous, let's run away quietly. Yes, Captain, the reason why Admiral acted is mainly because the Straw Hat killed celestial dragons. In addition, the Straw Hat's strength is comparable to the Emperor, and the Straw Hat crew is also very strong. So Admiral's dispatch will definitely only target the Straw Hat crew, not the Straw Hat crew. Chasing us, so let's go. Yes, it is definitely here to catch the Straw Hat crew. Although it is dangerous, there is still a chance. Kizaru will definitely look for the Straw Hat crew as soon as possible, and will not fight us. It is unreasonable to say that. However, Apu has no idea of AA escaping directly and wants to seek excitement. What an idiot, what's the point of running away secretly, it's only interesting to run away after annoyed the enemy. These words made the faces of his subordinates change. Could it be that he was trying to provoke Admiral Kizaru? I provoked the Straw Hat before and was beaten up, but this time. But think about it, it should be fine, Admiral won't spend too much time with them, then, even Admiral, they can be safer. After all, in the short term, not even Admiral would want to kill a supernova. At this time, the sailors captured the pirates on the island, and they naturally couldn't deal with the Straw Hat crew, but handed it over to Admiral. Port 27 asks for support. What's wrong, so panicked? Unbelievable, the sailors have become old people or children, unable to fight at all. What? Well, we'll go right away. Apparently, it was a group of Marines who met Bonnie, either as a 4 or 5-year-old child, or as a gray-haired old man with crutches who had difficulty moving. At this time, Hawkins sat quietly, not escaping. The men panicked, knowing that Admiral had arrived. Hawkins said indifferently, "We don't have to worry, our destiny is a foregone conclusion." "Well, I want to inquire about something." Suddenly, a voice sounded, causing Hawkins's subordinates' faces to change in surprise. Looking at it, a tall yellow figure had already appeared in front of them. They were so horrified that they couldn't understand when it appeared, and they didn't even notice it. They retreated subconsciously in fear, their voices trembling. "Big Admiral Kizaru, why did you find us? It was the Straw Hat that killed the celestial dragons, shouldn't Admiral hurry to find the Straw Hat crew? Do you want to ask us where the Straw Hats are? We tell you, we don't know the exact location, but it's roughly in the 13th area. Hurry up, your main task is to take them down, don't delay, or they will run away." Quote. However, they were wrong. Even if it were true, Kizaru had no intention of going straight. "I'm not asking that." Kizaru's words made Hawkins and others startled. Didn't they ask this? What a joke. Straw Hat killed celestial dragons, isn't coming here to find Straw Hat crew for the first time, and then solve it. What is more important? Then, what's that? The men thought Kizaru would leave, but they didn't. Hawkins said indifferently, "Don't panic, I can't die today. The subordinates want to curse Mother, you can't die, but what about us?" Hawkins took out the card and started divination, and Kizaru just looked at it like this, without any rush. The subordinates discussed in a low voice, very puzzled. "Why don't you leave yet? Yeah, why waste time here, not afraid of Straw Hat crew escaping? It's hard to understand, why don't you hurry to the 13th area, it's not us who killed celestial dragons." However, Kizaru was not in a hurry at all and just stood looking at Hawkins. At this time, Aokiji came to the land of Sabayati. "Alara, Straw Hat crew, see you soon again." At first, he was alone and failed to win the Straw Hat crew, but this time, Aokiji felt that such combat power was enough. Aokiji thought to himself, "Pelusalino came before me, should we find Straw Hat crew by now?" Aokiji didn't ask, but went to ask someone by himself. The pirates panicked and shivered when they saw that it was Admiral Aokiji. But found that Aokiji was surprisingly peaceful, just asked, they said they didn't know, and Aokiji left. This surprised them, and Marine Admiral took them down. Aokiji kept asking about the pirates, or civilians, and soon, he knew where the Straw Hat crew was. After all, Luffy and others are walking without hiding. Now that all the people on the island are fleeing, someone will naturally see the direction Luffy and others are walking. Thanks. Aokiji picked up the pace and headed. After Hawkins finished his divination, he calmly analyzed, the defeat rate in battle, 100%. The success rate of escape is 12%. Kizaru interrupted. "Excuse me, I'm looking for a man named Sentomaru, do you know where he is?" Hawkins' subordinates are even more puzzled. "Why don't you look for the Straw Hat? Are you really Marine Admiral? Are you really here to catch the Straw Hat crew?" Hawkins shook his head. "I don't know the person you are talking about. Go ask someone else." Kizaru sighed. "I can't find him, but I'm relatively free now, so I can't let you off the hook at this time." Bounty, 249 million Bailey, Magician, Basil A. Hawkins. Hawkins' men's faces changed greatly and they were uneasy, which meant that they had to do something to them. Finally, they couldn't bear it anymore. "Hey, Admiral, you are so idle, why don't you go to Straw Hat crew, why do you do something to us?" They want Kizaru to go find the Straw Hat crew and catch the Straw Hat crew. After all, if you kill celestial dragons, if you don't catch them, will you catch them back and save some dignity? Thinking of this, panicked, and one person shouted, "Come on, aren't you afraid of Straw Hat crew escaping? Or do you just want them to escape?" Whoosh. What? As soon as Hawkins's men finished speaking, Kizaru raised his finger with a golden laser, pierced the man's heart, and fell to the ground to his death. For a time, the people around didn't dare to speak. Why did the others say nothing? After this person said this, he was killed. Speed AA is weight, have you been kicked by the speed of light? Immediately, Kizaru kicked horizontally, and the golden rays of light on his legs were dazzling. Sitting Hawkins was kicked away before he could react. After the kick flew, another laser shot exploded, and the fire was raging. However, Hawkins walked out unscathed. Kizaru was slightly surprised. How strange. What? With a scream, a figure was smashed over and fell to the ground. It was the strange monk Rouge, and a pacifist also came. Rouge was lying on the ground panting and bleeding from his face. That's amazing, is this the strength of 7 warlords of the sea? However, these supernovae can be even more shocking if it is known that this is not really a bear. Rouge soon found out that something was wrong, Admiral Kizaru. It's really unfortunate, first I was tortured by the Straw Hat, and then I met Shichibukai and Admiral Kizaru, is it over? Hawkins said. Don't worry, you haven't shown your dead face yet. When the pacifists were about to attack Rouge, Drake came and kicked the pacifists into the air. Suddenly, there are 4 supernovae here. I can't be too inferior, Karma. Rouge was huge, ready to go all out. They are all supernovas, and whoever falls the fastest means who is the worst. As expected of a supernova with a bounty of over 100 million, each one is as strong as a monster, so terrifying. Hearing this, Rouge and other supernovae were a little proud, and let Marine Admiral say this about them. But, soon, they doubt life. Next is, 1 bite is terrible, 1 kick is a supernova. Soon, the 4 supernovas were all quickly defeated by Kizaru. At this moment, Luffy and the others stopped, because a huge figure in front of them blocked the way. It was not a bear, but a pacifist. Whoosh! A golden laser shot out, targeting Luffy's eyebrows. However, Luffy tilted his head slightly, dodged easily, and said boringly, "It's so slow." The laser exploded in the back, with his back to the bombarding Luffy, his black cape dancing. Looking at Luffy at this moment, Chopper's eyes lit up. So handsome. Since Luffy put on the black stand-up cape, they have found that he has a stronger spirit, looks more haughty and more handsome, or really is the 5th emperor of the sea. When the pacifist was about to condense the laser again, he was suddenly blasted by Luffy and exploded directly. Robin was shocked. Shichibukai, is it so weak? She knows, BHBJ, it's 7 warlords of the sea, bear. At this time, Frankie said, it's not Shichibukai, it's based on Shichibukai, and it's modified by Vegapunk. Robin and others understand, and it is not surprising why Frankie knows. After all, what Frankie is taught in the teaching space is the Vegapunk template. Frankie said, I was training in it at the time, but these guys had appeared in the simulated environment, which made me feel very dangerous at first. But now, against this kind of thing, Frankie can deal with it in 1 shot. Address the pacifists, Luffy et al. Move on. At this time, Kizaru was about to kill the supernovas, and he raised his hand to condense the laser and aimed it at Hawkins. However, the hand can be raised in the air for 5 seconds. At this time, the phone bug on Kizaru's left hand rang, and Kizaru put down the right hand that condensed the laser. Mosamoxi, I'm Pelusalino. Santomaru's voice came from the phone bug. Father, aren't you carrying a phone bug? Why didn't you contact me? It's Santomaru, I've been looking for you for a long time. Look for me. Did you yell at the black phone bug for a long time? Didn't I tell you before that the black phone bug on your wrist is for eavesdropping? Forget it, hurry up and start work, otherwise Straw Hat Crew will they escaped. I already know the area where they are. Although the pacifists were defeated, they sent back a message. Come on quickly, old man. Santomaru didn't dare to act alone, knowing that he couldn't beat it. Okay, I'll be right here. Kizaru left directly, which surprised the Supernovas, leaving them alone. This Admiral, is it too casual? However, this is better, they thought it was going to end, they quickly stood up in embarrassment. Quick, let's go. We turned out to be so weak. First one was punched by the Straw Hat, and then one was kicked by Kizaru. Unlucky us. You were lucky to survive, get stronger and prepare to enter the new world. As Supernovas, their aura is not that strong anymore, and they have been taught a lesson by the strong. At this point, Luffy and the others stopped again. Bang 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 bang. Because the 5 figures in front landed, the ground shook, and 5 pacifists blocked their way. After appearing, the laser is continuously fired directly. However, they were easily avoided by Luffy and others. Chopper, Brook, Frankie, Usopp, Robin. 5 hands, and soon, the 5 pacifists will be resolved. With a bang, his body was stocky, like a wrestler, his face was somewhat feminine, and Santomaru, carrying a giant axe, landed. Santomaru was shocked. Those Supernovas and singled-out pacifists were very laborious, and they were not opponents, but the Straw Hats were one solution, and they were all instant kills. The most important thing is that it was not the 3 main fighting forces that made the move, so he was very shocked. Is this still a supernova cluster? Thinking of Sengoku's exhortation, Santomaru understood. This is indeed not the supernova cluster, but the 5 emperors. Even so, Santomaru is confident. What about the 5 emperors? This time there are 2 Admiral, and 1 Shichibukai, plus himself. Such a lineup can't win the 4 emperors regiment, nor the 5 emperors regiment. Get out of the way. Luffy kept walking. Santomaru thought that he would meet, and said confidently, even if I can't beat you, don't even think about passing by like this, I have to stop you and wait until the old man comes over. Santomaru stood there, very confident, feeling that he could stop the Straw Hats for a moment. My uncle's defense is the strongest in the world. So, don't think about the past now. After Santomaru finished speaking, he pushed his palms forward, facing Luffy in the air. Walk alone. Santomaru can directly release a large amount of haki outside the body, and it can be sent flying without touching the opponent, and it can even attack the enemy's body to destroy it from the inside. Now Luffy and others naturally know that this is emission. Luffy made a direct 3rd gear grizzly shot, and the emission flowed. Boom, a roar, a brief stalemate, just a scream, Santomaru was blasted out. Luffy wondered, the strongest defense in the world, is that it? Santomaru was shocked, is this the strength of the 5 emperors, so strong? Santomaru's arms were trembling, painful, and the strength was too strong. Santomaru stood up in embarrassment and said solemnly, I won't let you pass. Luffy's 2nd gear suddenly swept in front of Santomaru, and it was difficult for Santomaru to dodge. Oops, a frozen time capsule. The cold air hit the ground, and the 2nd gear Luffy dodged sideways. If you don't dodge, if you touch it, it will be frozen directly. Santomaru breathed a sigh of relief. It was Admiral Aokiji. Alara, Pulsalino hasn't arrived yet. Aokiji was a little surprised. After all, he came before himself, but arrived later than himself. Robin's face sank when Aokiji appeared. Admiral Aokiji. For a while, the Straw Hats also became serious, and the opponents who came this time had to pay attention. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden laser hit, targeting Luffy. But, was quickly dodged by Luffy. This made Santomaru Kazuki happy, and when he looked back, it was Kizaru. Master, you are finally here. Robin's face became more serious, and Admiral Kizaru also came. Marine Double Admiral, meet them. Kizaru sighed softly. As expected of the Straw Hat Luffy with a bounty of 1.3 billion Baileys, he escaped, what a monster. So, can the speed of light kick be escaped? Kizaru turned into an element and suddenly appeared beside Luffy, kicking out with his right foot, golden light. Whoosh! It kicked out, but Kizaru was startled and didn't touch the substance. Whether it can be avoided, Luffy's action responded. Kizaru glanced sideways, his pupils shrank, and Luffy had surfaced to his right. Being dodged, Kizaru was shocked, not only fast, but also observation haki. Facing previous supernovas, Kizaru can take a monster with a mouthful and a supernova with a kick. But in the face of Luffy, you can take a bite of a monster, but you can't knock Luffy into the air with one kick. After all, it's not a supernova, but the 5 Emperors. Aokiji stepped forward and stood side by side with Kizaru. The 2 admirals stood together, and the momentum was stronger. It's not too late for you to come. If I were alone, I wouldn't be able to take them down, but since it's us, it's fine. It doesn't seem to be comparable to those supernovas, more monsters, more terrible. I don't want to fight with you. So, can you surrender? Kizaru asked. Luffy smiled. Do you think the Imperial Regiment will surrender when faced with 2 admirals? This made Kizaru and Aokiji's faces change slightly, realizing that this is the battle between the 5 Emperors and the double admiral. Admiral Kizaru stood side by side with Aokiji, facing Luffy in front of him. The 2 admirals just stood there. Their aura was extremely strong, giving people a great sense of oppression. However, Luffy held 2 admiral from close range, and he was not in the least bit of momentum. Luffy, who was wearing a black stand collar cape, faced the 2 admirals with a calm expression, and haki was awe-inspiring. Aokiji exclaimed, "I'm getting more and more manly, Straw Hat." Kizaru couldn't help but marvel. We are alone, and we can still have such a spirit, which is not comparable to other supernovas. Kizaru felt that it was as if the real emperor faced the 2 admirals alone. Bang bang bang. Footsteps sounded, and it was Zoro and the other 8 people in straw hats walking behind Luffy. In an instant, it was no longer Luffy against the 2 admirals alone, but the entire straw hats. The 9 people faced the 2, and Sentomaru in the distance was startled, his pupils contracted. The reason why I was shocked was because I felt that there seemed to be a feeling that when the 2 sides confronted each other, it turned out that the straw hats were more powerful. The momentum was stronger. Isn't it an illusion? Even the 5 emperors can't be like this, and it's not the 4 emperors. At this time, another figure appeared. Usopp looked over and was not very worried. Although Marine had another force, he was only a pacifist. Frankie's face changed slightly. No, not a pacifist. Robin also noticed something was wrong and felt different, and held a Bible book in both hands. Robin condensed. Maybe the deity, 7 warlords of the sea, bear. Sentomaru breathed a sigh of relief. Even the 5 emperors would be taken down by them this time. It's all here, Straw Hat crew, don't try to run away. The battle strength of both sides is gathered. Marine's side, 2 admiral, 1 Shichibukai, fighting Tomaru. With such a lineup, they are confident that if they can win the Straw Hat crew, they must win it. After all, they killed celestial dragons. The last battle was not enjoyable, so let's continue. Zoro and Sanji took a step forward, and the 2 stared at Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji is also interested in but wants to hit each other more. Ah la la, since it's the 2 of you, it can't be added any more. Sentomaru Ichiran, although they are 2 of the 3 main forces of the Straw Hats, but Admiral Aokiji can only fight 2 at most. Kuzan Admiral, can't you deal with 1 more? Sentomaru thought. Aokiji to 3, Zoro, Sanji, and 1 more. Shichibukai Bear, against the non-main force of the Straw Hats, can you fight 3? In his own words, a non-main force against the Straw Hats. If Mr. Kizaru is to wear Straw Hat Luffy, as the captain, he can also be called the 5 Emperors. Although it is not yet, it must be. However, this name will not spread, because after this battle, Straw Hat crew will be locked up in Impel Down, and will inevitably be publicly executed. Therefore, the title of 5 Emperors will not be officially sealed. Since it is a Straw Hat, then Mr. Kizaru can add a non-main force of the Straw Hat group to the Straw Hat, right? This arrangement is just right, the 4 of them play 9 Straw Hat groups. But now, Aokiji means what seems to be a one-man pair of Zoro and Sanji. Aokiji said, if you add more, it is contempt for them. To treat them as the officials of the Imperial Regiment, it can even be said that the two of the three main fighting forces of the Straw Hat Regiment can be regarded as the Emperor's right-hand man. When Aokiji said this, Sentomaru was shocked. If an admiral singled out the right-hand man of the royal group, then it really can't be added. Sentomaru understood. Okay, then I will deal with the two non-main forces of the Straw Hats. Mr. Kizaru, you will deal with the Straw Hats and one non-main force. Kizaru's tone was the same as always. Although it's scary, but with the Straw Hat, I didn't ask about dealing with three. However, in the next instant, Kizaru's words stopped abruptly, and the pupils of his eyes shrank slightly under his glasses. Just smelling it, Luffy snorted. Fourth gear. Suddenly, Kizaru, Aokiji, Shang, and Sentomaru all focused their attention on Luffy and were shocked. Aokiji was shocked. Although he had been in contact with the Straw Hat group before, he had never seen the strength of the Straw Hat, and he had never seen the fourth gear. In the first battle of Enies Lobby, I knew that the Straw Hat had second gear and third gear, but fourth gear, which was useless at that time. Now, the Straw Hat directly drives the fourth gear, attracting their attention. What kind of existence? With the sound of Luffy's fourth gear, his right arm was bitten horizontally, and he blew in big breaths. His right arm suddenly swelled, his muscles knotted, and it rose against the storm and instantly grew stronger. At the same time, white steam flowed all over the body, lingering like silk. In a short moment, Luffy's body was burly, bouncing in place, making dwang, dwang, dwang sounds. Fourth gear. Elastic Man. Sabayati Archipelago, the fourth grade Elastic Man, has appeared again since the match against the Golden Lion. Looking at the fourth gear Luffy, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Sentomaru who were bouncing in place, they were all startled. Obviously, I didn't expect the fourth gear to be like this, and I thought it was a bit funny. Sentomaru doubted. Is this the fourth gear? It's funny. Aokiji was surprised. I didn't expect it. How is the combat power? Kizaru continued what he just said. Looks like, I can still deal with three. Sentomaru breathed a sigh of relief. If Mr. Kizaru can deal with three, then it will be fine. When he and Shang defeat the non-main force of the Straw Hats that they are dealing with, they will join the battle, solve the main force of the Straw Hats, and then successfully take down the Straw Hat crew. Hey, we're here. At this time, a figure swooped forward, and it was Pluton Rayleigh holding a sword. Seeing that the battle seemed to have just begun, and that Luffy and the others were all right, Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief. After arriving, Rayleigh held a sword in his right hand, and his white cloak danced with amazing momentum. Aokiji, Kizaru's faces changed slightly. Pluton Rayleigh. In this case, it is hard to say whether they can take down the Straw Hats. Because, they felt, Pluton Rayleigh wanted to join the fight. Kizaru condensed. Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh reminds. Don't pluck the buds, their time has just begun. Sentomaru's face became heavy. The allocation he originally thought would definitely be able to win the Straw Hat crew, but such an existence came. The old man said, Pluton. Could he be the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Pluton Silver Rayleigh? If that's the case, I'm in trouble. If he joins, it's hard to say whether he can take down the Straw Hats. Sentomaru frowned, feeling uncertain. But he quickly pinched the idea, and Sentomaru was firm. Even if Pluton joins, the Straw Hat crew must be one. 2 Admiral, 1 Shichibukai, plus me, it is still possible. Kizaru felt that it was getting more and more troublesome, and he didn't seem to be very motivated. After all, the tasks to be completed were somewhat beyond expectations. However, the fight must continue. Kizaru sighed softly. Although I often heard that you were on this island, I didn't expect it to be true. And, if it's true, it's even more troublesome to help them. However, if the task is not completed, it will be more troublesome and headache. After all, the Straw Hat killed the Celestial Dragons. If we can't take them down, we Marine can't hang in front of Celestial Dragons. Rayleigh is ready to start. Then, I'll move my muscles and bones. However, at this moment, Luffy spoke. Uncle Rayleigh, just watch, don't intervene, don't help us. This made Rayleigh startled. It was unexpected, and he didn't need to help himself. Kizaru, Aokiji, Sentomaru, and Shang were even more unexpected. When Pluton Rayleigh arrives, the Straw Hats should feel relaxed and happy. It is best to join the battle, so they will be very difficult or even impossible to win the Straw Hat crew. However, the Straw Hats wouldn't let Pluton Rayleigh help them. While the Shock was puzzled, except for the bear, they were naturally willing to see if Pluton Rayleigh would agree. Seeing the look on Luffy's face, Rayleigh knew, serious. Are you sure? Rayleigh asked, still wanting to confirm. Luffy nodded heavily. Sure. Uncle Rayleigh, don't worry. I won't let you help because this battle is also a test for us. The most important point is that we can. Because. After a pause, Luffy's face lifted slightly, Haki's face appeared under the straw hat, his eyes were twinkling, and the black cloak was dancing, Haki whispered. Because we are still, the 5 emperors. This made Rayleigh vibrate, and he smiled and took a few steps back. Okay, I see. Apparently, Rayleigh wasn't going to get involved in the fight, but was going to watch. This made Sentomaru heave a sigh of relief, but he still felt that if the Straw Hats couldn't do it, Pluton Rayleigh would still do it. But it's better than the Union at the beginning, even if Pluton Rayleigh starts later, but then the Straw Hats can't do it, and Pluton can't turn it around. Aokiji sighed, as expected of Mr. Garp's grandson. It would be better if Rayleigh didn't do anything, but Kizaru was a little unhappy in his heart, and also said that the Straw Hats despised them. Confidence is a good thing, but in the face of us, are you too confident? Kizaru finished speaking, and at close range, he kicked Luffy with another light-speed kick. In the face of this kick, Luffy did not dodge. In Kizaru's view, such a body would not be able to dodge like in second gear. In Kizaru's opinion, in the next instant, Luffy in fourth gear will be kicked away by himself. However, it's not that Luffy can't escape, but, facing the light-speed kick, Luffy squeezed his right fist and slammed it out. Rubber. Ape King Gun. Boom. The terrifying fist collided with the speed of light kick, a deafening roar erupted, the airwaves swept through, and the surrounding ground was torn apart. The dust swirled and spread over a large area. Sentomaru looked over, and his heart froze. In the dust, did the Straw Hat's body not kick out? Bang bang bang. The sound of footsteps receding back sounded, Sentomaru's eyes widened and his pupils shrank, because it was Kizaru who came out of the dust. Every step he fell left a deep depression on the ground. Master Kizaru. How could? Kizaru was startled, the dust cleared up ahead, and the bouncing fourth gear Luffy was ready to go again. Kizaru exclaimed. What a powerful force, Sentomaru, I'm sorry, I can only deal with him. Kizaru didn't say anything about adding 2 non-combat strengths to the Straw Hat before. Facing the fourth gear Luffy, he didn't find it funny, but became serious and serious. Sentomaru's heart was heavy, which was different from what he expected. Don't say 3, Mr. Kizaru can't even play 2, he can only play 1 Straw Hat, and the 2 are dual. Aokiji played against 2, Admiral's own Straw Hat. However, Kizaru didn't feel ashamed, but said condensedly, it can only be 1-on-1, and the battle with him should be regarded as a battle with the Emperor. Sentomaru understood. Indeed, if he was facing the Emperor, even Admiral would not be able to despise him. He would choose to deal with 1 Emperor and at the same time add 2 Imperial officials. Sentomaru faced Nami, Brook, and Robin. Bear faces Usopp, Frankie, Chopper. The fight began, and the bear did not release the water. The chopper is huge, the giant palm is pitch black, the emission lingers, moves fast, and bombards with the 6 King's Spear. Usopp aiming, ranged attack. Frankie transformed into Frankie Admiral Army, the 3 besieged. At the moment of the collision, the bear was shaken. Although he was not knocked back, Chopper was not blown away by himself. As soon as the battle started, Frankie and the others realized that this Shichibukai was not comparable to Moria and Crocodile. Although they are all Shichibukai, they know that Hawkeye's strength, even the Emperor level, is not outrageous. And Moria, Crocodile, is a lot worse. Therefore, they feel that the strength of this bear is also very strong, and it is not comparable to Moria. I can't be careless, but I'm also excited, and the fighting spirit is rising. It's good for such a formidable opponent. Shang secretly said in his heart, there is no need to release water. Not only do you not need to release water, but you do not need to cover the Straw Hat and others to escape. In this way, their identity is more difficult to be discovered. Originally thinking that the Straw Hat crew faced such a terrifying combat force, he could only take the risk of being discovered and shoot all the Straw Hat crew away. Looking at the situation now, Shang felt that maybe he didn't have to worry about Straw Hat crew, but he had to worry about himself. Although it is not yet the 5 emperors, its combat power is obviously already there. Therefore, in the face of the 3 imperial cadres, Shang cannot be careless. Sentomaru faced the 3 of Nami, who had the most pressure and the greatest disadvantage, and would be the first to lose. Hateful A. Sentomaru was beaten and retreated, and his injuries became more and more. The swordsmanship is extraordinary, and the weather control and physical skills are also very strong, especially Nico Robin, who is powerful and has various restraints. Once touched by his hand, he will be locked and more dangerous. Sentomaru felt that if he faced 3 supernovas, he would not be so exhausted and disadvantaged. But in the face of the 3 non-main forces of the Straw Hats, the disadvantage is so great that the sense of crisis is very serious. Sentomaru was extremely heavy. I'm not facing 3 newcomers, I'm really facing 3 imperial cadres. The pressure is too great. Kizaru knew that Sentomaru was very dangerous, so he couldn't support it for long, and exclaimed, "Your crew is also very monster, even those supernova captains can't compare to them, it's really a super monster pirate group. Sentomaru can't last long. I have to end the battle with you as soon as possible, even if you are the 5th emperor." When the words fell, Kizaru leapt to the sky, his arms crossed in front of him, and the golden light shone brightly. 8-footed Joan Tomo. Swish swish swish. In an instant, countless dazzling light bullets fell from the sky and shot at Luffy quickly. From the collision just now, I knew that Luffy was not unable to avoid the speed of light kick, but was not afraid of the power of the speed of light kick, and the power of the 4th gear was also extremely strong. But now, even though 4th gear is faster than 2nd gear, Kizaru knows that it is impossible to avoid his 8-foot Joan Tomo. However, Luffy didn't dodge, and even charged towards Kizaru. Seeing that Luffy could fly at a high altitude, Kizaru was shocked and understood, flying in the air with elastic force. Soaring into the sky, he was bound to face more light bullets. Luffy blew into his right hand, suddenly huge. Kizaru vibrates, and in 4th gear, the arm can still be as big as 3rd gear. In an instant, it was as huge as a giant, and a fist slammed up, and at the same time, it also blocked Luffy's body, and all the light bullets hit the giant fist. Rubber, the Great Ape King Gun. The giant fist bombarded upwards, and the light bullet hit the fist, which could not cause damage in a short period of time, but if it accumulated hundreds of thousands of light bullets, it would also be injured. However, the power of the Great Ape King's spear is also to continuously defeat the light bullets. Seeing the huge giant fist coming with terrifying power combined with emission, Kizaru didn't dare to take it hard, his body became elemental, and Tomo's attack stopped. Elementalized Kizaru's body is refracted like a beam of light. When the Ape King's spear hits, it is completely refracted away. Otherwise, even if it is elementalized, it will be hit. After all, unlike other supernovas, armament hockey is not. The light is refracted very fast, and after being refracted by the surrounding buildings, it is reflected to the sky, behind Luffy. Luffy closed his eyes and saw the short future, which was reflected in the hands of Kizaru behind him, where the Sky Kong Cloud Sword was condensed and slashed towards his waist. After Kizaru refracted behind him, the Tiankong Cloud Sword in his hand was already condensed, ready to slash. However, just a second before that, Luffy jumped higher into the sky, and Luffy had already dodged before Kizaru swept towards Luffy. This shocked Kizaru. It was really observation hockey who could see the short-term future. Otherwise, how could the speed of light escape? It could only be predicted. Kizaru raised his head sharply. Luffy's attack was ready to go, his feet were compressed and creaked. Rubber, Rhino Howitzer. Kizaru slashed and blocked with the Tiankong Cloud Sword in both hands. The power of the slash and the upward combined with the strength of his arms, and he clenched the Tiankong Cloud Sword tightly, feeling that he could block. However, at the moment of the collision, Kizaru only felt that the lifting force collapsed, his arms sank suddenly, Tiankong Yunjian pressed against his shoulders, and his shoulders quickly became elemental, otherwise his shoulders would be cut by his own sword. The terrifying force made it impossible for Kizaru to isolate the attack from above, and his body was immediately hit by Luffy's feet. Whoosh, boom, Kizaru turned into a beam of light and fell to the ground with a bang, the ground cracked and a deep pit was smashed. In an instant, Aokiji's pupils shrank during the battle, and he was shocked. Sentomaru's complexion changed greatly. How could it be? That was Mr. Kizaru. While the bear was fighting, he felt more at ease. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh exclaimed, "It seems that I really don't need my help." Rayleigh felt that he could go to the coding, but he didn't want to miss the fight between the Straw Hats and the Admirals, so he sat down and drank and watched. Rayleigh found that in every battle, the Straw Hats never fell, even when Zoro and Sanji played against Admiral Aokiji. At this time, the Supernovas came one after another, and they all saw this scene. 9 Supernovas and their minions came. Originally, the subordinates of the Hawkins pirates discouraged it. "Let's go, Captain Hawkins, or it will be our turn when the Admirals defeat the Straw Hats." "Yes, Captain, you are seriously injured. If you face Admiral Kizaru again, you will be defeated very quickly. Besides, the fighting force here is stronger, 2 Admiral, 1 7 warlords of the sea." "Captain, hurry up and go." However, Hawkins said indifferently, "Don't panic, I still don't show death, and neither do they." Now, the subordinates don't panic anymore. Watching the high-strength battle between the Straw Hats and Marine in disbelief, they are extremely shocked. Not to mention them, even the supernovas such as Kid, Luo, Drake and so on are extremely shocked. Especially Kizaru was kicked to the ground by Luffy's feet. Although he knew that being an admiral, it would be nothing, but it was also a shock. They faced Admiral, but they were kicked one by one. Although they knew that Luffy was strong, they didn't expect to be able to compete with Admiral and not be at a disadvantage. The Supernovas are in all directions and do not intend to leave. If the Straw Hats were hanged and beaten, then they were courting death here, but they didn't leave when they saw this scene. "I'm not worried that Marine will send more troops. After all, there is still a big event to happen. Marine can't make the headquarters weak, so as not to be suddenly attacked by the enemy and take advantage of it. So, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, Garp must be present, and even not enough, Admiral Akainu must be present too. Otherwise, the 4 emperors of the sea would never miss this opportunity." Kid condensed. "Then, let's see the real full power of the Straw Hat," Drake said, "and the strength of the Straw Hats as a whole. It's really unbalanced, the gap is so big." Urouge looked at Zoro, Sanji fighting Admiral Aokiji. They faced Admiral and were stunned, and the Straw Hats were not the captain, so they could fight against Admiral together, which made them both supernovas and captains. Even, they found that not to mention the main combat power, even the non-main combat power, was stronger than them. "That guy is much stronger than the one we met. Ha ha ha, I was really shocked. I thought that our supernova was not too weak, and we could still defeat Shichibukai together, but we found out that the ones we defeated before were all fakes and imitations. This is the real 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant Bear. Before defeating the fakes, I regained my confidence as a supernova, thinking that I was defeating the real 7 warlords of the sea, but I didn't expect." The supernovas became more autistic, their arrogance disappeared, and they all found that they were still too young. Originally, they thought that even if they entered the new world, they would be very powerful, but now they felt that they had to be more careful when entering the new world. Aokiji is not easy to face Zoro and Sanji, knowing that he has to do his best, otherwise it will be dangerous. Devil's Foot, coarsely chopped. Sanji burning kicked Aokiji with terrifying power with his right foot. Feeling the strong force and the high temperature, Aokiji aligned his right hand and snorted. Ice, pheasant mouth. The ice bird condensed and flew out and collided with Sanji's right foot. With a roar, Sanji fell to the ground, and the ice bird shattered. Meanwhile, the Zoro attack comes. 3 swords, extreme, tiger hunting. The blue tiger roared out, and Aokiji condensed the ice blade in his left hand and slashed up to block. However, the arm sank suddenly, and Aokiji exclaimed, "What a strong slash!" Clack clack. As the ice blade and the tiger stalemate, the sound of cracking sounded, and the ice blade was full of cracks. Sanji was about to attack again. Aokiji condensed ice spears all over his body and shot them out quickly. Sanji moved quickly to dodge, and at the same time kept charging forward, kicking the ice spear to pieces if he couldn't dodge. Devil's Foot, veal shot. Sanji moved closer and kicked out. Aokiji clenched his fist with his right hand, and the cold air filled it, forming an ice fist and bombarding it out. As an admiral, he has powerful fruit abilities and strong physical skills. With a roar, the ice fist collided with the fire demon's foot, and the stalemate could not stand. Sanji's feet and Aokiji's hands were shaking. Gradually, Sanji felt a cold feeling in his feet. If it wasn't for the flames on his feet, he would have frozen directly. With a click, Aokiji's frozen hand shattered, and Sanji was knocked back. With a click, the blocking ice blade shattered, and the tiger swooped down. Aokiji's left arm completely turned into ice, and the arm turned into an ice blade and slashed out, defeating the blue tiger. But at the same time, Zoro is poised to go. Aokiji's whole body turned into ice, the cold was raging, and the surrounding temperature dropped. In this way, melee attacks can be avoided, and if a swordsman cuts himself, the sword will be frozen. However, Zoro's double knives conquerors twine, and the muscles in his arms bulge, which makes Aokiji shudder. 2 swords, 2 gangs, 2 gods avoid. Without touching Aokiji, he slashed out from a distance. Aokiji's arms were frozen, and at the same time, 2 huge ice birds sprang out. However, the roar was accompanied by a shattering sound, and the huge ice bird shattered. Sanji quickly swept behind Aokiji. Aokiji felt the pressure, and a wall of ice formed behind him. Aokiji kicked with his right foot, after images were scattered all over, and the ice wall instantly collapsed. However, after the ice wall, 10 ice spears had already condensed, and the moment they shattered, they flew towards Sanji at close range. However, Sanji did not dodge, spinning quickly, like a spinning top, while a tornado of fire rolled around him. Dhee. Suddenly, the ice spear was isolated and melted. Facing the 2 gods, Aokiji crossed his arms to block, and with a roar, Aokiji was shaken out and slid out 20 meters on the ground. Zoro and Sanji landed, in front of and behind Aokiji, and their momentum rose. Aokiji sighed. This battle is not easy, you can't be lazy, you have to fight them as 2 emperors. When Aokiji said this, Sentomaru was shocked. Because of the pressure, he had no time to focus on other battles and could only hear voices, which meant that Admiral Aokiji could not gain an advantage. Sentomaru is heavy. Are the Straw Hats so strong? Kid waited for the supernova to see it, and at the same time he was shocked and silent, not only a little bit stronger than their captains. It's so strong, that's Conqueror's entanglement. I saw the strength of the Straw Hat before, and now I also see the strength of everyone in the Straw Hat group. It's stronger than we thought. None of us can beat that reindeer, right? As soon as Drake said this, Kid and Bej were unhappy in their hearts, and those words were too shocking. But looking at Shichibukai's battle, they couldn't be happier. The huge chopper is as tall as a bear. In this state, he will not run away and remain completely sane. After all, the development of the fruit has improved a lot. You must know that Chopper's teaching template is Mr. Kai. Besides, there are also strong physiques like Garp, so the combination of fruit and physique, Chopper is very strong. It is so huge and powerful, and armament hockey, as well as the physical skills taught by Garp, make every time the bear fights and collides with Chopper, the pads like the bear's paw can't bounce off Chopper's attack, the power is too strong. There are very few people who can fight with their own close quarters, because the meat pad has a strong rebound unless the opponent is very strong. Chopper moves fast, flashing in the space around the bear, and the shaved movement is extremely fast and exquisite. For a time, there seemed to be more than a dozen huge choppers around the bear. The bear faced more than one chopper, his body was in a sumo stance, and his hands quickly slapped around. Push the pressure cannon. For a time, the densely packed transparent bear's paw shock wave shot out, offsetting the densely packed attack. Watching this fierce battle, Kid and the others were silent, and they had to admit that Captain Supernova and the others couldn't even beat the reindeer of the Straw Hats. In the deep pit, a golden light shone into the sky, and it was Kizaru. Patting the dust on his body, Kizaru touched his head and sighed, "It hurts." The supernovas vibrate, suffer such an attack, and look all right. They know that the next battle will last for a long time. He even felt that Marine would not allow the battle to last too long. After all, now is a special period, they have been out for too long, it is an opportunity for the Whitebeard pirates and the rest of the 4 emperors. Kizaru looked at Luffy who was rushing forward, and pushed forward with both hands and spread out his fingers. Swoosh swish. At one time, 10 laser beams shot out. The previous one can break a huge mangrove tree, not to mention 10. Kizaru is serious, activating the ability of sparkling fruit, and the physical exhaustion will speed up, but he knows that this battle can't be dragged on for too long. In the face of 10 laser beams, Luffy's feet are constantly propelled by the air to fly forward, and his hands shrink and squeeze. Rubber. Ape King's duck cannon. Swoosh swish. For a time, dense fists blasted out. This made the supernovas vibrate. In this form, their strength is very strong, and they can attack with such a high frequency as when they were in the second gear, making dense fists. Boom boom boom. A group of duck cannons and lasers collided continuously and bombed. Supernova rejoices that they are fighting in the sky, otherwise Sabayati Archipelago will not be able to last long with the bombardment power. Kizaru's hands and fingers continued to condense the Biao laser, and Luffy roared, bombarded continuously, and approached at the same time. Seeing Luffy approaching, it will take time to condense. Continue to condense, but it will be too late. After getting close, Luffy's right fist slammed down. Kizaru's arms and fists were shining brightly. Speed AA is power, speed of light group punches. Immediately, Kizaru's fists continued to blast out at the speed of light, and for a while, the fists of light were densely packed, colliding with Luffy's group of duck cannon fists. The power of the speed of light punch is no worse than that of the speed of light kick, not to mention such a dense attack. Kid and the others looked up, stunned. It was too intense. The dark red fist collided with the golden fist constantly. They couldn't keep up with their naked eyes, but they felt that within 3 seconds, their fists could collide nearly 100 times. Continuing to bang for a full minute, the two figures retreated. Kizaru's hands trembled slightly, and it was painful. Luffy was also consumed, gasping slightly. Fighting with Kizaru, Luffy is very excited. After all, the original plot has very few shots. Even if he does, it may be because of the paddling, and the attack methods are only those, so let's see how much his real strength and means are. Luffy was located high in the sky, above Kizaru's head. His huge right hand swung up, and the karmic fire suddenly surged, and the sky was filled with firelight, turning red. At the same time, everyone in Sabayati Archipelago looked over and was shocked. It's a straw hat. Why does the flame rise? And it looks like a terrifying flame, isn't it rubber fruit? This caught everyone's attention, and the supernovae were even more stunned. What's the situation? Flame, so surging, why? Why does rubber catch fire? Atmospheric friction. Even so, it's impossible to have such a burst of flames, right? They were horrified and could not understand why, but they thought it could only be caused by the friction of the air. Kizaru looked up, and the pupils under the glasses shrank slightly, obviously surprised. Fourth gear pistol. Kizaru's hands were in the shape of calyxes in front of him, just like the gesture of Turtle School Qigong in Dragon Ball, which made the supernovas vibrate and the light was condensed. Whoosh! Immediately, the laser emitted. It could even be said that it was a beam of light. The lasers emitted by the fingers are thin, and this laser is equivalent to the 10-fingered lasers condensed together. They know that the power is definitely more terrifying. Boom! The 4-speed Karma pistol wrapped around emission collided with the golden beam of laser light, stalemate in midair, in the middle of the two. Luffy felt that the power of the laser was stronger, and his fists felt burning. He gritted his teeth and endured it. The laser beam is different from Luffy's fist. The power can be sustained, but the laser can't. As Luffy growled, the veins on his face burst out, and with a roar, the beam of light exploded. Kizaru fell to the ground in elemental form, avoiding the bombing, and Luffy was shaken to a higher altitude without being injured. After all, the laser was defeated and did not spread too much in his direction. What? A scream came from Sentomaru. After a while in the battle, he was defeated, very embarrassed, vomiting blood and fell at Kizaru's feet. Kizaru gently kicked Sentomaru away. Facing the Straw Hats, it's still too embarrassing for you to participate in such a battle. Sentomaru was sent away, and for a while, Brook, Nami, and Robin were free. The supernovas were shocked and felt that the situation was more favorable for the Straw Hats. It's amazing. I am facing this battle against Sentomaru. I am afraid it is not an opponent, it is more powerful than our supernova. Even if it's better than us, it's normal to lose so quickly against 3 members of the Straw Hats. It's really strong. So who are these 3 going to help? It doesn't look like you need help. but it will definitely help, and you will gain an advantage faster and have a greater advantage. Help the Straw Hat. However, under the stunned eyes of Kid and the others, the three of Nami were standing beside Rayleigh with their arms in front of Hun. This is to watch. How can not help? If you help, you will have an advantage, right? If you help the Straw Hat, you will have a better chance of defeating Admiral Kizaru, right? This. Why? In the next moment, the three of Nami gave them the answer and said sternly, there is no need for help at all. This made them shake, say no more, and continue to watch the fight. The battle between Admiral Aokiji and Zoro, Sanji intensifies. The bear fights with Chopper, Frankie, Usopp, and even the bear starts to be passive. As the battle continued, they had a clearer understanding of the strength of the rest of the Straw Hat Regiment except for Luffy. Supernovae vibrate. Straw Hat Luffy is not a supernova, but is as strong as the 5 Emperors. Also, the Straw Hat group is not a supernova cluster. Yeah, this is a supernova cluster, I'm afraid it's not the 5 Emperors. Not only are the Straw Hats the 5 Emperors, but the Straw Hats are also fully called the 5 Emperors. Zoro, Sanji, the Vice President of the 2 Emperors. The rest, the officials of the Emperor. They knew more about the Straw Hats, and in retrospect they were full of confidence and wanted to challenge the Straw Hats, but now they find it ridiculous. For a time, they were even more stressed, and they were all thinking, after this battle, how much will the Straw Hat Luffy bounty reach? How much will the total bounty offered by the Straw Hat Corps reach? We are ignorant. I'm really hit. I don't have a sense of superiority anymore as a supernova. It's becoming more and more certain that after this battle, the Straw Hats will become the 5 Emperors, and the Straw Hats will become the 5 Emperors, spreading all over the world. For all the Straw Hats, the bounty has been greatly increased. Inevitably, because I think it's going to be difficult for Marine to take down the Straw Hat crew in this fight. The Supernovas feel that the gap between their bounty and the Straw Hat crew will be even bigger. Even thinking, when the time comes, will the bounty offered by all the members of their respective pirate groups be less than the bounty offered by the lowest member of the Straw Hats? After kicking Momomaru, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. Not only because Sentomaru was saved, but also because the 3 combat powers of the Straw Hats actually stood by and did not join the battle. If 3 join, or even 2, 1 joins, Kizaru feels heavy. Because, having seen the strength of the Straw Hat, Kizaru felt that it would be difficult for him to defeat him with 1 or 2 more combat powers. Switching to Aokiji, the same is true. I feel that with the addition of 3 combat powers and joining forces with Zoro and Sanji to deal with him, the pressure on me will be even greater. Kumamoto thought that 3 combat powers would come first, and then 6 combat powers would defeat him. After all, to join in to defeat Admiral, it is naturally possible, but it will take time, and Shichibukai himself is naturally lower in strength than Admiral. However, it didn't even join. The bear wants to join the fight and defeat himself as soon as possible, but he also understands that he really doesn't need help. The main point, the bear also understands, is that Straw Hat crew is eager to fight with the strong, to fight hard, so as to temper and improve. Not long after the Straw Hats went out to sea, they were all young and had great potential, so they hoped to experience such battles one after another. Kizaru is glad that the Straw Hats are like this, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Kizaru knew that he had to do his best to fight a quick battle, and that this battle must be successful and not dragged on for too long. Because, a bigger war is about to break out, with the strongest man in the world. The battle continued. Zoro's 9-knife Ashura form, and more attacks made Aokiji overwhelmed. For a moment, it was as if 3 Zoro and 1 Sanji were fighting him. Kizaru flew up, holding the Tiankong cloud sword in both hands, and his arms became elemental. The speed of light is from the sky. It is not an ordinary slashing with a sword, but a slashing at the speed of light. Because, the arms are elementalized. The elemental kick of the legs is a light speed kick with powerful power. The hand elemental bombardment, the speed of light fist, is also powerful. Now, combined with the Tiankong Yunjian, the slashing is extremely powerful, whether it is strength or sharpness. Luffy knew that Kizaru was going all out. Kizaru's strength, there is no doubt that Rayleigh is no match for the current Rayleigh. After all, in the original plot, Kizaru fought with Rayleigh for a while with the Sky Kong cloud sword, making Rayleigh a little out of breath. Rayleigh watched the battle and felt that if he wanted to beat Kizaru, it was impossible, at best a tie, or at a slight disadvantage. After all, getting older. Slashing at the speed of light, the power is also powerful. Facing the slashing of Kong Cloud's sword this day, Luffy shrank his hands together and blasted out. Rubber Lion Rocket Launcher. Pipe pipe exclamation mark quote. Boom. The two collided, terrifying forces swept away, and the surrounding space was in turmoil. Shortly speaking, both Kizaru and Luffy are shaken back, but Luffy shakes back farther and is indeed stronger. It is like punching a person at the same speed, and stabbing a person at the same speed as a knife. Naturally the latter does more damage. Kizaru had stopped after the shock below, and he held the Kong Cloud sword tightly in both hands, no longer slashing, but stabbing. The golden light on both arms was dazzling, and the Kong Cloud sword in Kizaru's hand seemed to be elongated, turning into a very long golden lightsaber. Immediately, both arms continued to stab at the speed of light, and for a while, the sky above Kizaru was stabbed with dense golden streamers. Swoosh swish. The speed of light, the sky and the clouds are stabbed. For a time, the dense sky stabbed Luffy with the cloud sword. Luffy's face changed, his right hand became huge again, and he bombarded down, trying to break through all methods with his strength. Rubber Great Ape King Gun. Boom. The giant fist slammed down, but in an instant, Luffy felt a stinging sensation from his right fist, as if hundreds of bees stabbed the skin with sharp needles. It was very painful. Moreover, the strength of each stab was extremely strong. At the moment of the collision, the Great Ape King's spear could not be lowered, but was frozen, and with the dense Sky Kong Cloud sword stabbed, Luffy's giant fist was continuously shaken upwards. This time, Luffy was at a disadvantage. The Supernovas watched the battle and marveled. That's the strength of Admiral. To solve one of us with 1 foot, now it seems that we are not serious. Yeah, I was really shocked. I thought I was taking us seriously. After all, one bite is a monster, but now it seems that when I abused us, I didn't take it seriously. If we had done this against us just now, we would have been finished long ago. Frightened at the same time, but also happy. Admiral Kizaru did his best. The Straw Hat is about to die, right? Although they can be called the 5 emperors, they are not 4 emperors after all. Yeah, the strength is far stronger than us, but now he is really going all out against the Admiral or the 4 emperors. There is still some gap. However, even so, the Straw Hats will not be taken down. If the Straw Hats' disadvantage is getting bigger and bigger, the other 3 partners will join the battle gang to chase, and it will be reversed at that time. Yes, the stab lasted for 30 seconds, and Luffy was knocked into the air, deflating his huge right hand. Kizaru didn't pursue and took a short rest. After all, such a quick stab, although combined with the fruit ability, also consumed physical strength, and most importantly, also consumed both arms. Kizaru's hands were a little sore. Luffy's right arm was also in pain, but for someone as strong as Luffy with strong vitality and perseverance, this pain was nothing. Kizaru took a short rest, then clenched the Sky Kong Cloud sword with both hands again, and launched a light-speed stab again. Luffy knew that it would be impossible to continue with the Great Ape King gun. Immediately, he put his hands in front of his mouth to blow air, and his hands were huge at the same time. Compressing both hands inward, this shocked the Supernovas. Could this be a giant rubber duck cannon? As they thought, Luffy bombarded with both fists and shouted, "The rubber giant duck cannon!" Boom boom boom. Immediately, the densely packed giant fists bombarded down, stabbing at the speed of light, and again more intensely. This time, while Kizaru stabbed at the speed of light, he felt a strong obstacle in strength. For a time, it was no longer that Luffy's giant fist was stabbed back and forth, but stalemate, stabbed, and bombardment collided continuously. This left the Supernovas dumbfounded. Straw Hat Luffy, who hadn't gone all out just now. How could it be like this? How the hell did you practice? In this case, it will consume more. Nevertheless, Kizaru's attack cost is not small. Teach the practice of space, get twice the result with half the effort. Even if the original plot could not do it, Luffy can now do it. The dense light-speed Kong Cloud sword stabs and the dense duck artillery bombardment of the Great Ape King group are still in a stalemate. With Luffy's roar, the attack frequency is faster and the power is more terrifying. Kizaru also gave a low drink and kept stabbing with all his strength. Seeing that the Straw Hat is so strong, then it is serious and can go all out to fight. However, after trying his best, he couldn't beat him, and Kizaru was a rare growl. In this way, the high-frequency attacks on both sides continued, and it was up to who could persevere to the end. 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds. 90 seconds of high-intensity and high-speed terrifying bombardment. The two sides could not stand at a stalemate, and at the same time shook out. Luffy's hands were numb and panting. Kizaru, too, gasped, apparently at an extremely high intensity just now. It's like panting after running at full speed. After each gasp for 20 seconds, the two sides gradually calmed down. Kizaru felt that he could attack more powerfully. The hands were again in the shape of calyxes, facing Luffy, but this time, it was not a beam of light, but a giant sword of Tiancong cloud that was concentrated 10 meters away and was 20 centimeters wide. This shocked the Supernovas and made them huge, so their power would definitely be stronger. Luffy frowned slightly, but he was excited. Admiral was really strong, but he expected such a fight. Luffy's hands have changed back to the size of the fourth gear. He relaxed his arms and saw that the giant sword of Tiancong was clenched by Kizaru, and his arms were elementalized. This is to stab at the speed of light Tiancong sword. Whoosh! As Luffy thought, the light-speed Tiancong giant sword stabbed, single stab, but more powerful. Luffy's right arm blew hugely again, which made the Supernovas feel that Luffy was at a disadvantage. Is it still the Great Ape King gun? That's not enough. It seems that the Straw Hat is not after all. However, in the next instant, the expressions of the Supernovas changed and they were stunned, because they didn't know what was covered. And Pluton Rayleigh, his eyes shone brightly. This is. Kizaru's pupils shrank slightly, and noticed the lingering on the giant fist, not only emission, but also dark red lingering. This is Conqueror's Entanglement. Kizaru exclaimed in a really heavy tone, Conqueror's Entanglement, it's so scary. The king's good. Supernovae shaken, Conquerors entwined. This word, they still don't know, but, can know, the power is stronger. Conqueror's Entanglement can make the attack stronger. It's not clear, but it certainly is. So, does it depend on the strength of the Conquerors? The stronger the Conquerors, the stronger the Conquerors twist. It should be, just like the armed color, the stronger it is, the stronger the defense and the attack. Hearing this, Kizaru was puzzled, and said to himself, although it is true, Conqueror's haki, most of which are similar, are just used to stun the minions. However, the words of the Supernovas made Kizaru's face change in shock. The Conquerors of the Straw Hat can cause substantial damage. Yeah, although the Straw Hat's Conquerors is not as strong as the Redhead, it is now second only to the Redhead's Conquerors. The same can cause substantial damage. There are only 2 people in the world who can do it, but not as much as the real damage of red hair. This makes Kizaru scared. The Straw Hat's Conquerors can do real damage. What he doesn't know, the whole world knows that the only thing that can actually hurt Conquerors is red hair. Kizaru was heavy, his hands exerted force, elementalization, and the Tiancong giant sword stabbed with all his strength. And Luffy's huge giant fist slammed hard, the powerful Conquerors entangled, and roared Lee. Rubber. Ape King gun. Boom. Immediately, the Tiancong cloud giant sword collided with the Great Ape King spear. Although it is still the Great Ape King spear, it is different from before. It is wrapped with Conqueror's haki, and its attack power is stronger. Just like Zoro's God's Avoidance, if there is no Conqueror's Entanglement, then the power of God's Avoidance will not be so strong. The moment they collided, the two were deadlocked again. However, soon, Kizaru's Tiancong cloud sword consumed too much power. After all, the speed of light stabbing, the power was the greatest at the moment of stabbing, and the failure to repel Luffy after the collision was a continuous output. Tiancong's giant sword shattered, and looking at the gun of the King of the Apes, Kizaru's figure turned into a photon and scattered away. Dodging to another place, Kizaru was startled. The Straw Hat was more powerful than he imagined. Meanwhile, the Supernovae stayed. Even Nami and the others did not expect Luffy to be so strong. Kizaru once again condensed the giant sword of Tiancong, clenched his hands tightly, and planned to fight this time. The speed of light Tiancong giant sword stabs. Swoosh swish. For a time, Kizaru's arms bulged, elementalized, and stabbed quickly. Although it is not as dense as the previous stabs, there are still many. After all, it is a giant sword stab of greater power. Luffy knew that Kizaru was fighting harder, and suddenly his arms were huge, and his karmic fire was surging, and emission, conquerors were entangled. Fourth gear, Industry Fire Overlord Group Guns. Boom boom boom. For a time, Luffy fired the densely packed Conqueror's Karma Pistol, which collided with the densely packed stabs of the Tiankong Cloud Giant Sword. For a time, a more intense collision broke out, the sky continued to roar, fire and golden rays of light continued to erupt, and the sky shone brightly. The Supernovas were stunned and looked up at the sky. This is the real, desperate battle between Admiral and the 5 Emperors. Quote. With such a frequency, density, and strength, let alone a group, even if it is a punch or a sword, it is not something I can resist. If you get hit, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. Now I find that the gap with the Straw Hat is huge. I don't know who will win this battle. Nami and the others watched the battle. It didn't matter whether they won or lost, the main thing was that Luffy had a great time fighting, he could be trained and become stronger. Rayleigh, however, seemed to have a conclusion in mind. I really didn't expect that Luffy could be so strong, it's not much different from Admiral Kizaru's combat power. Then, the comparison is physical strength, to see who can last to the end. Kizaru relies too much on the fruit's ability, which causes the physical strength to be consumed faster. Moreover, in order to launch stronger, faster and more intensive attacks, he was already slack on his own side, and doing everything in this way would consume himself even more. So, Rayleigh is bullish on Luffy. 617 Rayleigh also understands. The victory cannot be decided in a short time, and Kizaru also knows that if he fights for a long time, his stamina may be exhausted before the Straw Hat. However, this battle, Marine did not intend to delay, and must fight quickly. After all, Marine still has a big enemy in the future, and it is impossible to fight here for days and nights, or even more than a day and a night. Rayleigh's words Nami understood, because fighting like this would hurt everyone. They drained, injured nothing, had Chopper, and Marine seemed to have more important things to do. Then, Admiral will not be allowed to be injured, thus affecting the subsequent war, let alone 2 Admiral. In this case, even if the 2 Admirals return later, if they are wounded and participate in the war, it will be extremely disadvantageous. What Kizaru has to do is to fight as hard as he can and end it quickly, but the premise is that if the limit of the Straw Hat is like this, it is still possible, if not more than that. Boom. The bear was repelled, with many wounds on his body. In the face of these 3 non-main forces, even Shichibukai, who is powerful, finds it very difficult. Chopper's physique is powerful, fruit ability is strong, well-developed, close-range physique combat, contain himself. Usopp sniper, long-range looking for opportunities to attack himself, whether it is sniper ability, observation haki, armament haki or powerful and extremely dangerous. There is also Frankie, a variety of technological weapons, deformation, whether it is speed, strength, firepower is powerful. The bear was beaten and retreated. Although Shichibukai was strong, he was not facing 3 supernovas, but 3 real imperial cadres. Even he was invincible. Shang no longer had the will to fight, he chose to leave after shaking back. Chopper, they naturally won't chase. Supernovae vibrate. Shichibukai bear, ran away. He tried his best. After all, it's not Marine, it's Shichibukai, that's enough fun. Neither can Marine. In addition, there is a bigger battle. If the bear leaves like this and participates in a bigger war later, the world government will have no choice but to understand it. Then, the 3 of them will also be. Kid and others were shocked before they guessed. As they thought, just like the 3 of Nami just now, the 3 of Usopp and the 3 of them stood in a row with the 3 of Nami, with their arms clasped in front of the Hungarian and waited. Obviously, they did not intend to participate in the battle. This makes Aokiji and Kizaru lucky. If 3 of these 6 join their 2 Admiral battles, then they can only give up and choose to retreat without even reporting to Sengoku. Because it is impossible to win. But, since you don't plan to intervene, let's keep fighting. One knife, black knife, BHBJ, die, lion song. The quick slashing made Aokiji jealous. Although it could be elementalized, it was also dangerous to be entangled in the armed color. Aokiji can only spread the cold air on the ground, so that the 2 cannot touch the ground, and once they do, they will freeze. Even if it is not frozen, it will affect the speed. However, they are always able to moonwalk, stepping on the air before launching attacks in the air. Aokiji's body was filled with cold air, swept out, and the cold air storm roared, cold to ultimate, as if the surrounding space could be frozen. This is done to make Zoro stop. However, Zoro gritted his teeth, endured, and flashed by. Aokiji was startled, and he even chose to rush over, injuring 1,000 enemies and 800 for himself. Zoro appeared behind Aokiji. Although Aokiji tried his best to dodge, his waist was scratched and blood flowed out. Zoro was covered in a layer of frost, his body trembled, and the blood in his body seemed to stop flowing, it was too cold. Even if the sword was drawn very fast and passed through the cold air quickly, it was still extremely cold. Even if you stay in the cold area for 0.01 seconds, you will be frozen. Just like a feather, swiftly passing through the flames, it will also turn into nothingness or curl. Aokiji wanted to take the opportunity to attack Zoro, whose body was cold and his movements were restricted, and the ice spears condensed and flew out. However, Sanji swept over, and the fire kept kicking with his right foot, smashing the ice spear into pieces. After smashing it, Sanji took a cigarette and swiped his right foot on the fire, and the cigarette lit and took a puff. Looking at Zoro, who was standing behind him, shaking with teeth chattering, Sanji asked, "Would you like to hold my thighs and roast them?" Zoro pouted. "No, Aokiji is heavy, it's tricky." Sanji and Zoro are awe-inspiring, there are more tricky things. "Ah la la, the preparations are almost finished, let's end it as soon as possible. There may be hope for defeating you all." Aokiji's words made Sanji and Zoro startled. What does it mean? Suddenly, the sky became wet and then icy cold. This caused Sanji and Zoro to look up to the sky, a tinge of unease in their hearts, only to feel that the surrounding space has changed. For a time, the icy white cold air visible to the naked eye filled the surrounding space, covering the battlefield where they fought against Aokiji. And the Supernovas felt wrong. Although they were not within range, they only felt very cold and shivered. Rayleigh reminds. Go back a little distance. Usopp was a little worried. This Admiral Aokiji, what big move is going to be used? Sanji and Zoro. Chopper was also worried and felt that the next step was not easy. Nami stared at the cold air ahead and chose to believe. Back off and trust them. Nami's words mean, don't go in to help. Usopp they nodded heavily and chose to believe. Kizaru glanced at the world shrouded in icy cold air in the distance, and sighed, it seems that the battle over there is about to end, so I have to do it as soon as possible. Luffy didn't worry about Zoro and Sanji, believing they could. And the area shrouded in cold air became colder and colder, and Zoro and Sanji were already shivering. Aokiji exploded the fruit ability, affecting the surrounding, and said at the same time, in the battle just now, although my ice was defeated or melted, the water vapor permeated the air, which is also the premise for me to use this move. Now, it is enough to activate, can end. Sanji and Zoro wanted to get out of this area, but it was very cold, their movements were blocked, they felt like their blood was about to freeze, let alone their bodies, it was difficult to walk. Aokiji said, don't resist, it's too late. Aokiji burst out with the ability of frozen fruit, and a ring of icy air spreads around his body. Combined with the surrounding environment filled with water and cold air, he let out a low roar. 10,000 years ice prison. Boom. Suddenly, under the stunned eyes of the Supernovas, a column-shaped iceberg suddenly appeared. The iceberg is 100 meters high and 30 meters in diameter, and Sanji and Zoro are frozen in it. The iceberg is transparent, and you can see Sanji and Zoro inside. Although Aokiji is also frozen, as a frozen fruit person, it will not be affected. The elemental Aokiji is one with the iceberg and walks out of Ice Yamanaka. Looking at the iceberg in front of him, Aokiji exhaled, and the cold was raging. Ah la la, I haven't used this trick for a long time, the consumption is still so big, but it's over. This move is an extremely powerful blockade move for Aokiji, it is not as simple as ordinary ice, it is extremely thick and hard. Moreover, the terrifying coldness makes it difficult for people to be frozen, let alone break the ice. Originally, in the cold air, the flame on Sanji's right foot was getting smaller and smaller, but with the freezing moment, the flame went out directly. Through the iceberg, you can see Sanji and Zoro freeze frame inside. Aokiji pressed his hands on the iceberg, and he could clearly see that around Sanji and Zoro, the ice picks were condensed, ready to stab. On my side, it can be over. Although you guys are very good, you are still a little worse against Admiral. Aokiji felt that it was inevitable. Supernovae tremble. Admiral is just as terrifying. Shall we go first? It's okay, it's not, let's see. Yeah, after all, there are the remaining 6 combat forces of the Straw Hat, and Pluton Rayleigh is also there, we are safe. I've fortuned, we won't die today. What about Zoro and Sanji? I didn't show a dead face, but that doesn't mean I won't be arrested. The Straw Hat is stronger than the 5 emperors, but it seems that Zoro and Sanji are still worse than the emperor's deputy. Yeah, Shichibukai has the upper level, but the emperor's deputy is a little bit worse. The expressions of Nami and the others changed, they were worried, and their fists clenched slightly. Without direct action, such a crisis is good for Zoro and the others. Only when there is a crisis can they feel the pressure and break through their own limits. Or, wait for Zoro and Sanji to make stronger moves. So, you can't do it directly, but if Aokiji activates the ice pick Sanji and Zoro haven't moved, at that moment, the 6 of them will do it together. Even, Rayleigh is ready to act in the moment of crisis. Blocked by the iceberg, Zoro's heart is heavy, it's so cold, I can't move. Sanji said inwardly, I have to rely on me. While trapped, Sanji sensed a crisis, the ice pick was about to hit, and he would be seriously injured and defeated if he didn't die. He must act. How to defeat this powerful iceberg blockade? Sanji can't help but recall the training of teaching space, which is like a trial of hell. What he obtained was not stronger physical skills, hockey, etc., but also changes in his own bloodline. Time to use that trick. In an instant, Sanji changes itself, and the exoskeleton, strength, and speed all change and improve at the same time, and when combined with armament hockey, a more powerful flame is about to rush out. Make your feet stronger and stronger. Puff. In the next moment, Aokiji, Supernova, Rayleigh, Nami and others all changed their faces, their eyes widened and their pupils shrank. In the iceberg, Sanji's right foot ignited flames again, and the blazing flames burst forth. Everyone was shocked. Seeing through the ice layer, the emerging flame turned out to be blue. Are we worse than Admiral? Marine Admiral wanted to catch us, but worse. Sanji's voice comes out, which means... The iceberg ice layer, in the diffuse crack, the sound came from it, accompanied by a low roar. The demon god's foot. Aokiji was shocked, the whole card that he didn't see at Sky Island, now he sees it. Boom. The ice around Sanji and Zoro melted, and Zoro didn't do anything, but the blue flames of Sanji's right foot were even more turbulent, as if the whole person was wrapped, the devil descended, and the evil spirit retreated. What the Supernovas said, is it still a little short of the strength of the Emperor's deputy? This demonic wind foot gave them the answer. Speed, strength, unprecedented improvement, fast kicks, blue flame kicks all over the place, the sound of smashing is constant, and the cracks in the iceberg are getting wider and wider. Finally, boom, with a roar, the iceberg suddenly collapsed, and the Admiral Aokiji 10,000 years ice prison was broken. Zoro, Sanji, the 2 emperors reappear. The momentum is stronger. Zoro grinned in a ghostly 9-knife form. This time, I'll make you stand out. Sanji said, I don't want Miss Robin and Miss Nami to look worried for a long time. Next, let's do our best. Magic wind feet. First meet. Instantly swept in front of Aokiji, volleyed, yes Aokiji's pupils shrank, so fast speed, so terrifying force, and more fiery flames. Aokiji suddenly became more stressed and went all out to fight. After the counterattack, Sanji suddenly disappeared, moving around quickly, attacking, as if 8 Sanji were attacking. Shoulder tenderloin, hungry meat, back rib, belly, tail meat. With each low voice, Sanji kicked the corresponding position, Aokiji dodged, and at the same time he counterattacked, his face began to show pain and sweat. At the same time, Zoro's 6 arms clenched the black knives, conquerors entwined. 6 swords flow, 6 gods avoid. Boom boom boom. For a time, a more fierce battle broke out, and the Supernova stared blankly at each other. At this moment, they know that Zoro and Sanji have the power of the Emperor's deputy. They can be called the right-hand man of the 5 emperors. Kizaru naturally saw it, and was surprised. What a monster. Luffy is not surprised, this is the strongest state of Zoro and Sanji. Aokiji couldn't finish the fight, and Kizaru thought, let's finish it on his own side first. He jumped up suddenly, and his hands condensed huge golden light mirrors. Come on, judgment of light. Swoosh swish. Suddenly, the densely packed sky shot out the cloud swords, stabbing at Luffy like rain. Luffy bombarded at full speed, but couldn't dodge all of them, and the wounds on his body became more and more. Kizaru took the opportunity to shoot a laser, and Luffy slammed to the ground, smashing a deep pit. The supernovae looked over at once, and soon, Luffy swept out of the pit, but returned to his original form, covered in scars. Are you going to lose? It seems that the 5 emperors will still lose against Admiral. Get out of 4th gear, give up. Kizaru thought so too, saying, it's over, Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy did grin and sneered, it's over. No, the warm-up is just over. When the words fell, Luffy's left hand covered with the color of the weapon rose horizontally, his aura rose, and he breathed heavily. 4th gear, Snake Man. Luffy's words shocked the faces of the supernovas. I thought Luffy was going to lose, but, just finished the warm-up. Rayleigh was also shocked. He thought that Luffy was about to lose, but he also thought that although he was the 5 emperors, he was not the 4 emperors after all. Facing Admiral, it was still difficult to defeat. However, this clearly doesn't look like it's over. Also, the battle between Zoro and Sanji and Admiral Aokiji is still going on, and it's already at its peak, not to mention Luffy as the captain. Even Nami and the others were shocked and looked forward to it. 4th gear, they had seen the fight with the Golden Lion. And now, just after the warm-up, the representative will not be a 4th gear Elastic Man, but a new form. What? 4th gear, Snake Man. Following Luffy's low drink, he blew into the jet black left arm, and the whole body was suddenly filled with white auspicious clouds of steam, completely shrouding Luffy in it. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the past, the 4th level Snake Man. What kind of existence? As the white cloud steam swirled around his head, the first change occurred. Luffy's black hair became longer, and it rose and danced like an angry crown. There is a dark mark around his eyes, white steam clouds and silk satin surround his shoulders, and his arms and legs are still covered with the dark red armament haki of the 4th grade Elastic Man. However, Luffy's body is completely different from the 4th grade Elastic Man. Almost the same as the body shape before the change, it no longer bounces constantly, but can stand firmly on the ground. The supernovas were shocked and felt that the Snake Man looked stronger. After all, it was no longer funny. 4th gear, new form. Is it stronger than the Elastic Man? I didn't expect that in the battle just now. Zoro and Sanji didn't go all out, and now they're going all out. The same is true for the Straw Hat. They didn't go all out before, and now is the real start. The gap is really too big. Don't think of him as a supernova like us, as the 5 emperors, so we can feel better. Rayleigh exclaimed when he saw it. It really took me by surprise. Nami et al. Excited, 4 new forms. Chopper, Usopp's eyes light up. Looks like Haki is much better. Although not as burly and bulky as the 4th gear, it looks more powerful, and the hair has grown longer and raised upwards, which looks so cool. It looks a little bigger than the untransformed body, but what will the combat power be like? For a while, I was looking forward to it. Entering Gear 4, Luffy's fighting spirit rises. Keep fighting, Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru frowned, his heart became heavier and he was surprised that he wasn't doing his best just now. Kizaru calmed down after gasping for a breath, ready to start a more intense fight. Naval Headquarters. Garp was worried, sending such a strong lineup against Luffy and them. Garp was worried and bitter in his heart. Although he was relieved, it was also a bitter smile and a headache. Do you want to say that the blue is better than the blue? Garp gave a wry smile, and he didn't feel good about celestial dragons, but his grandson, Luffy, killed a celestial dragons directly. Even if Marine is about to start a war, but it is so serious, Marine will definitely act and send high forces to Sabayati Archipelago to capture Luffy and them. Garp knew it was Admiral Pelusalino, Kuzan. And to make matters worse, the Shichibukai bear took the initiative to go to the war, which is even more dangerous. The inquisitorial sailor came in, and Garp asked anxiously, "What's the matter? Has the Straw Hat crew been taken?" It sounded like he was anxious for Marine. Marines are heavy. No, the battle is going on. Huh, Garp was slightly surprised and asked, the battle just started? No, the battle has been on for a long time. This shocked Garp, it's been a long time, isn't it over yet? Aren't we exactly on the Straw Hat crew? Yes, Pulsalino Admiral, Kuzan Admiral, and Shichibukai Bear, Sentomaru, have all met Straw Hat crew. The battle has been on for a long time, Sentomaru has long been defeated, and Shichibukai Bear has also fled. The two admirals are still fighting the Straw Hat, Zoro the pirate hunter, and Sanji the Blackfoot. The sailor began to speak in detail, which shocked Garp. After the shock, Garp felt relieved, more gratified and proud. I really wanted to laugh, but Garp held it back and exclaimed in his heart, as expected of my grandson, he can actually fight against Admiral. Although I had known Luffy's strength before, I felt that there was still a little gap between Admiral and Admiral. But now it seems that it has improved. After rejoicing, Garp felt even more regretful and scolded, if you listen to me, you can be Admiral now. Thinking of this, Garp couldn't help but feel a little sad in the depths of his eyes, thinking of Ace who was about to be executed in Impel Down. Hey, all of them are no longer the little brats they used to be, and each one is better than the other. If they all listened to me, they would all become Marine Admiral. Garp sighed regretfully, there is no if, no fantasy. Garp was relieved, because he also knew that the fight could not last long. At Naval Headquarters, Garp also heard no support. Garp went to the Marshal's office to see Sengoku's expression at this time. After a short time, Garp entered, and as he thought, Sengoku's face was heavy. Quack quack Garp ate senbei, leaned back on the sofa and asked, Sengoku, why do you have a stinky face? Sengoku has a headache. You guy, you should know. This time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to take them down. Thinking of this, I get more and more headaches. If I beat celestial dragons, it's fine. If I didn't win, I can explain it, and catch some other pirates to save face. But if you kill celestial dragons, if you don't win, celestial dragons. At this moment, Akainu's iron-blooded icy voice sounded. Marshal Sengoku, come in. Akainu entered and couldn't wait. I heard that the two guys, Kuzan and Pulsalino, haven't been able to win either of the Straw Hat crew yet. What are these two guys doing? Akainu's voice was a little angry. He didn't understand, and he didn't want to, so he directly asked for orders. Marshal, let me go to Sabayati Land, 3 hours. No, take down the Straw Hat crew within 2 hours. Although he wanted to take the Straw Hat crew, Marine was under a lot of pressure to not take it. However, a bigger war is coming, can't take the risk, and the Marines don't know where the Whitebeard pirates are now. Sengoku refused decisively. No, you also know that more important things are about to be done, they are very likely to come, and you are gone, Marine's 3 major forces are not there, and you want the Whitebeard pirates to destroy Marineford, robbery. Fire Fist Ace. Marineford is a small matter of destruction, but Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son, and he must not be robbed. Although Akainu went to Sabayati Land, Naval Headquarters and 2 legends of him and Garp, facing the Whitebeard pirates is also extremely stressful and risky. Akainu frowned, not wanting to give up, but also knew the situation and promised, I will end it as soon as possible. Then I will rush back, not like those 2 guys, it has not ended for so long. Sengoku shook his head. We can't take this risk, we can't know when the Whitebeard pirates will appear. After all, at this time, we can't know their whereabouts, what if they are already nearby? Therefore, we can't take risks. In addition, the most important thing is, the information that came back told us that it was not us who had the upper hand, but the Straw Hat crew. Hearing this, Akainu frowned, is it Aokiji and Kizaru who are lazy and paddling, or are the Straw Hats really strong? Akainu finds it difficult to accept the latter, and thinks how is it possible, how long has it been established, and the age on the ship is less than 20 years old, how can it be so strong? Sengoku said solemnly, the information that came back shows that the Straw Hats are all very powerful, and they really should be treated as the 5 emperors. After Eni's lobby, they are actually the 5 emperors, just to cover up and not publish it. Now it seems that the 5 emperors are not inferior to the 4 emperors. In this case, the information sent back will not be wrong, and the Straw Hats are so powerful that even with this kind of combat power, it is difficult to win. These words made Akainu's heart sink, which means that there is no hope. Sengoku slammed a punch on the desk and sighed. At this time, two major events collide, otherwise, you will definitely go to Sabayati land, and you will definitely win the Straw Hat crew. Sengoku was a little bit complaining about Blackbeard. Couldn't he have sent Fire Fist Ace earlier or later? Akainu looked ugly and asked, so, what's the next step? Sengoku said heavily, continue to fight and give them another hour. After all, they can't go out for too long. It's almost over the limit time. The Whitebeard pirates must know about this, and they will definitely not miss this opportunity. In addition, neither I dare to guarantee that the rest of the 4 emperors will not come. When there are 2 less admiral facing them, the risk is very high. Akainu understands that after an hour, the best way to take down Straw Hat crew is to retreat. Akainu had no choice but to leave, with a low voice after going out. Pelusalino, Kuzan, you 2 guys, don't be too disappointing, don't make me look down. Akainu naturally hopes to win it, and at the same time regrets that it would be great if it was sent by himself, and it would definitely kill the evil of the Straw Hats. Sabayati Archipelago, 5 Emperor Luffy, 2 Emperor Vice Zoro, Sanji, the battle with the 2 Admiral is still going on and has reached the peak of the battle. Sanji, the devil, can fight against gods and devils, but what about Marine Admiral? Zoro no longer casts divine avoidance, and is no longer a ghost-like 9-knife flow. Moreover, it is no longer the 3 swords flow, but the autumn water in both hands. It's my prestige. I just broke through Master's new move, but it was difficult to control before. Zoro grinned, also excited, and finally took control of this move. Suddenly, the supernovas froze. What kind of moves? Sanji, the god of wind, shocked them, so Zoro, there are also new, stronger moves. Aokiji also changed his face. Hey, isn't it, there are stronger moves. Now this battle is enough to make him feel a few songs, and there are trump cards. Zoro's arms were bulging, clenching the autumn water tightly, the conqueror's was entangled, and the momentum was stronger. For a moment, Zoro's eyes flashed red, and the deterrent was stronger. Even stronger than Dachenki's momentum, it makes people tremble in fear. The supernovas in the distance were all subconsciously chilling and trembling with fear. Even, this trick is not to deal with them, and they are inexplicably fearful in their hearts. Good momentum. And it's terrifying and subconsciously terrifying. It's not a simple double Emperor's deputy, 4 Emperor's ant. Kaido's Emperor's deputy faces the Straw Hat Group's Emperor's deputy, who is stronger or weaker. They were extremely shocked, not to mention the gap between Luffy and Zoro and Sanji. For a time, Nami and the others expected, Zoro is stronger, new moves. They haven't seen it before and don't know. This battle is indeed a battle that can make everyone do their best. Zoro's attack is ready to go, and the momentum reaches the extreme, making people more fearful. At this time, Rayleigh's body shook violently. God avoided, let him see Roger's shadow in Zoro. However, the current posture also made Rayleigh see Roger's shadow again. Rayleigh was shocked and horrified. This move. Could it be? Is it stronger than God avoidance? In the next moment, Zoro let out a low growl and gave the answer. Fear of God. Rayleigh's pupils shrank, as expected. As he thought, God avoids above, stronger moves, God fears. God avoid, God will avoid. And the fear of God is. God must be afraid. For a time, Aokiji's face changed greatly, and some regrets came. Is it so troublesome? I knew that Akainu would come. Aokiji goes all out to stimulate the frozen fruit, and even bigger icebergs burst out, powerful enough to fight against Akainu's great eruption. Boom! The 2 terrifying moves collided, and the roar shook the sky and the earth, and the supernovas moved farther away more quickly, because the sharp sword energy and the cold air filled the air. The ground they just had was cut, frozen, and even the atmosphere was cut and frozen. Sanji also continued his powerful overdrive kick, with Aokiji under more pressure. At this time, the 4th level Snake Man is already ready to go, and the battle has entered the final stage. Rubber jet cannon. Luffy jumped out with his right hand and attacked Kizaru, but was easily dodged. This surprises Kizaru. Is that all? However, in the next moment, he was stunned, because he could bend back and attack himself again. Kizaru moved fast and kept dodging, but found that he was in hot pursuit, getting faster and faster. The 4th speed Elastic Man state is also possible, but the 4th speed Snake Man state is faster. Kizaru kept dodging. It wasn't difficult. The speed is very fast, but I am the speed of light, so I can't hit me. However, Luffy's other hand is also stretched, and the difficulty is not just doubled for a while. Continuously chasing, Kizaru kept dodging. However, after dodging the next moment, as if predicting it, the serpent cannon bombarded Kizaru's back. Kizaru turned around at the critical moment. Tiankong Yunjian blocked, but was blasted out and smashed to the ground. His speed was faster than that of the Elastic Man, and the strength was not inferior to the Elastic Man. Whoosh! Luffy swept over Kizaru in an instant, and Kizaru's expression in the deep pit changed, turning himself into an element. Although it is the speed of light, elementalization requires an instant time, not the speed of light all the time. Luffy said sternly. What about the speed of light? You can't escape the speed fist in the form of a snake. Rubber. Black Mamba. Luffy's hands were stretched out again, constantly bent, and instead of looking like 2 arms, they were densely packed, as if there were countless arms. This move, similar to the duck cannons of the Rubber Ape King group, is densely packed, and the most frightening thing is that the trajectory cannot be determined, and it keeps bending until it hits the opponent. Kizaru's face changed in shock, until it was too late to dodge. Even if he dodged, the attack would collide. Before moving at the speed of light, he needed to spend his own elements, which took a short time. Kizaru could only hold the Sky Kong Cloud sword in each hand, constantly slashing and blocking. For a while, the roar continued, and Luffy's arms were like rain, bombarding Kizaru continuously, and Kizaru kept slashing and blocking at the speed of light. 617. Bang bang bang. Soon, however, Kizaru was overwhelmed and began to be bombarded all over his body with pain on his face. Kizaru exploded the ability of Sparkling Fruit, naturally shining golden light, and attacked Luffy with its own dense laser attack. Luffy withdrew, dodged, and bombarded, but couldn't be completely defeated, and was bombarded by the laser and hit the ground. Both Luffy and Kizaru are not lightly injured, but Kizaru is more physically exhausted. After all, he overuses the fruit ability. Kizaru also knows that he can't use it too much, and his physical strength will be exhausted quickly, but the Straw Hat is too strong, and he has to use it too much. Whoosh! Rubber King Cobra. After a long distance, Luffy attacked again, his arms stretched out and attacked, faster, really fast. Kizaru stunned, faster than the rubber jet cannon just now. Kizaru has an ugly face, which makes him who has always been confident in his absolute superiority in speed find it difficult, and the opponent also relies on the speed. Kizaru didn't dodge, but Tiankong Cloud Sword merged, grew bigger, and stabbed forward sharply. Boom! Instant collision. The terrifying power burst out. Kizaru wanted to stab back with a sword, but after the collision, his body kept pulling back. With the force of the shock, Kizaru shot a columnar laser with calyx from both hands, bombarding Vice Admiral Luffy's arm and hitting back. At the same time, a golden mirror was condensed in front of him, and the beam bounced beyond the surroundings. Kizaru turned into light and moved rapidly in the orbit of light. This reassured him, but Rubber Hydra. Just like the jet Orochi can turn into a black mamba, the same speed is more densely pursued. And the Rubber Hydra is the same, with the same speed as the King Cobra, but becomes more densely packed and rapidly moving bombardment. Kizaru smashed into pieces at the speed of light, but it was quickly blocked by the fists that spread all over, and the arms that were bent and moved were intertwined into a large net. Boom boom boom. Kizaru, who was moving at the speed of light, was difficult to dodge, and stopped in an instant. His figure appeared, and his ability exploded again. He knew that it was impossible to cut off and block the slashing with the Tiankong Cloud Sword, the blow. Therefore, the ability of Sparkling Fruit erupts again, and the physical strength is greatly consumed. Judgment of Light. For a time, Kizaru shot out Tiankong Cloud Swords all over his body, densely packed. The two kept colliding, and the lightsaber kept breaking. Kizaru seemed to be surrounded by golden lightsabers, which reassured Kizaru, but as Luffy growled hysterically, the attacks became more and more fierce, more and more, and the lightsabers shot out were shattering faster and faster. The more it is, the more the surrounding space will be cracked. Kizaru was uneasy, and condensed the Tiankong Cloud Sword with both hands to prevent the snake fist from bombarding from the gap. Whoosh! As Kizaru thought, he still couldn't block it completely, so he slashed back with his sword, or blocked. However, with it, more and more, the lightsaber is about to collapse. A boy with strong vitality. Kizaru vibrated and kept slashing, until finally the two swords crossed and blocked above, protecting himself, but it was useless. With a click, the Tiancong cloud sword shattered, turning into little photons, and Kizaru's body was hit and fell to the ground. Whoosh! Luffy swept over Kizaru, and the rubber hydra continued to bombard. Immediately, fists like rain continued to fall, bombarding Kizaru in the deep pit. The ground cracked, the deep pit became bigger and bigger, the roar of fists falling on the ground was intense and continuous, and 50 punches could bombard the ground in 1 second. In the distance, the Supernovas watched this scene and were extremely shocked. Quote. Admiral Kizaru, it's dangerous. This is the full strength of the 5 emperors. And, wrapped in Conqueror's haki. And emission. Nami and the others smiled proudly, and Rayleigh became more and more shocked, too strong. The bombardment lasted for a full minute, and Luffy stopped his hands and fell to the ground, his arms were shaking a little, weak and numb. Luffy's eyelids twitched, he gasped for breath, and his chest heaved up and down. Obviously, from the battle until now, the powerful moves again and again consumed a lot of stamina. In the deep pit, Kizaru jumped out, also scarred and very tired. It's really a monster. Kizaru didn't expect this battle to be so easy. Whoosh! Kizaru's light speed trajectory refracts and moves, and instantly comes to Luffy's right. However, Luffy had foreseen that emission, Conquerors entangled, quickly blasted, and burst into karma. The rubber jet industry is on fire. After Kizaru moved at the speed of light, it was a kick at the speed of light, the fist and the foot collided, and the two figures were shaken back in the roar. After the shock retreated, they did not collide again. The two stared at each other from a distance, panting. The Supernovas did not expect that this would be the case. It turned out to be so. Equally powerful, although it is the 5 emperors, it is not inferior to Admiral. If there is one less of the 4 emperors, the Straw Hat is no longer the 5 emperors, but one of the 4 emperors. In this battle, they fully understood the strength of the Straw Hat and the strength of the 5 emperors. After a short breath, Luffy attacked first. This made Kizaru's pupils shrink. He was so powerful that he couldn't rest. Luffy attacked again. Dense fists and arms spread all over, intertwined into a big net, and every arm was covered with karmic fire. The rubber industry fire hydra. Boom boom boom. Kizaru even had a thought that he didn't want to fight, he really didn't want to be so tired. Launch the 8-footed Joan Tomo, and the dense light ends continued to shoot out, resisting Luffy's fierce attack. On the other hand, Aokiji is also not easy. Sanji's magic wind feet are constantly moving, kicking, and the power is extremely strong, the flame is hot, and frozen fruit's own can't completely block it, and the blue flame can quickly melt its own ice. Zoro's slash is also getting stronger and stronger. The 3 battles are as fierce as the other, and the consumption and injuries are also the same. After Sentomaru was kicked away, he had come to the far side of the battlefield, very embarrassed and weak. Watching the battle in the distance, Sentomaru was shocked, but he didn't expect it to be like this. The 2 battles were evenly matched. 5 Emperors vs Admiral Kizaru, evenly matched. Xuanguang Vice vs Admiral Aokiji, evenly matched. If the other 6 combat forces of the Straw Hats join in, then the Straw Hats have the advantage. The phone worm rang, and Sentomaru connected immediately. It was Marshal Sengoku who called. Marshal Sengoku, Sentomaru said respectfully. Sengoku already knows the current situation of the battle, and the person in charge of the investigation has reported it. Continuing to fight will only consume time. To win the Straw Hat crew, it is impossible. It can be over, lest the Whitebeard pirates attack, retreat. In the final retreat, Sengoku was very helpless and heavy, knowing that it would be extremely stressful not to win the Straw Hat crew. Sentomaru understood that although he was unwilling, it would be useless to continue this situation. If time wasted here, the more dangerous the headquarters would be. Celestial Dragons was killed, very shameful, but if Firefist Ace was robbed again, these 2 things happened at the same time, Marine and world government would be even more shameful and shameful. Hanging up the phone, Sentomaru shouted, "Retreat!" At the place of the fight, after the collision, the 5 people were all scarred and out of breath, but for the three of Luffy, the battle was also very happy, the first time such a happy battle. Aokiji and Kizaru, as Admiral, came to deal with the young Straw Hat crew. They were inexplicably relieved when they heard this retreat, but they were glad. I don't feel ashamed, after all, it is the 5 emperors. Aokiji exhaled. Ah la la, I can finally retreat. Kizaru. I don't want to continue with this monster. Aokiji and Kizaru chose to retreat, but the Straw Hats did not pursue them. Although it can have an advantage, it is impossible to say that it is impossible to kill 2 admirals. The 2 admiral retreated, and the rest of the seamen did not, but planned to catch some pirates, so as to make them look better. The Supernovas shook, looking at the Straw Hats with admiration. Although the 2 sides fought evenly, Marine retreated, which meant that the Straw Hats had won. After the Supernovas left, they were not so arrogant, and they were all thinking about getting stronger as soon as possible. Rayleigh said, I really don't have to do it. Even, Rayleigh felt that if the Straw Hats were not strong enough, it would be difficult to protect them even if they shot themselves. Luffy et al. And Rayleigh headed to the port to coat the boat. However, it is natural to know the big event that is about to happen. Also, when Rayleigh told Luffy et al. What Rayleigh would know from Shaki, that was when the Enies lobby, Bentham pretended that the Straw Hat crew wanted to delay and was locked up in Impel Down. The expressions of Nami and the others changed. Luffy's brother, Ace, has been caught. It's in Impel Down now. And Xiao Feng, who is also our friend. In this Cassie. Immediately, Nami and the others looked at Luffy, waiting for Luffy to decide. Without any hesitation, Luffy said sternly, of course I'm going to Impel Down. This made Nami and the others smile. Not surprisingly, even if Impel was down, they had to save it. Rayleigh said, then don't code it, I'll wait for you here. It is good. Immediately, Luffy and the others boarded the boat and left Sabayati land. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku hung up the phone and told the 5 elders about the failure. Naturally, he was scolded. The 5 elders can only decide to claim to the Celestial Dragons that they have captured the Straw Hat crew, otherwise, the person who dares to kill the Celestial Dragons has not been caught and is still outside, which will make the Celestial Dragons always worry. Even, no Celestial Dragons dared to go out. In the past, when I went out, I didn't bring many powerful people around, just because no one dared to do anything to Celestial Dragons, even the powerful pirates, but now that there are such people who dare to kill Celestial Dragons, they must be caught. Otherwise, the Celestial Dragons will riot and give the 5 elders a headache. So, can only claim to have caught. As for the news after that, try to block it and not let Celestial Dragons know, and most Celestial Dragons don't pay attention to this kind of thing. Sengoku can be a little less stressed at this time, and promises to the 5 elders that after executing Fire Fist Ace, he will do his best to capture Straw Hat crew. This time, because of the big event, only 2 admirals can be sent, and it can't be too long, but after this big event, you can go all out to catch them. Sengoku promises to catch Straw Hat crew within 2 months. Because, what the 5 elders told the Celestial Dragons was that the public execution of Straw Hat crew would be 2 months later. Kizaru and Aokiji return, this time in the marshal's office. After Akainu came in, he was about to start scolding, but he felt that Aokiji and Kizaru were definitely not doing their best, one was lazy and the other was paddling. But when he came in and saw the 2 people with serious injuries, Akainu was startled. Akainu frowned. Straw Hat crew, is it that strong? Aokiji said, it is very strong, it is the Imperial Regiment. Kizaru, what a monster, Straw Hat Luffy, no less than Admiral. This made Akainu vibrate, so strong. Akainu said in a deep voice, after this big event, next time I act, I will definitely participate and take them down. I will kill them. This time, count them lucky and catch up with this period, or I will also go to Sabayati Archipelago. Straw Hat crew is now down at Impel. Akainu's words silenced Aokiji and Kizaru. After the silence, Aokiji reminded Sakazuki, maybe even if you go, you won't be able to take down the Straw Hat crew. This made Akainu's face sank. Stop joking, Kuzan. Aokiji said nothing and glanced at Kizaru. Kizaru said, Straw Hat crew, the first emperor, the deputy of the 2 emperors, the cadre of the 6 emperors, if you are also there, the 3 admiral can have an advantage over the 5 Straw Hats, but it is not easy to win them. Besides, there are also Pluto and Rayleigh. So Kuzan is right, and you might as well go. This made Akainu look ugly. Because of Pluto and Rayleigh. Next time, not so lucky. Akainu doesn't believe it. Marine 3 Admiral can't take the Straw Hats. Looking at the injured Aokiji and Kizaru, who were a little tired, Akainu was still suspicious. Are you two going backwards? Don't you get old so fast? Next time you face them, I'll deal with the Straw Hat and let him be defeated by my magma. It's just rubber. I will kill him and make him the rubber melt. Sengoku sighed. We can only wait for the big event. This time, they are indeed lucky. Although they have strength, this time they escaped. Strength and luck coexist. Sengoku felt that with the 3 Admiral and more powerful forces, they would definitely be able to take down the Straw Hats. Garp was a little worried. He hoped that after this big incident, Gao Zhongli would be seriously injured and give Luffy some time. Otherwise, it will be really dangerous next time. Aokiji asked. Marshal Sengoku, will the Straw Hats be designated as the 5th Emperor of the Sea this time? The Straw Hats will be designated as the 5 Emperors. Sengoku didn't hesitate and nodded. Well, it's time to announce. Last time Enies Lobby could have done it, just to cover up. This time, it's well known and can't be suppressed. This does not surprise Aokiji. The Straw Hats are no longer a supernova cluster. In this battle, the Emperor was sealed. The reward set for the 5 Emperors, the Straw Hats and all the members of the Straw Hats will naturally be updated. Aokiji continued to ask. To deal with pirates, raising the bounty is also a way for us to deal with them. This time, how much will the Straw Hat Luffy's bounty be raised? Sengoku looked at Kizaru, because Kizaru and Luffy fought fiercely and knew the strength of the Straw Hat best. Pelusilino, if you keep fighting with the Straw Hat until the winner is decided, what do you think? Meaning, who has the greater chance of winning? Kizaru said. Let's open 5-5. This makes Sengoku vibrate, meaning Straw Hat Luffy, no less than Admiral Kizaru. After a brief pondering, Sengoku had an answer in his heart. Then set the reward for the 5 Emperor Luffy at 3 billion Baileys. Straw Hat Luffy, 5 Emperors, bounty. 3 billion Baileys. Hearing this, Aokiji and the others were shocked, and Garp smiled. At the same time of the shock, it is not unexpected, and the strength is sufficient. It's just that, at this age, at the age of 17, the bounty is 3 billion, which is unbelievable. And, also, the youngest Sea Emperor ever. For 3 billion, Aokiji and others have no opinion. 3 billion, no exaggeration. It's not surprising that 3 billion can fight me to the point of being evenly matched and kill another celestial dragons, committing such a big crime. HMPH, 3 billion has reached its peak, because it will be strangled by me soon. The rubber is melted by my magma. After Akainu finished speaking, he glanced at Garp. Garp doesn't have any bad expressions, and, Garp thought to himself, it's just talking about it now, it's not sure whether it can be done or not. After all, it's his grandson, and he has grown to this point, the 5th Emperor of the Sea, not so easy to kill. Sengoku continued. Then, the 5 Emperor Straw Hats, the rest of the people's bounty will also be updated and improved. First of all, the 2 double Emperors. Roronoa Zoro, bounty, 1.4 billion Baileys. Blackfoot Sanji, bounty, 1.3 billion Bailey. Hearing this, the Admiral's expressions changed. 2 Imperial Viceroys, the bounty added up, 2.7 billion Bailey. Moreover, the bounties for the 3 main combat powers of the Straw Hats have only been updated, adding up to 5.7 billion Baileys. Sengoku continued to evaluate based on the battle just now, thinking about it in his heart. Next, update the rewards for the 6 Imperial cadres of the Straw Hats. Sniper, Usopp, bounty, 600 million Bailey. Navigator, Nami, bounty, 500 million Baileys. Son of the Devil 17, Nico Robin, bounty, 700 million Bailey. Brook, the bounty, 600 million Bailey. Chopper, bounty, 600 million Bailey. Frankie, the bounty is 600 million Bailey. After the announcement, although it looks incredible, it is not an exaggeration. After all, the Sabayati Archipelago fight, Aokiji and Kizaru are the ones who know the Straw Hats best. As a cadre of the Imperial Regiment, such a bounty is completely in line. In this way, the Straw Hats reward update has already begun to be printed in newspapers, ready to be publicized, and a new reward list is also being produced. Except Marine, the world's major news agencies, who are also printing newspapers at a rapid rate, already know about this big event. All news agency headlines basically mean the same thing, which is Sabayati Archipelago, Straw Hat Luffy kills the Celestial Dragons, and Marine sends 2 Admiral, 1 Shichibukai, to capture Straw Hat crew. A fierce battle broke out, the Straw Hats retreated, the 2 Admiral and Shichibukai retreated, and the Straw Hats were victorious. Such a major event, every news agency will not miss. All kinds of headlines, all Straw Hats. Luffy battles Admiral Kizaru, Zoro, Sanji, battles Admiral Aokiji. The 3 non-main forces of the Straw Hats repel the Shichibukai bear. 3 non-main forces, despised defeating Vegapunk's bodyguards, and fighting Taumaru. Naval headquarters, marshals, newspapers, and reward lists have been produced in large numbers and have begun to spread all over the world. Sengoku nodded, now unable to start with Straw Hat crew. I hope this high reward can play some role. This matter was also dealt with in a short period of time, and the next thing was more serious and gave them a headache. It is a good thing to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, but what worries them is that the Whitebeard pirates may fight with the strongest man in the world. Sengoku said, Kuzan, Pulsalino, hurry up and heal your wounds. Aokiji and Kizaru also knew that a bigger war would break out and went to heal. He who healed them was, of course, Marine's best doctor, confident that he could fully recover when war broke out. After all, the battle with the Straw Hats was only short-lived, not the kind of desperately fighting for days and nights, leaving no permanent injuries, so it could heal in a short time. Kizaru felt that when a war broke out, Marine might not need to go all out. Maybe, it won't be as troublesome as fighting with the Straw Hats. With that kind of fight, you can paddle at that time. Although the Whitebeard pirates are powerful, if a war breaks out, Kizaru knows exactly how the Marine's forces will be deployed. So, it shouldn't be as hard as this time. This time, I had to fight. In the face of the 5 emperors, Luffy, it would be dangerous if I didn't fight. Next time, Kizaru thinks he can just paddle. Since Sakazuki is so passionate, he will mainly fight. However, Kizaru didn't know, he was wrong, the battle at that time would be more difficult, and he had to fight, and it still came from the same person. Garp sighed inwardly. Reputation, the bounty is higher, but it will be more difficult and dangerous. After this war, it is the beginning of your danger, Luffy, you should not be strangled. At this time, Marine, the newspapers of various news agencies, spread all over the world. For a time, the world shook, and everyone looked at the newspaper, shocked, unbelievable, shocked, and unbelievable. At first, I was shocked and unbelievable that someone dared to kill celestial dragons. Don't you know the consequences, aren't you afraid? It was discovered that the one who killed celestial dragons was a recent newcomer, Straw Hat Luffy. It was shocking again because Marine sent 2 Admiral, 1 Shichibukai, and nearly 1,000 Marine elites, as well as a large number of pacifists. What kind of fierce battle, they can imagine, after all, it is Marine Admiral. I thought that if this was the case, the following is the news that the Straw Hats were arrested. Straw Hat vs Admiral Kizaru, evenly matched. Zoro, Sanji vs Admiral Aokiji, are evenly matched. Shichibukai Bear was repelled by the main force of the Straw Hats Sanfei. Zon Taumaru was easily defeated by the main force of Sanfei. The results of this series of battles are even more shocking. The newspaper said so, the Straw Hats Luffy, are not inferior to Admiral Kizaru. Sanji, Zoro, and Admiral Aokiji join forces. The 3 main forces are extremely powerful, and the 6 non-main forces are also extremely powerful, not inferior to the cadres of the 4 Emperors' regiment. Even the lowest combat power of the Straw Hats can defeat Captain Supernova. Sabayati to this incident, the victory is the Straw Hat Pirates. And, at the end of the news, summed it up like this. The 5th Sea Emperor, in this world. On the sea, it is no longer just the 4 emperors, the Straw Hats have become, the 5 emperors. 5 emperors Luffy, the bounty, 3 billion Baileys. For a time, the world was in an uproar. My God, Straw Hat Luffy, the bounty has been raised to 3 billion. Celestial dragons dare to kill, never heard of it, and won against Marine's high combat power. In this case, it is completely called the Five Emperors. It's very detailed. Regarding their combat power, it's too strong. I used to know that the Straw Hats were powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I used to think that the Straw Hats were an extremely powerful rookie pirate group, but now I find that they are an extremely powerful pirate group looking at the whole world. The Five Emperors means that the Straw Hat Pirates are the fifth most powerful pirates in the world. No longer just 4 emperors, there will be 5 emperors in the future. It's very relieved. Usually celestial dragons is too arrogant and domineering, and I feel very uncomfortable, but I have no choice but to endure it. Now that celestial dragons has been killed, I feel very relieved. Shut up, just think about it in your heart, you dare to say it. The world was shaken, there was a lot of discussion and shock, and it became clearer that the Straw Hat Pirates were strong, and the reputation of the Straw Hats were greatly improved. Most people, their hearts are cool. Straw Hat Luffy, do things they don't dare to do at all. Even many bounty hunters, underground forces, and pirates worship the Straw Hat Luffy and do things they dare not do. I thought the Straw Hats were dead and would be strangled in the Sabayati archipelago, but they won, too strong. Naval Headquarters. Akainu looked at the newspaper and said in a low voice, "Evil pirates, whether it's the 4 emperors or the 5 emperors, feel free to be proud. As long as I'm still Marine, I won't let you do whatever you want. Straw Hat Luffy, the rubber you, just wait to be slaughtered. All melted with lava." With a puff, the newspaper with Luffy's portrait in Akainu's hand burned and turned into nothingness. At this time, Kirby was also reading the newspaper, his face was constantly shocked. Kill celestial dragons. Face Admiral, victory. The bounty is 3 billion Baileys. The 5th Sea Emperor. Kirby was excited, tearful, and adored. Luffy is so handsome, quickly approaching the front. I have to work harder, target Admiral. At this time, the Mary was sailing on the sea. Bounty lists and newspapers dropped. The Straw Hats were happy to see it. Luffy has become the 5 emperors, we have become the 5 emperors. After I was happy, I was not surprised. Enies lobby was fine that time, this time it was inevitable, it couldn't be covered up, and it was bound to be announced. Immediately, looking at their respective bounties, they were all shocked. It's improved a lot. Wow, Luffy's bounty has risen to 3 billion. Our bounty has increased a lot. A long list of things to celebrate, but the Straw Hats didn't. Luffy's eyes were cold. After we rescue Xiao Feng and Ace, let's celebrate together. It is good. New world on the sea. The Red Hair Pirates boat is approaching the Red Line, apparently, for the first half of the Grand Line, to be precise, to Marineford. Boss, look at the news. Usopp came running with the newspaper, and the redhead was drinking on the boat. Usopp, what are you in such a hurry? 620 inches boss, look. Usopp looked excited. The redhead took the newspaper and looked at it, his pupils shrank, and after the shock, his face showed joy. Kill the celestial dragons. Battle Marine Admiral. The Straw Hats gain the upper hand. Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, Shichibukai retreat. The Straw Hats won. Luffy became the 5th Emperor of the Sea. The Straw Hats became the 5th Emperor. Luffy offered a bounty, 3 billion. A series of events shook the Red Hair, so that the Red Hair never expected. It's unbelievable. Luffy, you've grown faster than I could have imagined. The redhead's eyes were shining, shocked, far beyond his expectations, and the growth rate was so fast. Now they have grown to be able to compete with Admiral and remain invincible. The 5 emperors are completely worthy of the title. Usopp, Beckman and the others were also excited, they didn't expect to improve so quickly. It's a surprise. I knew Luffy's future was unusual, but I didn't expect it so soon. 3 billion, ha ha ha, amazing. The 5th Emperor, the youngest emperor, is unprecedented. Wait, one more thing. The total amount of the Straw Hats bounty is. The average bounty is. The most balanced Iron Wall pirates, everyone at Red Hair Pirates, realized another big thing. At the same time, most of the people in the world have realized it one after another, and there are many discussions. Wait, the Straw Hats bounty adds up to. Forget it, 9.2 billion Baileys. My god, 9.2 billion, it's terrifying. The most important thing is that there are only 9 members of the Straw Hats. Then, the average bounty is. Everyone realized one big thing one after another, that is, the average bounty, as high as. The average bounty is 1,020,000,000 Baileys. My god, what a high average bounty. The most balanced Iron Wall pirates in the past, red hair pirates, how much is the average bounty? I remember, 600 million Baileys. My god, more than 400 million higher than the redheads. This means soon, new newspapers spread all over the world, just because of another big event. 5 Emperor Straw Hats, the average bounty, 1.02 billion Bailey. Beyond red hair pirates, 400 million higher. Red hair pirates is known as the most balanced Iron Wall pirates, give way. The new most balanced Iron Wall pirates is the 5 Emperor Straw Hats. Chapter 111. The world shook again. Not only does the average bounty exceed the redheads, but it exceeds by so much. The new most balanced Iron Wall pirates is the 5 Emperor Straw Hats. With such a high average bounty, no pirate group can surpass it in the future. Also, it is still in the rising stage, and as long as the Straw Hats are not strangled, it may be even higher. One of the titles of the redheads is gone. Do you think the redheads will challenge the Straw Hats? Seems to no, after all, Straw Hat Luffy's hat, but red hair. For a time, the world knew that the Straw Hat Luffy won the title of the 5 Emperors, the Straw Hats became the 5 Emperors, and won the title of the most balanced Iron Wall pirates. The reputation of the 5 Emperor Straw Hats is well known to everyone. Redheads. Redhead and the others weren't upset by the loss of the title, but were happy for Luffy. The redhead sighed. Luffy, you guys are getting better and better, keep working hard. After the war, try to live. Usopp expects. At the same time, he also expects that his son can surpass himself and become the world's #1 sniper. Beckman breathes smoke, his eyes flashing wisely. With such strength, they know the war, and they will definitely participate. It is hard to say whether they will continue to walk, or be strangled in the war. Beckman's words woke everyone up. Yes, to execute Ace, Luffy would definitely go, and the 5 Emperors would definitely go to Marineford. Then, when the time comes, Naval Headquarters will face 2 Imperial groups. Although they will also go, but they do not interfere too much, just try their best to reconcile. Although there are 2 Imperial groups, it is hard to say who wins and who loses. Redhead expectations. If you're in this war, Luffy, hope you'll survive. It is impossible not to let Luffy participate, and if he does, Marine will definitely want to take Luffy's life. He also can't interfere too much, protect, Luffy will go through hardships and obstacles on his own. At this time, the Mobity was very close to the red line, and no one knew where it was. Whitebeard and the captains naturally knew about it. Marco exclaimed, "It's so strong that he can fight against Admiral without getting caught." Chowzi, the words of the 5 Emperors can really hold up, and the 5 Emperors can also hold up, they are all so strong. Beasta, Brother Ace's strength is far beyond our imagination. Izo, will Ace's younger brother go to Marineford when he finds out about Ace? Speaking of which, they talked. I will go. Since it is Ace's younger brother, there must be no emotional aspect, including character. Whether we go or not, we must save Ace. It's nothing if we don't go, it's up to us, and what we should do. If the Straw Hats go, we will work even harder and try our best to save them. Our 4 Emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, if they are inferior to the Straw Hats, then but it's too embarrassing. Although it is the 5 Emperors and the most balanced Iron Wall pirates, but when they are at the top, they are more showy than us. Impossible. Although he is the 5th Emperor, how can he compare to the father? Following the discussion, Whitebeard laughed. Cholera, naturally. Whitebeard was referring to the fact that to save Ace, of course they had to do more and more effort. It was nothing if the Straw Hats didn't go, they had to go. The responsibility of saving Ace must be placed on them, not the Straw Hats. Although they are brothers, but when they go to sea and have their own groups, then facing difficulties and dangers, they rely on their own groups and partners, how can they involve other groups? Whitebeard said sternly, we have to save Ace, but we can't think about involving the Straw Hats. Even if we take the initiative, we really have to do more. Yes, it's up to us to save Ace. It's totally fine if the Straw Hats don't come. After all, they've gone their separate ways. If they come, then we have to fight harder, but we can't be too inferior. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you come or not, we don't care, what we care about is that the limelight can't be robbed by the 5 Emperor Straw Hats, and to save Ace, we still have to let our Whitebeard pirates show the limelight, and let us shock Marine. Yes, it's up to us to save, let us shock Marine, after all, we are the stronger Whitebeard pirates, and Daddy is the strongest man in the world. Although the 5 Emperors Luffy is stronger, there is still a gap between him and Daddy. For a time, the Whitebeard pirates became even more aggressive. They all thought that if the Straw Hats were there when the war broke out, they would have to fight even harder. When the time comes, they really come, and we have to let them know that we, Ace's companions, are not weak. Pipe. Well, let the Straw Hats rest assured, Ace has powerful partners like us. Ace's 2 close relatives, the father of the 4 emperors, and the younger brother of the 5th emperor, naturally, the father of the 4 emperors will do more to save Ace. Yeah, this is also inevitable. No matter how powerful the 5 emperors are, it is impossible to steal the limelight from the father. That's what the crew of the Whitebeard pirates thought, even Whitebeard. Saving Ace mainly depends on them. It's not that they despise the Straw Hats, but that they should mainly rely on them. After all, they are a pirate group. If the Straw Hats did more force at that time, they would be very embarrassed. Of course, they didn't think that would be the case. After all, Dad was the strongest man in the world, and their Whitebeard pirates' comprehensive combat power was bound to be higher than that of the Straw Hats. So, even Whitebeard didn't think that would be the case. There is a pirate group, the distance from the red line is about the same as the red-haired group. This pirate group is also the 4 emperors, that is, the Beast's pirates. On the boat, the man at the head is 57 years old. He is extremely tall and burly, with black hair and a shawl. He has a pair of long white horns like dragon horns. He has a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, a red fruit on his upper body, and an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen. A purple top hangs on the waist, 2 gold chains hang on the bottom of the top, and the lower body wears dark green wide trousers, with a tie around the waist, and a purple fluffy cloak, like a demon alive. Holding a wine gourd with the word, Tien, in his hand, he raised his head and drank heavily, with a weapon and a mace beside him. Apparently, this is the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido also went to Marineford, of course, but apparently not to fight the war, but to stir up shit. Kaido was drinking, reading the newspaper, eyes fixed on Luffy. 5 Emperors, HMPH, I'm not used to having one more Emperor, or the 4 Emperors sound more pleasing to the ear. What 5 Emperors, if I encounter them, I will definitely pull the boat over and meet them. You don't need to do anything. Obviously, the one who said this is naturally the ship king, Jack the Drow. Jack is shocked and unbelievable. At such an age, he is actually crowned emperor, and the bounty is far higher than himself, even 3 billion Baileys. This made Jack want to meet, and the fighting spirit rose. If we meet, I will let the 5 emperors disappear, and the sea will only have the 4 emperors again. Jack looked confident. Going to Beast's pirates in Marineford, only one of the 3 plagues came, and the other 2, Jin and Quinn, looked after the house. The Fei Luquan were discussing. I heard that the Straw Hats are Ace's younger brother. I don't know if the Straw Hats will go to Marineford for this public execution. If you go, it will be interesting, that is, the 4 imperial regiments have all acted. Then, it is possible to encounter the Straw Hats. It is also possible to encounter the red-haired group. Then, what will happen? Is it to block the Straw Hat group or the red-haired group? Or, both imperial groups block? During the discussion, they looked at Kaido. Speaking of which, Kaido became more and more interested and hoped that the Straw Hats would go. If you go and meet them, you'll have to meet the so-called 5 emperors, the 5 emperors Straw Hats and the red-haired group, and block them at the same time, which is more interesting. Speaking of which, Kaido's whole body is already boiling. The Straw Hats should not go, after all, they are just righteous brothers, and not a pirate group. Don't dare to go, then even they would be in danger, and Marine would definitely kill them with all his might. Marine would naturally want the Straw Hats to go, just to deal with them. Sabayati and they were caught because Marine couldn't fight for a long time, otherwise it's hard to say who will win. Kaido is hoping to meet, the messier the better. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku also learned about the relationship between the Straw Hat Luffy and Ace, and speculated that the Straw Hat would definitely come. After all, from the Enies lobby incident, it can be seen that the Straw Hat is very loyal and attaches great importance to friendship. At this time, the office has Garp, Akainu. Sengoku speculated. When the war breaks out, the 5 Emperor Straw Hats will definitely come. After all, although I don't know where it is at this time, I can know that it is not far from Marineford. Sengoku is slightly heavy. In that case, it is facing 2 Imperial groups. However, it is only slightly heavy, and self-confidence is necessary. Even if it is 2 Imperial regiments, the Marine will definitely win this time. Akainu's voice was cold, looking forward. When the time comes, I hope they dare to come, and I will kill them. The 5 Emperor Straw Hats, please don't not come. When you come, just send the 2 brothers down together, and you will not be alone. After Akainu said this, Garp's face sank, his fists clenched slightly, and he wanted to punch Akainu. But position, identity, naturally can't do this, not to mention, just talking, but not doing it. However, Garp was still a little worried. Garp knew best that the Straw Hats of the 5 Emperors would definitely participate in the war, and that the Straw Hats and Marine, with higher and stronger combat power, would inevitably encounter a more intense and dangerous battle than Sabayati. Although there will still be the Whitebeard pirates at that time, this time, Marine's formation is too big. Knowing that the 5 Emperor Straw Hats might also interfere, and the Straw Hats killed celestial dragons, the world government is also planning to send some powerful forces to Marineford. If you don't have the Straw Hats, it's just their Marines. In that case, with a strategy, Sengoku is more than 70% certain that Marine will win. Now, although I think the 5 sovereign Straw Hats will come, but since the world government will send some powerful forces over, their forces will be stronger than the pre-arranged forces in this war. Even the 5 sovereign Straw Hats will definitely not be able to rewrite the ending. Sengoku is firm. Even if the 5 Emperor Straw Hats come to Marineford, we will win, and it is just right that we take the opportunity to kill the Straw Hats, and we don't need to wait until after the war. Garp, then you can deal with the Whitebeard pirates with all your heart. The meaning of Sengoku's words is obvious. If Garp is not allowed to deal with the Straw Hats, he must have a heart of compassion. Garp nodded his head, his heart became heavier, and he dealt with the Whitebeard pirates himself. Then Marine would be able to separate out more and stronger combat power to deal with the Straw Hats. Akainu took the lead. Garp Vice Admiral blocks Whitebeard, then during the war, I don't have to deal with Whitebeard, and the Straw Hat Luffy is handed to me. It makes Garp sink in, this guy. Sengoku also thinks the same way. If there is no Straw Hats, Akainu and the other 2 Admiral will fight against Whitebeard together, but the Straw Hats are likely to come. Then Garp will naturally have to do it. It is impossible for Garp to fight against the Straw Hats. So, only Garp can deal with Whitebeard. Garp could only nod his head with difficulty. Understood. Sengoku said in a condensed voice. This war, the opponent's combat power exceeded our expectations, just because the Straw Hats may join the war. Although the world government will send some high combat power to participate, but not too many, because the Revolutionary Army will take this opportunity to act. So, world government will not send too many high-level combat power, maybe just the 2 CP0 teams of Enies lobby last time. Akainu didn't care. He felt that it was enough, even if he didn't come. Akainu took off his hat and patted it with contempt. It's enough, it's just 5 emperors, and I don't need the world government to take the risk and send more troops. It's enough for me to do it. The world government really can't send too many high-level combat power. Once Marine breaks out with the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army may take the opportunity to act. If the Revolutionary Army obstructs it, it is only the world government. Therefore, it is impossible for the world government to send too many troops to support it, and it has to guard against the Revolutionary Army. Akainu can't wait, hoping that the public executions will begin now. After the discussion, Akainu walked out of the office, fist lava surging. Come as soon as possible, can't wait to melt the new evil of the Straw Hat. Garp came out and looked at Akainu's leaving back and the murderous aura on his body, his face sank. Luffy, I know you'll come, and I hope you don't have an accident when the time comes. At this time, the base of the Revolutionary Army, the island of White Earth, Baldigo. Long looked at the newspaper with a look of relief and pride. As expected of my son, Luffy, you have grown beyond my imagination, so fast, you are already 5 emperors. Long was surprised. He didn't expect his son to be so strong and his team to be so strong. Long also knew about the relationship between Luffy and Ace. Although he had never seen his son, he knew that Luffy would go. Long arranged, "We have to make some noise, so that the world government can't support Marine more." Clear, calm belt, Daughter's Island. In the Queen's boudoir, he was tall, standing at 1.91 meters. Hancock looked at the newspaper and was shocked. His slightly cold eyes were filled with disbelief and a touch of admiration. Hancock was shocked, not because the 5 emperors appeared, nor because the most balanced Iron Wall pirates gave way, but because the Celestial Dragons were killed. Celestial Dragons was beaten, she would be unbelievable, not to mention the kings killed. Looking at Luffy's profile picture in the newspaper, Hancock couldn't help but reach out and touch it. After calming down, Hancock would love to meet him. If other people on Daughter's Island heard it, they would definitely suspect that they had heard it wrong, because they couldn't believe that arrogant, willful, and extremely contemptuous of others, Hancock, who was like a real empress, would say such words, and he also meant a man. However, Hancock's 2 sisters would not be surprised and would understand if they heard it. At this point, the Sunny Mary. Looking at another major event in the newspaper, everyone was happy. The average bounty, we are number 1 in the world. Proud to have surpassed the 4 Emperors Red Hair Pirates and become the new most balanced Iron Wall Pirates. After this incident, we became even more famous, the bounty was raised, we became the 5 Emperors, our reputation improved, and the world knew our true strength. Luffy apologized. Shanks took good care of me when I was a child, and he gave me this straw hat. I'm a little embarrassed to take away Shanks and their titles, but I believe Shanks won't care, he is a very bold and informal of people. Luffy couldn't help but think back to Shanks and what happened at the Windmill Village. If Luffy has such eyes, I believe that 4 Emperors Shanks is a very good person. I won't care, but I will be happy. My father, who is from Red Hair Pirates, wanted to meet my father, and to meet the man who would allow my father to choose to go out to sea with him. There have been a lot of turbulent things recently. Because of the Fire Fist Ace incident, although the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates are uncertain, we all know that both the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates have left their base camp. It's all about going to Marineford, so maybe we'll meet. Nami guessed. Luffy said sternly. This incident has made us famous, but after Marineford, people will know the power of the 5 Emperors even more. Obviously, Luffy's words meant that only he knew the county. That is, when it is on top, open 5th gear. Reversing the rewrite, Luffy knew, was going to be hard, even in 4th gear. Therefore, at the top, the Sun God must be awakened. Luffy can also imagine that this time, Marine's combat power will be higher than the original plot. After all, Marine will guess that their Straw Hats will participate in the battle, and their Straw Hats are much stronger than the original plot. Therefore, if it is on the top, the combat power will also increase, but it will not increase too much, and it will not change much. Luffy felt that it was just a few more battle forces sent by the world government. At this point, the destination of Luffy et al. Is Impel Down. Because the combat power became stronger, after Sabayati landed, it would not be the same as the original plot. Everyone was shot to different places, and Luffy did not land on Daughter's Island. Otherwise, you will know Hancock, and then be brought by Hancock into Impel Down more easily. But the current combat power naturally doesn't need Hancock's help. However, Luffy feels that it is still necessary to get to know Hancock and untie the knot. But, for now, the important thing is to head down to Impel Down. At this moment, the sky and the earth suddenly faded, and the weather of the Grand Line, once again difficult to predict, was bad. Moreover, it was an unprecedented huge change. The sea curled like a wave, and suddenly, a tsunami hit the face, and it was 3 directions, with a height of hundreds of meters. The tsunami is so huge, the power of the slap is also terrifying, it is impossible to rush over, it is equivalent to hitting a mountain. Nami frowned. There is a tsunami in the direction of Impel Down, so we can only launch the wind cannon in the direction where there is no tsunami. Nami looked at Luffy, waiting for Luffy to decide. After all, heading to Impel Down is a big deal. Luffy also knew that if he went to Impel Down, it would be difficult to rescue Ace, and he would be transferred immediately. However, Impel Down still has to go, he has to save Xiaofeng and get to know Jinbei. Luffy thought for a while. He didn't have to take the risk, there was still time to execute the sentence, and it was too late. Then launch the wind cannon in the direction where there is no tsunami. When Luffy finished speaking, Frankie acted immediately. The wind blows. Whoosh. Suddenly, the Sunny Mary shot into the sky in a direction where there was no tsunami. Flying in the air, feeling the wind blowing, feels very good. Looking at the tsunami behind, it will engulf the place just now. Grand Line, that is so bad, sometimes it is not strong enough to deal with. Soon, the Sunny Mary fell to the sea. However, this sea is extremely quiet, there is no wind, and the sea is static. Nami glanced at it and said, "We have come to the calm belt, but the tsunami has not dissipated, and we can no longer enter the Grand Line. We can only wait here for the tsunami to disperse." On both sides of the Grand Line, there is the calm belt, and now the Sunny Mary is located at the junction of the calm belt and the Grand Line. A change of calm and calm, while the terror of the tsunami. Luffy nodded. "I can only wait. While waiting, let me do one thing." This makes Nami, Zoro et al. Curious. Do one thing. Luffy, where are you going? Going alone, Nami wondered. Luffy nodded. Well, I'm going to an island, just not far away. Since I came here, maybe it's God's will, I'll go and come back soon. Sanji asked. Do you want to use it together? Just leave the green algae to watch the boat. Luffy shook his head. No, I'll go alone, it's not a matter of fighting, you don't have to go, wait for me here. Sanji, you can't go even more. This made Sanji very puzzled, and he couldn't go there himself. Why? Okay, I'm leaving. Seeing Luffy walking towards the bow, Nami and the others were puzzled. As a person of ability, it is impossible to swim there, so how do you get there? Let's go directly to our ship. Luffy directly entered the fourth gear, which made Nami and others understand, and Luffy flew directly over. Wait for me here, go and come back. Bang bang bang. Pushed by the elastic force, Luffy soared into the sky and headed to a new destination, Daughter's Island. If it were Zoro and the others, they could only swim there. Although they could moonwalk, they couldn't see the head or the island at a glance, but they couldn't do it, and they couldn't stand it before they reached their feet. So, that's what Luffy can do. Luffy had already looked at the map in advance, and quickly headed to Daughter's Island. Flying directly over this way was also a test. Because the distance was not close, it was also exhausting on his legs and physical strength. An hour later, Luffy finally saw the island, and the Daughter Island arrived. It's almost the limit. Above the Daughter Island, Luffy dropped out of fourth gear and let himself fall. He landed with a bang, and his current physique was fine. I'm so tired, let's sleep for half an hour first. Luffy's stamina was really high, after all, it wasn't long after the battle with Sabayati. That battle can be said to be all-out effort, which consumes a lot of energy. It has always been a high-intensity and high-frequency battle, with all kinds of big moves, which consumes a lot of physical strength. In addition, coming to Daughter Island in this way just now consumes more, so Luffy is very tired. However, even if he rests like this, he will wake up if danger comes, but observation Haki is extremely strong, and as a strong person, he has a sense of self-defense against danger. Rest is also necessary, because a greater war is to come. Is that a person? A young girl with short blonde hair, good looks, and a good figure, wearing less clothes, saw Luffy sleeping. Taking a closer look, it is very face, and it seems to be a little different from myself. This girl is Margaret. What's wrong with him? He's got some injuries. Although he's wearing a bandage and has been treated, there won't be anything else, right? Margaret shook Luffy slightly. Hey, wake up. However, Luffy slept soundly and would not wake up unless danger came. Isn't there really anything wrong? Take him back first and let Belladonna take a look. Belladonna, the doctor of Daughter's Island. Later, Margaret carried Luffy to Belladonna's residence. For a time, there were quite a few girl warriors on Daughter Island watching. It seems a little different from us. Yeah, so flat. Yeah, our Daughter's Island is the flattest, not as flat as hers. They looked very curiously, knowing that they were outsiders. However, they all regarded Luffy as the same kind of person as them. Margaret said, Belladonna, how is he? Are you all right? Belladonna checked it and said, "It's okay, he's just too tired, take him to the hot spring for a dip, he should wake up faster. It's strange, even if he's tired, he won't sleep so dead, right?" Quote. This is what Belladonna was puzzled by, but after a closer look, she found that although there was an injury, it should not be the main reason. Think about it, maybe it's a personal reason. Okay, I'll take him to the bubble. Afterwards, Luffy lay down in the hot spring, surrounded by Amazons in little clothing. If Sanji is here, he can faint with happiness, be completely petrified, and pass out of anemia, which is why Luffy said that Sanji can't come here. After all, there are all women here, and most of them are good-looking, only a few are not good-looking. Most importantly, they all wore very little attire, and when Sanji arrived, he had a nosebleed from start to finish. There will be fighting soon, Impel Down, and Marineford, so Luffy keeps Nami and the others waiting for him, and doesn't let the ship come. Luffy soaked in the hot springs, slept better bhbj, and indeed helped relieve fatigue more. In the hot spring, Margaret was beside Luffy, with her right hand supporting Luffy and lying in her arms, while her left hand was washing Luffy, and the hot spring water was continuously sprinkled on Luffy, which also contained a potion, which was sprinkled on Luffy's body. In the hot spring, you can restore your physical strength. After washing and washing, Margaret was startled, looked down, and was stunned. What is this? Belladonna wondered. What's wrong? What did you see? How do you say, it looks like a mushroom, but it doesn't look like it, maybe it's a strange mushroom. But, why do mushrooms grow? Margaret is very puzzled. This made Belladonna's complexion change. As a doctor, she thought of a mushroom. Could it be that not waking up like this is not only tired? Is it because that mushroom consumes itself, so I am so tired that I can't wake up? Belladonna thought it was very possible, and immediately said, "Hurry up and get that mushroom down, or it will continue to consume his physical strength. Once it is exhausted, he will die." This made Margaret's face change, and she quickly stopped washing Luffy, but quickly grabbed it with her left hand. The moment she caught it, Margaret started to pull it out, but she was startled and couldn't pull it out. Margaret began to exert force, and even stretched, but still could not pull it out. It's weird, it can't be unplugged. It is such a strong stickiness, because it grows out of the body, use all your strength, hurry up. Okay. Margaret pulled harder, even pulling for a long time. Margaret's face was flushed, it could be seen that she had exerted a lot of strength, but it still couldn't work. She even bounced back, and Margaret's hand went down with her. And just like that, Margaret pulled up, bounced back, and put her hand down. I can't believe it can't be removed. Margaret kept exerting force, and her hands kept going up and down, and there were beads of sweat on her face. But soon, very strange, why did it swell? What happened to this mushroom? Curious. It even swelled to the point where one hand couldn't hold it, but two hands. No, Belladonna, please help me. All right. Belladonna came down, supporting Luffy in the back. Margaret squatted in front of Luffy, using both hands, so she was more capable. With both hands ready to grab, Margaret continued to go up and down. Luffy slept soundly, and even in his sleep, he felt like dreaming about that kind of thing. Luffy in his sleep felt normal. After all, he was 17 years old, so it was normal to dream about this. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. Margaret didn't succeed, but she didn't give up either, knowing that it would be life-threatening if she didn't unplug it, so it went on for 20 minutes. Why not? Margaret screamed and shouted hard. However, in the next moment, Margaret was stunned, and stopped. Because, suddenly there was a spray on his face. Margaret was stunned, and everyone around was stunned. What is that? I don't know. Margaret, are you all right? Doesn't your face hurt? Could it be the poison on the mushroom? Quickly wipe it off. Margaret clears quickly, but finds nothing uncomfortable. I'm fine, I don't feel bad about my face or body. This relieved the others. Just then, Luffy woke up, arms outstretched and stretched. Huh, I slept so well. Luffy woke up, his eyes opened, and he felt refreshed, but it was also a bit unexpected. Margaret delighted. Wake up. Belladonna couldn't understand why it wasn't unplugged. Luffy opened his eyes, and for a moment, froze. He looked around, looked down at himself, his pupils shrank, and most importantly, Margaret in front of him, the position of his hand. Quick release. Luffy stood up, and Margarita let go, and was puzzled when she saw it, no longer inflated. Luffy swept ashore quickly. Everyone was startled, so fast. When they looked over, Luffy was already dressed. Luffy understood a little, and was speechless for a while. No wonder dreams, not just dreams, were the effects of the outside world. Luffy smiled wryly, and in other places, this kind of thing couldn't happen, but this place is Daughter's Island. Luffy never imagined that his first time would be Margaret. There is no way, this kind of thing can only happen here. How fast? Are you all right? But, I haven't pulled out the mushrooms yet. Do you do it yourself, or shall I continue? Or, I'll go get the scissors. Luffy. Hearing this, Luffy quickly said, no, I don't need it either, it's a part of me. This made the others startled, partly. But they didn't. At this moment, Luffy breathed a sigh of relief, because she was leaning on crutches and had gray hair and very short. Granny knew. When Granny knew saw it, her expression changed and she understood. You don't have to worry, he's not like you, because, he's a man. Immediately, all the female warriors around were stunned, especially Margaret. Granny New frowned and asked, why did you come here? Luffy said bluntly, I want to see the Emperor of your kingdom, Boa Hancock. Granny New frowned and refused. Impossible, not only can't see you, but I have to drive you away before she comes back. Immediately, the soldiers of Daughter's Island were all ready to start. Margaret's face changed, and she stopped. Don't do it, just let him go. Margaret looked at Luffy and hurriedly said, come on, let's go. Luffy shook his head. I came here specifically, since you don't take me, I'll find it myself. When the words fall, Luffy prepares to leave, but is surrounded by the Daughter Island warriors. All kinds of bows and arrows aimed at him. Luffy was helpless. I can only be sorry, then, let's sleep for a while. Suddenly, Luffy Conqueror's haki erupted and swept away. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the Daughter Island warriors fell one after another, because they were protector of the country, so even if Luffy's Conqueror's haki could cause substantial damage, it would not hurt them. The stronger ones, although they didn't faint, got down on one knee. Clack clack, cracks appeared on the ground, wider than before. Luffy sighed, my Conqueror's has improved again. Since putting on the black stand-up collar cape, his aura has become much stronger, even more haki. However, after officially becoming the 5 queens, the bounty has reached 3 billion, and the spirit has been improved again. Therefore, Conqueror's haki is also stronger. Controlling Conquerors, and not affecting Margaret. Looking around, Margaret was startled, and naturally knew Conqueror's haki. To have the qualifications of a king, to have Conqueror's haki, and, too strong. Margaret was shocked. She was much stronger than the Empress Conquerors, even the protector of the country fainted, and even Belladonna knelt down on one knee, sweating on her face. And there were a lot of cracks in the surrounding ground. Conqueror's haki caused substantial damage. This made them even more shocked. They knew that it was possible to do substantial damage, but the Empress said that in this world, there is only one man who can do Conqueror's substantial damage, and that is the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. But now, the person in front of him can't be red-haired, the hair is black, and the red-haired age is 37 years old, the person in front of him is obviously a teenager. The rest of the nation protecting soldiers who had not fainted were extremely shocked. How can Conqueror's haki be so strong? It's too dangerous, we must stop him. It is our dereliction of duty to let such a dangerous person approach the Empress and must be stopped. However, facing Luffy, he couldn't even stand up without fainting. Margaret, stop him. Margaret was very embarrassed. The man in front of her was indeed very powerful, but she did not do anything to herself. Luffy looked at the embarrassed Margaret and smiled affectionately. Believe me, I'm not here to make trouble. When the words fell, Luffy had moved away in a flash, and Margaret was relieved. Even if she did it herself, there was nothing she could do. Luffy started looking for Hancock's room, the most iconic, the best, it should be. At this time, Hancock just got on the ship and came to the calm belt waters not far from Daughter's Island, with a marine warship in front. Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel, saw the Hydra's ship. The Flying Squirrel ordered, let's go over. After approaching, the Flying Squirrel breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found you. 9 Snake Pirates, I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, come out. I'm here to pick you up. However, there was no movement. Flying Squirrel said solemnly, this is this morning's newspaper. The newspaper was thrown up and caught by the female warriors of the 9 Snake Pirates. Flying Squirrel said sternly, the time and place of Portgas d'Ace's public execution have been determined, and we will not delay it any longer. This time Shichibukai's forced summons is a strict order from the world government. The agreement is no longer established. In that case, your Shichibukai title will be taken away. Think about what that means. You who have been doing whatever you want under the umbrella of the world government will be reduced to ordinary pirates, and will be regarded as the world government and marine hostile forces. When the time comes, you will be in danger. Speaking of which, the Flying Squirrel shouted, you heard it too, Boa Hancock. Bang bang. Before anyone came out, there was a sound of high heels stepping on the deck, and for a while, the surroundings became quiet, and everyone looked over. The door opened, and Hancock, wearing a red patterned cheongsam inside and a white robe outside, walked out. At the foot, there happened to be a cute cat playing. Hancock was arrogant, and his indifferent voice sounded, who is it, who is throwing kittens on the road where the concubine is walking? Hancock lifted his right foot, and the red high heels kicked the kitten away. Flying Squirrel's face sank. Finally out, Boa Hancock. Hancock said bluntly, I will not participate in the war, but I don't want you to deprive me of the title of Shichibukai. In addition, I want all the goods on your ship. What should I do? Immediately, except for the Flying Squirrel, the other seaman hurriedly said, here, I'll give it to you, we'll move it right away. The Flying Squirrel's whole body was trembling, and he scolded, what are you doing? Stand still with me. Immediately, the Marines were shocked, feeling so terrifying, and subconsciously wanted to agree to the Empress order. The Flying Squirrel shouted, stop joking, do you think I will agree to such an unreasonable request? Flying Squirrel is heavy in his heart, and the rest of Vice Admiral have also gone to contact other Shichibukai. It should be smooth, but he is so troublesome. The Flying Squirrel said solemnly, the execution of Fire Fist Ace, today, a week later, will take place in Marineford Square. At that time, Fire Fist Ace will be killed there and broadcast live to the world, so we Marine must win. However, victory is also difficult, because the Whitebeard pirates are likely to appear, and the 5 Emperor Straw Hats may also appear. Hearing the 5 Emperor's Straw Hats, Hancock felt a ripple in his heart, and the head of the 5 Emperors Luffy appeared in his mind. Suddenly, Hancock didn't want to go anymore. So, you must go, the Whitebeard pirates, the Straw Hats dare to come and swear to defeat them, you Shichibukai must respond to the call, otherwise, you will definitely be deprived of your title. Now, make a choice here. Hancock said lightly, the title of Shichibukai, the concubine likes it very much, and will not be deprived of it. But the world government also hates it and doesn't want to listen to their orders. So, what about this? The Marine soldiers who came to greet the concubine in the sea encountered an incredible time, and all were buried in the sea. Hearing this, the faces of the sailors changed greatly, they felt uneasy, and they were very scared. After all, it was Shichibukai. What does she want to do? Are you going to attack us? You must be careful, don't take it lightly, or you will turn into stone if you are not careful. The Flying Squirrel clenched the sword's hand tightly, and said solemnly, do you want to fight? Don't mess around, that means being an enemy of us. It will definitely be deprived of the Shichibukai title. However, Hancock didn't care and believed, even if you are sunk, it will be fine. Do you know why? Because no matter what the concubine does, whether it is kicking the kitten, ripping off your ears, or killing someone, will be forgiven by the world. Because the concubine is too beautiful. These words made Flying Squirrel's face look ugly, and he didn't listen to him at all. He reminded in a deep voice, what do you want? If you don't participate in the war, you will be deprived. Your daughter island is waiting to perish. Although you are powerful, it is impossible to cover up. Live in the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom. When the time comes, your country will be attacked by Buster Call and will fall into disaster, but don't regret it. Hearing this, Hancock's face turned cold. The Flying Squirrel promises. First we'll let Marine know, you will not be forgiven, you will be stripped of the Shichibukai title, you will be in danger, and your country will be in danger because of you. It will be extremely stupid for you to continue like this. The choice. Then, go ahead and wait to be stripped of the Shichibukai title. Flying Squirrel was engrossed, keeping himself awake at all times. Hancock frowned slightly, naturally worried. Because it is indeed difficult to protect the entire country by yourself. If it wasn't for the country, even if Shichibukai was convenient, Hancock wouldn't join. After all, Shichibukai is subordinate to the world government. However, he had to join. For the sake of the country, he was not strong enough to be as powerful as the Four Emperors or the Four Emperors Regiment, so he could not protect the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Seeing Hancock hesitate for a while, the Flying Squirrel sighed with relief. Sure enough, I'm starting to worry. This made Hancock look angry. Ready to act, the Flying Squirrel reminded. The phone bug in my hand, as long as I call it, even if I can't speak, I will be petrified by you in an instant, which means that your title will be deprived. This is Marshal Sengoku. What I thought, I know you, I called it means that you refused, it means that you will be deprived of your title, and the Marshal will deal with it soon. Suddenly, the hand that Hancock was about to raise dropped. The Flying Squirrel smiled proudly. Then, choose to join the war, choose to compromise, choose to endure, this is the sacrifice you should pay, for the people of your country, obey the orders of the world government that you hate, and you have to do this, or else, take away the title of Shichibukai. Suddenly, Hancock frowned deeper. However, before Hancock could answer, an awe-inspiring hockey sound resounded from the sky. Then, take it away. This voice suddenly caught everyone's attention, and they all looked up at the sky, including Hancock. I saw that, above the sky, Luffy stepped on moonwalk high in the sky, his body was dark red, steam filled his body, his right hand stretched out to the sky, and flames suddenly erupted. This made Hancock's beautiful eyes light up. 5 Emperors, Straw Hat Luffy. Marine's expression also changed drastically. It's the 5 Emperors. Why are you here? What is he going to do? Help Hancock. What? The Flying Squirrel was also stunned, and shouted, Straw Hat, she is the 7 warlords of the sea and belongs to the world government, you want to help her. Luffy smiled. 7 warlords of the sea. Not anymore. In the future, the Amazon Lily Kingdom will be covered by the 5 Emperors, understand? Luffy's words, the 5 Emperors are overwhelmed, understand? Instantly, Hancock's beautiful eyes flashed and his heart froze. Looking up at Luffy, Hancock's beautiful eyes, adoration emerged, and she felt that a man was so cool, so hockey, that she even had a feeling of admiration. These words made the Flying Squirrel's face change greatly, which means that Hancock and the Amazon Lily Kingdom will be protected by the 5 Emperors in the future. Fire Fist. Gun. When Luffy Hockey finished speaking, he suddenly punched the warship. The Flying Squirrel launched a slash, but it was useless at all, and was directly collapsed. Bang. With an explosion, the entire warship exploded directly, and the sailors screamed, were blown up, and fell into the sea. The Flying Squirrel was hit from the front, vomited blood, rolled his eyes, and fell into the deep sea. For a while, the surroundings became quiet, only the sound of the warship burning with flames. All the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates were stunned. This is the 5 Emperors. Quote. 2 Hockey. Is it true that the 5 Emperors will protect us in the future? In this case, the Empress Shichibukai is deprived, and it's nothing. Boom. Luffy fell and stood on the deck, wearing a straw hat and dancing in his black cape. Hancock just stared blankly at Luffy, and the more he looked, the more attractive he became, the more hockey and the more manly he became. In the past, it was other people who were crazy about her, but now, there was a sign that she was crazy about Luffy. Hancock calmed himself down and suddenly asked, why do you dare to kill celestial dragons? Luffy was startled and puzzled. Why ask this? What's not to dare? As soon as these words came out, the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates were shocked, and Hancock's pupils shrank. Luffy said indifferently, it seems that in your eyes, celestial dragons are the same to everyone else. In my opinion, what about celestial dragons? I will not be afraid of celestial dragons and kill celestial because of their identity. Dragons, I won't regret it, because, in my eyes, everyone is equal. Since it makes me feel ugly and makes me feel that I should kill, then kill, whatever celestial dragons. Speaking of this, Hancock was even more shocked. After the horror, Hancock couldn't believe it. I didn't expect that there is a big fool like you in this world. Hancock squatted on the ground, bowed his head in front of Luffy, tears dripping, completely subdued. He sounded scolding Luffy, but his tone was full of admiration. Ignoring the danger of life and challenging the sky, people like you really exist. Hancock began to tell what had happened, and Luffy listened carefully. Only then did I know that Hancock was still perfect. Although he used to be a slave, what Hancock had to do at the time was to face the beast, run away, and survive. After speaking, Hancock stood up, looked at Luffy up close, and asked earnestly, "You of the 5 emperors, do you really want to protect us? Will you look down on me?" Luffy sighed. "Why do you ask such a silly question? I hate celestial dragons. If you want to ask, you should ask me if I look down on celestial dragons." Hearing this, Hancock's heart froze, a blush appeared on his face. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, smiled happily, and the knot in his heart was completely opened. "My concubine likes you." Seeing Luffy say this, Hancock's face flushed even more. Luffy knew that what he had to do had been done. Hancock wanted to help Luffy and asked, "Fire Fist Ace is your brother, you will definitely go and save him?" Luffy nodded heavily. "Yes. Then let me help you and take you to sneak in. It's easier and faster, and it's more likely to rescue him." However, Luffy shook his head. "No, I'll go to Impel Down with my mates and rescue Ace and others I want to save." Hancock is curious. "If I help you, I will take you in with the convenience of my status, despising it to the 4th underground floor of Impel Down, and save a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. What are your plans? How do you plan to save it?" Luffy said bluntly, "There is no plan." This made Hancock and the others startled. They went to Impel Down to save people. There was no plan. It was the largest prison in the world. Hancock was stunned and puzzled. No plan. How could there be no plan? "No planning needed, just call in and take people away," Luffy said lightly. Hearing this, Hancock and the others were even more shocked and went straight in. So simple and rude. After the consternation, Hancock became more and more adoring, bowing his head, looking very shy. This is unbelievable for others, that the Empress could have such a side. Hancock's inner worship. As expected of a man I like. Although it sounds outrageous, for the 5 emperors, it may be okay. Still, Hancock didn't want Luffy to be so reckless. Actually, the concubine wants to help you even more, take you in alone. The goal is small, and it is not easy to be discovered, and with your strength, Luffy, you can easily rescue people. Although you can go together, but beforehand they may move people away, and the target is big, and there are still 7 days before the public execution. If you get there early, Marine will take the opportunity to send troops over, and when the time comes, combine the power of Impel Down, and you will be in danger. Although it will be difficult to take you down, and the battle is coming, fighting with you will be very exhausting, and it will be difficult to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. However, I also know that you will join the Whitebeard pirates in the battle. So Sengoku may choose to take you down at Impel Down. In order not to increase the consumption, then he will send a more powerful force than Sabayati Archipelago to take you without serious injury and without a lot of physical consumption, together with the 3 admirals going, is inevitable, coupled with the strong combat power of Impel Down Director Magellan. Speaking of this, Hancock frowned slightly, worried. Luffy was a little silent, thinking about going in directly. After all, after Sabayati landed, it was different from the original plot, not alone, but with everyone. If you want to be together, the goal is very big, and it must be directly attacked, unable to sneak in. Although strong, as Hancock said, Sengoku is indeed likely to send 3 Admiral over 17. Although we have to guard against the Whitebeard pirates, but it has been publicized, and the execution will be public in a week. The Whitebeard pirates will probably not appear for a week, but will only appear during the public execution. After all, it is impossible for such a large pirate group to choose to enter the Impel Down with limited space to save people, and Ace is easily transferred away. Then, if they knew that the Straw Hats had forced their way into Impel Down, they would definitely send combat power to support them immediately, 3 Admiral, and even 2 CP0 teams from the World Government faction. Also, Impel Down has great fighting power, especially Magellan. So, after listening, even Luffy had to ponder carefully. Indeed, not reckless. Okay, then Hancock, I'll trouble you. Luffy felt that it was as easy to enter as the original plot, and with his own strength, he despised saving people and walked out of Impel Down. As for the Seastone handcuffs, you can destroy them by emission. Hancock arranged. Then prepare the feast first and recharge your batteries. Years. Speaking of which, Luffy woke up with a rumbling stomach, just hungry. Then you are ready, I will let my companions come over. Originally, I wanted to finish dealing with the daughter island, go back directly, and then go to Impel Down together. Now I think about it, do it alone, and after you come out, assemble with everyone to join the battle and go to the top. Shortly after, Luffy's fourth gear was back on board, and after explaining that Nami et al. Agreed that it was indeed better. Sanji asked, can I bring one more? Nami just punched, Sanji's head bulging in pain. Don't think about it, Luffy said. It's hard to hide with two, I'll just go with Hancock alone, you guys will wait for me outside Impel Down later. It is good. Afterwards, the Sunny Mary sailed to Daughter Island. After going to the island, Sanji felt that he had come to the place of his dreams and did not want to leave. When the feast started, Sanji had nosebleeds, all women except him, Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, Frankie, Brook, and Chopper. It's really nice here. Sanji's eyes were filled with peach hearts, and his nose bleeds. Originally wanted to go with Luffy, but now I don't want to go, just stay here for a while. Looking at Sanji's bleeding, Chopper was worried and understood. No wonder Luffy didn't let Sanji come before, that's right. Nami said. After eating, you have to leave as soon as possible, and then there will be a big battle to fight. Sanji assured. Miss Nami, don't worry, I won't lose the chain by then. The female warriors were shocked and whispered as they watched Luffy gobble and quickly clear the food from the table. Too tasty. As the stomach a bottomless pit, and as the body structure different from ours. I heard that the man's body is very strange, it seems to be true. I heard that Mr. Luffy is a rubber fruit person. He can stretch his legs very long. I am really curious about how long they can be. There are even things that we don't have, let's see what the truth is like. Margaret felt it, you can ask her. Margaret, how did you feel? I do not know either. Margaret didn't want to say it, she couldn't say it, so she said it. Discussion continued. I heard that it is completely different from us. Yes, don't think about it, Lord Snake is very fond of Lord Luffy. I am afraid that only Lord Snake can feel it in the future. That's right, Luffy listened and nearly vomited. It's not that they are too open, but they are too simple to realize how meaningful their words are. At this time, a female soldier rushed in a panic. Mother-in-law knew, come quickly. What's wrong? Lord Sheji, she doesn't know why, she fell ill. This changed Granny New's face, how could she fall ill? Although the 5 emperors are now protecting Daughter Island, Hancock can't fall. New mother-in-law went quickly, Luffy also chose to follow, probably knew. At this time, in Hancock's room, she was lying on the bed, breathing heavily and her face was red. Belladonna on the side was helpless, she couldn't see what the disease was, obviously nothing happened, but why did she have such symptoms? Hancock was worried and panicked. As the concubine, will she die? Hancock didn't understand why her body was suddenly like this, she still wanted to help Luffy go Impel Down, and help Luffy more in the future. After Granny New arrived, Belladonna frowned. Because Lord Snake has been covering her mouth, I thought it was a heart problem, but after checking it, I found that it was all right. Granny New, take a look. For them, Granny New is well informed and knows more than them. New mother-in-law looked at Hancock like this, her face changed, could it be? Granny New thought, Luffy will be leaving tomorrow morning. Granny New said, tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Hancock's reaction was even bigger. Monkey. Before the name was spoken, Hancock sounded a little louder as if he was about to reach the peak. Hancock's 2 sisters' faces changed greatly. Mother-in-law knew, what are you talking about? My elder sister is in even more pain. Stop talking. Granny New held her forehead, which was unexpected. I understand, don't worry about it, this is not a disease, and I have not contracted any virus. Hancock asked nervously. Mr. New, what happened to me? Will my concubine die? Granny New stood up and said, let's all go out, let Snake stay here, wait a moment, let the Straw Hat come in. This confused the other three. Why? No. No treatment. My sister is so sad. New mother-in-law walked out first. We need to be treated before we leave. The other three looked at each other in dismay, and could only do so, and followed them out. Luffy was outside, and Granny New said, "Please, try as long as possible." Luffy nodded. "Okay, don't worry." Luffy knew that Hancock was lovesick, and if he saw himself, he would get better by chatting more, so he tried his best to chat with Hancock for one night. Immediately, Luffy entered Hancock's boudoir and closed the door. Granny New sighed in her heart. Monkeyed Luffy, how lucky, the iceberg that no one can move, was moved by you, and so quickly and so seriously. Okay, let's leave and come back tomorrow morning. New mother-in-law is about to leave, and the other three are puzzled. What is happening? Why let Lord Luffy in? Why can Lord Luffy treat my sister? They simply don't understand. Granny New said. Don't think about it, you don't understand, just go back. Tomorrow morning, Snake Girl will be fine. In this case, they can only do as they do, and can't wait for the arrival in the morning. They are too worried, and I sincerely hope to see my sister get better tomorrow morning. Luffy and Hancock stayed in the same room the next night. The next morning, in a hurry and can't wait, Hancock's two sisters came. At the same time, Luffy happened to come out of the room. How is my sister? Done yet? Luffy said. Don't worry, it's all right. After spending one night with Hancock and chatting with her for one night, the lovesickness was relieved. This made them overjoyed, walked in quickly, and saw their sister. It was found that Hancock had stood up, and looked completely fine, no longer a very uncomfortable look, but a look of satisfaction and happiness on his face. It looks, really, totally fine. Sister, are you all right? Hancock said. It's all right. This surprised them. They looked at each other and glanced at Luffy, becoming more curious. New mother-in-law explained. This is lovesickness, so seeing Luffy, or getting along and chatting together, it will be healed immediately. Immediately, they understood that this was the case. To ease Hancock's lovesickness, Luffy stayed on Daughter Island for 6 more days. With 1 day to go before the public execution, get into action and follow Hancock to Impel Down. Because, in 1 day, even if Marine knew that Luffy was making Impel Down, it would be almost impossible to send Admiral there, let alone 3 admirals. Therefore, he chose to act when he had 1 day left. For Luffy's current strength, 1 day was not too short. At this time, Impel Down, 6 floors underground. 1 day before his execution, Garp came to the cell where Ace was being held and sat down with his knees crossed. Looking at the imprisoned Ace, Garp's face was heavy and he sighed. Hey, I still want you and Luffy to be excellent Marines, not to mention Marine now, both brothers have become big bad guys, especially Luffy, already become the 5th Emperor. Hearing this, Ace, who lowered his head, raised his head suddenly, his eyes lit up, he was happy and shocked. Luffy became the 5th Emperor. Here, of course, I don't know what Luffy is like. After being locked up here, Ace was naturally worried about Luffy. Of course, it's not about worrying about Luffy being caught by Blackbeard, after all, Luffy's strength is very strong. Ace doesn't think Blackbeard's ability is too big for Luffy's restraint, so he doesn't worry about Blackbeard catching Luffy. However, Luffy is too strong, and the Straw Hat Pirates, Ace is worried about Marine's heavy blow to the Straw Hat Pirates, worried that Luffy will be strangled. After all, she is too sharp, even more dazzling and excellent than her original self. But now, it turned out to be the 5th Emperor, which made Ace happy and relieved. Yeah, I have become the 5 Emperors, and the Straw Hats have also become the 5 Emperors. This makes Ace happy, which means that Luffy's partners are also very strong, otherwise it would be impossible to become the 5 Emperors. What happened? I want to hear. Ace's tone carried a request, mainly wanting to know the current strength of the Straw Hats and whether they could cope with a major crisis. Garp began to tell about what happened to the Sabayati archipelago, and Ace was shocked when he first listened, then laughed and was very proud. As expected of my brother, as expected of Luffy, celestial dragons dare to kill. After being amazed, Ace was not surprised. Luffy, this is you, just to surprise me. Ace was unexpected, and felt that Luffy's character was sure to beat celestial dragons, but he didn't expect to kill it directly. Although it will bring a lot of trouble, maybe it is the confidence in strength, not worrying about yourself and implicated partners. Garp went on, proudly. Ace became more and more horrified, and singled out Admiral Kizaru, without falling behind, with a half-5. Zoro, Sanji, against Admiral Aokiji. Shichibukai was repelled by the main force of Sanfei, and Sentomaru was defeated by contempt. The Straw Hats are too strong, and Luffy's is beyond his imagination. Ace marvels. Luffy is already so strong, he can rival Marine Admiral. Ace fully understood why Luffy could be called the Five Emperors, and his strength was comparable to that of Admiral. And Zoro and Sanji are definitely the Emperor's deputy strength, and they are powerful Emperor's deputy. After the horror, Ace felt even more relieved. Although he was in a very bad situation and would be publicly executed one day later, there was no fear or panic on Ace's face, instead he was extremely happy. Great, great, Luffy and his buddies are so strong, even if Marine wants to take them down, he'll have to weigh in. Just like the Four Emperors, Marine would not take the initiative to easily fight the Four Emperors' regiment. Therefore, Ace hoped that the Straw Hats, like the Four Emperors, would be strong enough to make Marine dare not act lightly. In this way, Luffy will not be stifled in a short period of time, and can continue to grow and become stronger, and the pirate group will grow stronger. Looking at the happy Ace, Garp understood why Ace was happy. However, Garp's face became extremely heavy. Ace noticed and asked, "Father, why is this heavy expression? Are you unhappy?" Garp sighed lightly. "I'm relieved that Luffy can be so strong, but, you can imagine, when the execution is public, not only the Whitebeard pirates may come, Luffy he." When Garp said this, the smile on Ace's face froze, and his color suddenly changed. "No, absolutely not. Dad, they can't come, Luffy and the others can't come. Because we are not a pirate group, they have no reason to save me." Pipe. Quote. Ace panicked and understood why Garp's face was heavy. It turned out to be the reason. "Did Luffy know about my public execution?" Garp nodded. "Of course, the world doesn't know, but not much." Ace panicked. "No, you can't let Luffy and the others come, that's going to be a public execution at Naval Headquarters." Ace hasn't seen Marine's battle yet, but he can imagine it. After all, he is One Piece, Gol D. Rogers' son. His own execution, live broadcast, and the world's attention, then Marine is determined to win, and it must be Marine's strongest battle force. Although Luffy is very strong, he is still the Five Emperors, but he can't come. "No, can't come, can't because I put them in danger, they're just getting off to a great start, I can't implicate Luffy." Ace was very worried, looked at Garp, and asked, "Master, you must help me, find Luffy, and tell him not to come." Although it is the Five Emperors, Luffy is very strong, and the Straw Hats are also very strong, but Ace knows that it will still be very dangerous. After all, it is Marine's strongest battle force. Even if the strongest Whitebeard pirates of the Four Emperors came, he would be worried, not to mention the Five Emperors' Straw Hats. If something happened to him, Luffy and his partner, or the same fate as himself, he wouldn't rest in peace if he died. Garp gave a wry smile. "There's no way, you also understand Luffy's temperament, he has decided, even if I go, I won't be able to persuade him." Ace is naturally clear, but it must be stopped. Even if you are in danger, you can't let Luffy be in danger, you have to keep going. If he doesn't have himself, if Luffy continues like this, it is really possible to fulfill his dream and become the Pirate King. What's more, he is still a brother, how can he be embarrassed? Ace pleads. Then knock Luffy out. Just wait for the public execution to end, that's the only way. Ace also understands that persuasion is impossible, he can only be stunned, or trapped, and wait for the end of the matter. Garp still shook his head, which made Ace's face change, angry, and cursed. "Old man, do you want to see Luffy in crisis like me?" Garp sighed. "I think the same as you, and I don't want Luffy to have an accident. Knowing that Luffy might come, I am also worried, and I also want to go to him, knock him out, or beat him seriously, and crawl for a month. I can't get up, but even me, it's hard to do it. Even if Luffy is not as strong as me, if I go, I will not face Luffy alone." But the Five Emperors. Speaking of this, Ace understood. His face was extremely heavy, and he didn't know what to say. Garp is very strong. Although Luffy is the Fifth Emperor, He is very strong, but in a duel, Ace thinks that Garp can win and knock Luffy out. But Garp alone singled out the 5 emperors. Although it is Marine's strongest legend, it can't be done. There is no way. Ace gritted her teeth, her face was heavy, she was extremely worried, and she was extremely remorseful. It's all because of myself that so many things have happened, making Dad and the others worry that they may come, they may be in danger, and Luffy and the others. If his hands weren't locked, Ace really wanted to slap himself. Ace knew that there might really be no way out. Whether it's Dad and the others, or Luffy and the others, it's not up to him to decide whether they will come or not. Everyone, don't come, Daddy, don't come, Luffy, don't come. Ace prayed in his heart, afraid that everyone would be in danger because of himself. Ace's last request. Father, the last request for you, you can absolutely do it. If Luffy and the others really come, can you deal with them? In doing so, Ace also knew that Garp would definitely release water. Garp sighed, no way, Sengoku told me to deal with Whitebeard. This made Ace's face change. Then if the Straw Hats come, who will deal with them? Garp heavy. Admiral, Sakazuki, deal with Luffy. Hearing this, Ace's face was extremely heavy. Among the 3 admirals, the most cold-blooded and the most capable of killing, there will be no mercy, Admiral Akainu. If it was Aokiji, it would be better. He knew Garp well and would look at Garp's face, not to mention that he would not go all out, but he would never kill Luffy. Admiral Kizaru is okay too, can't be like Akainu. Really, there is no way to do it. Luffy, don't come, I don't want to be powerless and can only watching you being strangled. Don't come, otherwise you, the rubber, will face magma. Admiral Akainu, you don't want me to be in trouble, I don't want you to be in trouble, I hope you can understand how I felt at that time, I will be very uncomfortable, worse than death. So, Luffy, don't come, even if it's very strong, don't come, because in this kind of war, you are not enough of the 5 emperors, don't come, Luffy. Ace kept praying and talking to himself. Looking at Garp as uncomfortable, but helpless. Although he is a marine legend, he feels that he is a failure and can't do anything for them. Sengoku sighed, hey, if you were marines, things wouldn't be what you are today. Ace shook his head. Impossible, Luffy and I both inherited the blood of the world's biggest criminal, how could it be possible to be marine? Even if I inherited the mother's name, Portgas, who was very kind to me, but half the blood of that father embarrassed me because he didn't bring me any memory or kindness at all. Hey, I want Whitebeard and the others to come, and even more so that they can win, although as marine, it's wrong to say that, but I don't want you to die. You're my grandson, just like Luffy. Garp said heavily. Luffy's words, I don't hope, although he is the 5th emperor, he is still a little worse than the strongest Whitebeard in the world. If he is as strong as Whitebeard, then I hope he can come, so that there will be more hope. Save you, but now Luffy, it's not enough. Although he knew that Luffy was strong, Garp really felt that it was not enough and needed to grow. Facing Admiral Kizaru, both sides went all out, 55-5. But if faced with Admiral Akainu, maybe it's not 5-5, but Admiral Akainu has some advantages. Therefore, the 5 emperors are still very dangerous to Akainu. Garp, like Ace, wanted Luffy not to come, even though he was already the 5th emperor. At this point, Hancock's ship headed for Impel Down. Luffy was on the boat, holding Ace's life card in his hand, and there was only one wisp of burning left. But, even so, Luffy is very firm, Ace, you will not die. Now I am different. When I am on the top, in order to save you, I will awaken the Sun God. Open 5th gear. Anyone who wants to stop me, I will beat him down. Luffy's eyes were suddenly cold, and his imposing haki, condensed as the substance, blew the black cloak back and danced. Hancock secretly looked at Luffy from a distance, and when he saw that Luffy was so haki at this moment, he loved him even more. Luffy, really Haki's man. I can't watch it, or I'm going to die. Hancock stretched out his hand to block in front of the beautiful eyes, but said so. His body was still very honest, with his fingers open, he couldn't help but continue to look at Haki's Luffy, which made her addicted. About to approach Impel Down. Don't worry about Marine knowing in advance, because the flying squirrel has been found and killed, and the rest of the Marines sank directly into the sea and died. Therefore, no one knows that the 5 emperors sheltered Daughter Island, and it doesn't matter if Hancock is Shichibukai, because he is covered by a straw hat. So, now going to Impel Down, others still think of Hancock as Shichibukai. Soon, the Impel Down is about to be approached, and the door of justice that is difficult to break must be passed first. The gate of justice is so huge that even a warship looks small compared to it. The most important thing is not only the size, but also the thickness, and the material of the door, which is the same material as the marine's surrounding wall. It is difficult to break open. The reason why he was able to come, Hancock stated that he would join the fight to see the imprisoned ace. Sengoku wondered why the flying squirrel didn't come back. Hancock said that he didn't care about it, maybe he disappeared due to bad weather. Sengoku wanted to come to Hancock and there was no reason to do so. Shichibukai had to do it, so he asked a vice admiral to take Hancock to Impel Down. Impel goes down one floor, and Domino comes in to report. The deputy warden, His Highness Shichibukai Hancock has arrived, has put on the seastone, has entered. Hannibal nodded. I see, I'll go. At this time, Hancock entered wearing seastone handcuffs, and was wearing a loose robe, and Luffy was hidden in it, which was difficult to detect. Entering the big prison, there are all kinds of mournful calls for help. Help me, let me out. I was wrong, I'm no longer a pirate, let me out, I must be a good person, this place is so tortuous, I'm going to be crazy. Save me, I'll give you all the money, I want to go out. Shadow. However, this kind of sound is the norm, and it continues all the time every day. Hannibal came to meet him, followed by Domino. Welcome to my Impel Down. When the words fell, Hannibal realized that something was wrong. It's not right, I slipped my tongue and exposed my ambitions. I'm the deputy warden, Hannibal, please take care. The warden guy, no, Warden Magellan is now in the warden's room on the 4th basement floor. Let's go over now, and let the deputy warden Domino behind me guide us. Domino, with long blonde wavy hair, tall build, wearing a deep-sea prison uniform, and his long legs wrapped in burgundy stockings, gestured please. Please come here, check your body first, and let me check you before you can enter, please understand. Hancock also understood, nodding his face lightly. Follow Domino and head towards the private guest room. Domino recounts. If a prisoner wants to enter here, he will first take off all the prisoner's clothes, throw them into an iron pot boiling with 100-degree hell water, and be sterilized before entering the prison. Of course, prisoners are also different, not all in this way. To the Fire Fist Ace, Shichibukai Jinbei, former Shichibukai Crocodile and others who were imprisoned not long ago. When they came, they would not touch a single hair of them, and their performance in prison was excellent. And Shichibukai, Your Highness Hancock, you just need to be checked by me in a separate room. Then came to a separate room, Domino cheered up. Then, please take off your cloak, because it's the easiest way to hide things. Also, don't think about what to do, just do it, because Impel Down is full of phones. Worm, it will send the monitoring screen back to the monitor. However, in the next instant, Luffy Conqueror's haki erupted, targeting Domino. In an instant, briefly dazed, Luffy slid out of his cloak and disappeared into the room. Domino's brief absence was suspicious, but he knew it was his own problem. Hancock couldn't let himself be lost after wearing a seastone. What's wrong with me, am I too tired? Hancock said. I don't want to see any more, help me open the handcuffs, I'm leaving now. Domino froze for a moment, and naturally would be more than happy to do so. However, will you still fight? Nature. Well. Domino was naturally happy, took Hancock away, and opened the handcuffs after stepping out of the Impel Down. Seeing that Hancock got on the boat and left, out of the door of justice, Domino was completely relieved and left without any problems. At this time, Luffy was acting on the first floor. Although there were surveillance phone bugs everywhere, the pair of eyes were not moving in all directions, but they needed to move, so movement meant that there would be dead spots. And Luffy went straight to second gear, moving so fast that the surveillance phone bug couldn't catch it at all. However, suddenly, a whimpering siren rang out. Luffy, who was moving fast, was startled. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have noticed. The alarm sounded on the ground floor, indicating that there was a situation on the first floor. The general monitoring room, report immediately. On the ground floor, the pirate who disappeared in room 4, the clown Buggy, is confirmed to be in the corridor in front of the single cell of 22, act quickly. The voice resounded on the first floor, and Luffy understood that it was Buggy who had been found. Thinking of Buggy, Luffy had to sigh, the god of luck, the future 4 emperors. Buggy was wearing a prison uniform at this time, with long blue hair tied in a ponytail, and gritted his teeth. Found out. The criminals in the cell on the first floor laughed happily, thinking that Buggy would soon be caught like them. Did you hear that? Buggy was found. I knew it would be like this. How could I escape? This is Impel Down. The terrifying torture awaits him, and he deserves it. Immediately, many blue orangutans on the first floor started to move with big axes. Luffy was on the ground floor and found that there were fewer surveillance phone bugs, but many blue orangutans began to act. At this time, Buggy felt that he was in danger, but when he was besieged by the blue orangutans, suddenly all the blue orangutans fainted. Buggy was stunned. What happened? Naturally, Luffy Conqueror's haki erupted, causing all the blue orangutans to faint. It's okay if there's Buggy making trouble, thinking it's solved by Buggy, it's even harder to find yourself. Luffy was moving fast, dodging some phone bugs at the same time, and when he paused, he happened to bump into Buggy. Buggy stunned. Straw Hat. It's you, Buggy. You were also arrested, and now you are breaking out of jail like me. Buggy Schadenfreude BHBJ laughs. Luffy shook his head. No, I came in by myself, not to escape, but to save people. This made Buggy startled, and found a problem. Luffy was not wearing a prisoner uniform. Buggy was stunned. Did he really come in by himself and save people? It was unbelievable. Buggy couldn't believe it. Stop joking. You came in alone. Are you saving people? What a joke. Although I can't believe it, I can't explain why I don't wear a prison uniform. Looking at the incredible Buggy, Luffy said indifferently, what's unbelievable? Straw Hat Boy, don't pretend to be calm. You come in alone, and you have to save people. How is it possible? Do you know where this is? Have you not figured out the situation yet? Yes, after all, you are just a little pirate from East Blue. I don't know it's. However, before Buggy finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. Luffy wrote lightly, isn't that the world's #1 prison, Impel Down? This made Buggy stunned, knowing what this place was. You know you're still here to save people. It is not impossible to save people. Buggy was stunned, still so confident. Buggy was moved. These blue orangutans suddenly fainted just now. You did it. Did you know that I was in prison, so you came to save me? It's none of your business. Luffy was helpless. Okay, ask yourself for more happiness and trust your luck. Whoosh. The next moment, Buggy was stunned, because Luffy's voice was still ringing in his ears, and the figure disappeared, as if it never existed. Just now, it's true, he really came, but disappeared again. Buggy was horrified. Could it be that he became stronger, so fast? No, I have to follow him. Buggy ran away, trying to hug a thigh like Luffy. But found that Luffy is not going up, not going out, but going down. Is he really here to save people? What should I do? Going up, there is no hope. The people with prisons above will be even more desperate even if they go out. The battleship lineup stronger than Buster Call is in the harbor, not to mention, there is also the blocked door of justice. No choice but to chase after Luffy. Soon, Luffy came to the second basement. Originally, the beasts here made Luffy in the original plot take some effort, but now the 5 emperors, Luffy, Conqueror's haki, can lay them on the ground in shock and tremble. At this moment, a man with 3 braided hair on his head appeared in a prison uniform. Great, save. Luffy felt like he brought luck to these people. This is Mr. 3. In the total monitoring room, everyone is unbelievable. The ones on the second basement floor have also been resolved. I saw it just now. Another person escaped from prison. It's Mr. 3, a former member of the Baroque studio. How did you do it? Not only escape the prison, but also knock down all the beasts. How could it be that Buggy on the first basement floor and Mr. 3 on the second basement floor have such strength? Look at them. At this point, Luffy thinks it's okay, it will be considered to be done by Mr. 3. Although it's okay to expose himself, after all, he's not afraid of Magellan. However, the later it is discovered, the better, because the later it is, the less likely it is that Marine will send combat support. If it is found out now, there are still 20 hours before the public execution, and Sengoku will still hesitate to send high-strength action. However, if there are more than 10 or a few hours left, the chances of sending high combat power are very small. Moreover, it is impossible for an admiral to come over with his own combat power, and it is impossible to catch himself before the start of the war, and it must be a long battle. So, the later it is discovered, the better. Soon, Mr. 3 met Buggy. Buggy invites 3 to come with him. Going down, the more people, the more power. Mr. 3 also understands that there is no hope of going up, so he can only touch the light of the straw hat, and go down to chase the straw hat. The progress was very fast, and Luffy came to the third basement, Starvation Hell. Luffy knew that the progress might not be so fast soon, because Magellan, the director of Impel Down, was on the fourth basement floor, and he was about to meet him soon. But even Magellan couldn't stop himself, who was already the fifth emperor. At this point, Jinbei was locked in the same cell as Ace. Jinbei, your whole body is hurt, does it hurt? Ace asked. Jinbei is upright and doesn't care. It doesn't hurt or itches, but there is one thing that hurts me. My heart hurts because I can't implement justice. Jinbei's face was heavy. If it goes on like this, I can't rest my eyes. What is the title of Shichibukai? I don't want that kind of thing. If I can stop this war, I don't need my life. Because he didn't respond to the call of the world government and didn't want to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, he refused and was locked up here. Ace is also clear, not unexpected. After all, he is Jinbei, who is very righteous and loyal. Although he became Shichibukai, but he had been in the Whitebeard pirates, Jinbei naturally would not be willing to team up with Marine to deal with Whitebeard. Jinbei said, "The government thought I was a pirate who hated pirates, but you are completely different." Hearing this, Ace was surprised. Do you hate pirates? It's a surprise, although I have been in and out of the Whitebeard pirates many times, but because of my position, all activities are carried out secretly, because I like you. Ace couldn't help but recall the first time they met. At that time, I was almost killed by you. Jinbei is modest. We are each other, and we wanted to help him at the time, so we fought with you. Now the Fishmen Island can maintain peace, and it is all up to Father Whitebeard. Pirates want to enter the Grand Line and go to the New World, and they will pass by the Fishmen Island. From the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, countless human pirates flocked to the Fishmen Island, and they captured and sold many murlocs and mermaids. When everyone fell into despair, Whitebeard appeared. He said, "This island is my territory." Jinbei showed gratitude. Just like that sentence, no one dared to attack the Fishmen Island again. What a powerful force. I will never forget what happened that day. That man used his name to protect many islands. He, but the leader of the pirates, must not be defeated, otherwise, what will happen to the sea? Everyone knows that the era of great chaos will usher in again. Therefore, even if I die, I have to stop this war, and it is impossible to participate. Quote. And, if I participate, I will not only fight with my father, but also with your younger brother, the 5 emperors Luffy, and they are likely to come. I can't fight with Ace's father, nor can I fight with Ace's younger brother. I want to stop the war and save you, but I can't do anything right now, sorry. Don't be sorry, I should tell everyone. Ace looked guilty. At this time, Buggy and Mr. 3 not only chased down Luffy, but also released many pirates in prison uniforms along the way. This makes the pirates extremely grateful and worship Buggy. It's really amazing. This is a deep-sea prison. The pirates' eyes lit up and were extremely grateful. Thank you, Buggy. To have the ability to escape from prison, the only one who succeeded was the legendary Golden Lion. Buggy is amazing. God Buggy. It's a good title. God Buggy is too strong. He didn't go directly to escape, but instead saved us. It's too powerful. It's more powerful than the legendary Golden Lion. The Golden Lion is just one who escaped, and the great God Buggy will lead so many of us to escape together, creating an unprecedented one. I adore God Buggy too much. Mr. 3 was very speechless. You really think more and more. Luffy was located on the 3rd underground floor at this time. At first glance, it was all desert, and it was extremely hot here. However, Luffy had no effect. After all, the environment in the teaching space was even harsher. Luffy is going to start looking. This floor will stay for a while, because Xiaofeng is on this floor. It was so big, hot and no food. Luffy felt that this lair was also difficult. The most important thing was the water source. Those who came here would not starve to death first, but thirst to death. Luffy did not act directly, but waited. After a while, Mr. 3 and Buggy arrived. The two were stunned. Why didn't the Straw Hat continue to leave? Luffy said, "You two, help me find someone. If you find them, you can follow me to leave Impel Down." This makes Mr. 3 and Buggy's eyes light up. But after thinking about it, leaving Impel Down, do you have this strength? Luffy said, "I've been very strong and famous during this time." However, Buggy remained skeptical. Mr. 3 said, "Perhaps it is really possible. After all, my previous boss, Crocodile, was easily defeated by a partner of the Straw Hat, so the Straw Hat may be stronger." Buggy is still skeptical. Help can, but really can. There is only one person who has successfully escaped from prison in history, and that is Golden Lion Shiki. Can you be as good as him? It makes a lot of sense to have them leave with them instead of the Straw Hat taking them away. As for whether or not he can keep up, it's not up to Luffy. So, Buggy thought of this. Buggy is also aware of Shiki's strength. After all, he has been in the Roger Pirates, but he has fought with the Flying Sky Pirates. No matter how strong the Straw Hat is, can it be stronger than the legendary Golden Lion? Luffy said, "Golden Lion, it has gone to real hell." "Huh, the Golden Lion is dead." Buggy shook, incredulous. "Who did it? Who has the ability? Now on this sea, who can?" Whitebeard. Luffy shook his head. "Killed by me." "What?" Buggy was in disbelief. "On the sea, I am now called the 5 Emperors, and my bounty is 3 billion Baileys." After Luffy's words, Buggy is even more incredible. 5 Emperors, 3 billion. If you don't believe it, forget it. I'm just wasting time looking for it by myself. If you're the one, find a way to escape. This made Buggy's face change, on their own, and even more hopeless. Although Luffy helped Luffy didn't lead them to escape, but let them keep up. That is to say, it was up to them whether they could get in or not. However, there is better hope than their own escape. "I'll help you." "Who?" Luffy said. "Mr. 3 is very familiar, Bentham." Mr. 3 suddenly, "Really familiar, and understand. I heard that Mr. 2 was arrested because he pretended to be you. No wonder you came to save him." Mr. 3 is grateful to Bentham, otherwise they wouldn't have a chance to escape. "Who is Bentham?" Buggy didn't know. Mr. 3 said, "Let me tell you a little bit, and you can recognize it at a glance. She looks like a ladyboy and loves to dance ballet." "Okay, let's do it." Mr. 3 couldn't wait, and Buggy quickly separated from his legs and moved quickly. Because the space on this floor is very large and high, the cells are not one cell, but one cell. Each building has nearly 100 cells, so even with Luffy's speed, it takes time to find it, so let Mr. 3 and Buggy act together. Now, Impel Down is still the jailers and the creatures of all layers. Magellan has not yet moved. So Luffy knew that both Impel Down and Marine didn't know they had come to Impel Down. That's fine. If the Straw Hats come together, they are bound to be discovered, and they will be discovered before entering the door of justice. In that case, the possibility of Marine sending Admiral is extremely high, even sending 3 Admiral directly. It's not fear, you can fight with them, but not here, but at the top. Therefore, it is best to let Hancock bring himself, and then he will fight to the top, so let Zoro and the others wait outside on the bottom of the sea. When you get out by yourself, head to Marineford. After half an hour, Mr. 3 is hot and thirsty, but has to keep looking. There are so many cells, it's hard to find. Mr. 3 was sweating profusely, tired, hot and thirsty, very uncomfortable. Somewhat fortunately, my strength is weaker. If I am stronger, I will be locked in this lair, but it is too difficult. Moreover, because this lair is too tormented, it is also very quiet, and most of them may not be able to bear it, fainting, and it is so hot that those who are thirsty do not want to speak. However, Mr. 3 was startled and heard a voice that was somewhat familiar. Quickly followed the sound. Mr. 3's eyes were shining, this special and cheerful voice, talking and singing. Anyway, there are only men and women in this world, but she-males are both male and female, so they are the strongest. The road to she-males is the strongest, the strongest. Mr. 3 is happy and found it. I found it. Come on. Mr. 3 yelled and felt that his throat was almost hoarse and too dry. Luffy and Buggy came after hearing it, and as they got closer, Buggy thought it was too weird. In such a tormented place, there is still such a cheerful singing voice, and this person has such a good mentality. Buggy also felt in his heart that this guy is definitely not ordinary. Although Luffy said he defeated the Golden Lion, Buggy couldn't believe how it was possible. Soon, the three of Luffy came to Bentham's cell. Bentham was startled when he saw it. Little Straw Hat. Bentham's eyes lit up, happy, and quickly realized something was wrong. "Ah, Little Straw Hat, have you been caught too, or haven't you been able to escape the fate of being caught?" "Xiao Feng, I came in by myself and I wasn't caught," Luffy explained. Bentham found that, unlike himself, he was not wearing a prison uniform. Luffy squeezed the cell door with ease, then used emission to tear the sea stone off. Bentham was excited, happy, and hugged Luffy. "Long time no see, Little Straw Hat, so nice to see you." Luffy hugged Xiao Feng and thanked him. "I understand that you helped us delay Buster Call's arrest." Bentham was happy. "It's great, you're all right. After that time, I thought you were going to be arrested too. When I saw you just now, I really thought you were being arrested." Soon, Bentham realized something was wrong. "Little Straw Hat, why are you here? This is a deep-sea prison, but no pirates want to come in." Q equals %, Luffy said bluntly. "Save you, and my brother. The Little Straw Hat's brother, that must be rescued, I'll be with you." Bentham was touched, and Luffy saved himself again. Bentham's fighting spirit is rising, he must succeed, and he must go out together. "The beasts on this floor are here and handed over to you, I can't be discovered by them, it's still a long time." Obviously, Luffy was referring to the time until the public execution. Marine might still have sent Admiral if he knew now. The shorter the time, the less chance of sending Admiral, who has to wait in Marineford for the Whitebeard pirates. "Okay, leave it to me. Turn, 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 turn." Bentham spun like a ballet, and Luffy hid in a quick move. Dense blue beasts, human-faced lions and so on came. Bentham's strength is also strong, with quick kicks, and the dense kicks continued to blow up the beasts. Shemale boxing, gorgeous swan dance. The general monitoring room is constantly reporting. "Now we have identified 3 non-ordinary prisoners who escaped from the prison, namely Buggy the Clown, Mr. 3, and Bentham. Now, these 3 are rioting on the 3rd underground floor, and the blue orangutan and the human-faced lion are not their opponents. Luffy has entered until now, and still has not been found." After clearing the Impel Down on the 3rd basement floor, Luffy asked Bentham. "Xiao Feng, do you know the way to the next floor?" "Yes, Little Straw Hat, come with me." Soon, Luffy and Bentham took the lead to the stairs from the 3rd basement to the 4th basement. However, just after going down for a while, 4 huge figures emerged. Bentham felt that these 4 guys were not simple, not comparable to the beast just now. "Little Straw Hat, hide it and continue to give it to me." Bentham jumped up, spun quickly, and kicked out the moment he approached the jailer beast. Shemale Fist, a memoir of that winter. However, the jailer beast, which looked like a cow, reacted and slammed out the mace in his hand. At the moment of the collision, Bentham fell to the ground, shocked. How could this jailer beast be so powerful? Swoosh swish. Moving quickly, the rest are 3 jailer beasts appearing Bentham other directions, 4 jailer beasts surround Bentham. To Bentham's heart, it's Marine 6 styles shaved. These 4 jailer beasts are actually Zone Demon Fruit power, but they look like real beasts, namely humanoid cow, koala, rhinoceros, and zebra. The 4 jailer beasts immediately besieged. Bentham didn't dare to be careless, and his body quickly rotated in place, like a tornado. Shemale Fist, a memoir of that summer. While spinning, it is also kicking in all directions. However, the 4 jailer beasts were also powerful, and they chose to resist and attack at the same time. With a scream, Bentham was blasted out. Bentham stood up and had to settle for himself. Luffy appeared at this time. "Xiao Feng, let me come, you are not the opponent of the 4 of them." "Little Straw Hat, can't you reveal it now?" Bentham worried. "It's okay, the phone bug has already been stunned by me. As for these 4 guys, although they saw me, it's fine to knock them down." Bentham understood, and the fighting spirit rose. then I will defeat them with the straw hat. Need not. When Luffy finished speaking, he moved abruptly and entered the second gear. During the rapid movement, the fist was pitch black, and the emission was surging. It was so fast that the first cow jailer beast didn't react at all. It was hit in the abdomen by a punch and flew upside down, vomiting blood, and its abdomen was deeply sunken. Flashing again, another punch. The other two reacted, and even if they waved their weapons and bombarded them, the weapons shattered directly and were blown away by a punch. In an instant, the 4 jailer beasts fell to the ground and were directly injured and lost their combat power. Bentham was dumbfounded, too strong. Little Straw Hat, so powerful. After all, Luffy can make a supernova with one punch, so it is easy to deal with this jailer beast with one punch. Then, Luffy and Bentham came to the 4th basement, blazing hell. Luffy knew it was coming, the real fight was coming, and he was interested in going up against Magellan. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku frowned slightly at this time, feeling that something was wrong. The Impel Down riot, already known, feels a bit coincidental. There is no news about the flying squirrel. Hancock suddenly went to Impel Down, but after he went in, he chose not to go. Why? What tricks were needed? However, only Hancock entered, and he really didn't see anyone else. But then Impel Down rioted. Sengoku always felt strange and a little worried. Garp ate the senbei and asked, "Sengoku, what's the matter?" frowning. "I always feel what happened to Impel Down. Something happened, but don't worry. It's not always that simple." Concerned, Sengoku called Hannibal again. "Marshal Sengoku, the perpetrators of trouble really only have 3. Sengoku frowned, and it was the same after confirming again. "Let Domino tell me." "Yes, quote, tell me about meeting Hancock and you're feeling weird." Sengoku asks directly. Domino thought about it, and then said, "What is unusual is that when I was about to search, I lost my mind for a while, but in such a short time, nothing could happen." This made Sengoku stunned and lost his mind. How could it be? How could the deputy warden lose his mind? Hancock couldn't use his powers and was chained by Seastone, but why was he absent? Sengoku feels more and more that something is wrong. Conquerors can make people dizzy, and the strong will be absent. But, with Domino's strength, even a powerful conqueror's, it's hard for her to be dizzy for a short time, right? Unless it's the red-haired conquerors. Thinking of this, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. No, not just the redhead conquerors, but the Straw Hat. Immediately, Sengoku's face became even heavier. It must be the Straw Hat. Going to Impel Down. What a hassle, first Enies Lobby, then Sabayati Land, and now Impel Down. Garp said, "Although this makes me more proud to be a grandfather, but Sengoku, are you thinking too much?" Sengoku frowned. It always feels like something is wrong. Sengoku contacted Akainu directly and asked him to come to the office. Soon, Akainu arrives. Sengoku said directly, "I suspect that the Straw Hat sneaked into the Impel Down. There is no one he dared not. After all, the Fire Fist Ace is in the Impel Down." Akainu asked, "Are you sure? Why doubt? If the Straw Hats go to Impel Down, it's easy to find out." Sengoku frowned. "That's weird, maybe, not everyone in the Straw Hats went to Impel Down." Sengoku felt a headache and was a little angry. Thinking about the Impel Down 4 floors up, even if the Straw Hat went in, it would be difficult to detect. This uncertainty now makes it impossible for Sengoku to give orders directly. After all, it is a special period, and Admiral cannot easily pass because of an uncertain factor. In the past, Akainu had to go over and take a look, but now it doesn't work, so be careful. Sengoku immediately contacted Magellan and was a little worried. Because of Magellan's ability, he basically spent a long time in the toilet every day. Poro, dial the phone bug, and soon, got through. "Marshal Sengoku, I am Magellan. Impel Down the 4th basement, Magellan just came out of the toilet." Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief and said solemnly, "I suspect that the Straw Hat sneaked into the Impel Down. You immediately start to confirm, as soon as possible. If I find out now, I can send an Admiral over. If it is later, I can't send Admiral over. In addition, now transfer the Fire Fist Ace to Marineford secretly." Understood. Hanging up the phone, Magellan acted immediately. Akainu had a bloody look on his face. "I am going to Impel Down now." If the straw hat is not there, I will return directly after getting the exact information. If it is in Impel Down, it will save time and I will kill him directly in Impel Down. Sengoku nodded, thinking the same way. It is impossible for all the straw hats to enter, it is likely to be only one straw hat. In this case, there is no need to send multiple admirals. And even if the straw hats are all there, they cannot send multiple admirals. It is not long before the public execution, I don't know Whitebeard. The pirates are not nearby, so, at most, send one. If only one straw hat is down in Impel, I hope you can unite with Magellan and take down the straw hat as soon as possible. Akainu murderous, inevitable. Akainu also knew that time was running out, and when he encountered a straw hat, he had to deal with it quickly, because he had to participate in the battle to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu set off straight away, and Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Sengoku said in a low voice, "It's best if it's not Impel Down, and if it's there, just stay there." Garp's heart is heavy. I hope Sengoku thinks more. Garp doesn't want Luffy down at Impel, if everyone in the Straw Hats is okay. However, the result will be found sooner, the Fire Fist Ace will be transferred, and Admiral will not be sent there. Now, move Fire Fist Ace, because Impel Down may only have one straw hat, so Akainu moves. Fourth basement floor. Magellan was ready for action, and soon the jailer came to report. "Director, it's not good, the 4 jailer beasts have been defeated." Magellan's face changed, and he felt more and more likely. It can't be just Buggy's 3, their strength, they can't do it. To defeat the 4 jailer beasts in such a fast time, they all have to be imprisoned in the 5 underground floors with more than 100 million existences. They can't do it. Is it true that the Straw Hat came to Impel Down? Thinking of this, Magellan's face darkened. "If you come, let me keep this 5 emperors here forever." Magellan immediately arranged. "Hannibal, Sati-chan, you go to the stairs leading to the 3rd underground floor, and take people to guard them. If they really come here, they must not be allowed to go out, and they must be strictly guarded." Sati-chan held the whip, somewhat reluctantly. "Well, Director, I don't want to defend, I want to attack. If I don't attack, I have no meaning to exist." Magellan reminded. "If it's the 5 Emperor Straw Hat, you can't attack him, you will only be attacked by him, so, follow Hannibal to guard the stairs on the 3rd floor, go to the entrance of the 5th floor underground, I will guard." "Well, let people try it, I really want to beat this new 5 Emperor with my little leather whip." Magellan frowned. "Do you not listen to my arrangement?" With a sigh, the poisonous mist spread out, and the expressions of Hannibal and Sati-chan changed greatly. Yajindi, Director, I'll just do it." Magellan confidently. "As soon as I grab the straw hat, it's up to you." Sati-chan was excited and couldn't wait. "It's great, I can't wait. I want to attack the 5th Emperor as soon as possible. I heard that he is still a little brother who is less than 18 years old. Director, you have to hurry up." At this time, Luffy and Bentham fell to the 4th underground floor, which was even hotter. "It's so hot." Bentham couldn't stand still. Luffy's feet are covered with armed color, which naturally has no effect. Buggy and Mr. 3 also came here and didn't want to come, but there were more and more fighting forces above, and they couldn't beat them, so they had to come down. Soon, Mr. 3 felt like he was melting. "It's even hotter here, I feel like the candles are melting." For Impel Down, Bentham knows a lot and leads the way. Although Luffy knows the plot, but to say the level of understanding of Impel Down, naturally unclear, the route, the location of the stairs, etc., naturally do not know. When he came to this level, Luffy didn't hide anymore. Because there are many prison guards wearing protective clothing here, it is densely packed, and it is a very empty level. It's really a straw hat. God came here unknowingly. Is this the strength of the 5 emperors? Notify the Magellan Department. However, in the next moment, it was quiet, all fell to the ground, and all were stunned by Luffy conquerors. Even Impel Down, cracks appeared on the ground. "Wow, the straw hat is amazing," Bentham exclaimed. Buggy looked at the back of Luffy, the black stand-up collar cloak danced, the figure Haki, wearing a straw hat, released conquerors, the momentum was stronger and more manly. At this moment, Buggy thought he saw red hair. Buggy exclaimed, "The straw hat gave me the feeling that it looked more powerful. It really gave me the feeling that I saw Shanks just now." The mighty Haki, who was also wearing a black cape, was wearing the straw hat that Captain Roger once gave to Shanks. Picture. Buggy reacted, 5 emperors. I heard the jailer's discussion just now that the 5 emperors were mentioned. Could it be that the emperor has been sealed? So powerful. So, is it true to defeat the Golden Lion? After the horror, Buggy was happy, and it was more likely that he could escape. Buggy also had no doubts, because the momentum just now was indeed called the Emperor. After Conquerors stunned all the guards on the 4th floor, the 4 of Luffy quickly came to the entrance of the stairs leading to the 5th underground floor. However, when he was about to move forward, a huge figure suddenly fell, the ground shook, and the purple poisonous mist filled the air, causing Luffy and the others to retreat. The poisonous mist dissipated, and a 45-year-old man appeared in a black director's uniform, a pair of black wings behind him, and a pair of black long horns on his head. Pools of purple venom flowed on his face and body. Magellan looked down at Luffy and the others, her voice low. The 5 Emperor's straw hats really came to Impel Down, just as Marshal Sengoku guessed. Magellan felt a little ashamed, and his face was ugly. On this floor, only to find you, it is a shame for Impel Down and me. Even if it weren't for Sengoku's reminder, Magellan thought it would be hard for him to find the straw hat so quickly. Bentham's face changed greatly. Magellan is confident. This is the end. 5 emperors, and 3 mice, let me Magellan strangle you here, and stay in Impel Down forever. New. Pools of venom kept dripping from Magellan's body on the ground, making a sizzling sound, and purple poisonous gas spread out. Immediately, the prison guards in the distance were frightened further away, and they didn't dare to inhale the poisonous gas, as it would be finished. Magellan sighs, it's so hot in here. As Magellan confronted Luffy, the jailer in the distance saw his face change. The straw hat is here. Without the director, we may never have known. Notify Marshal Sengoku. Before the notification, let's run away first, we can notify if we are alive. Although it's such a long distance, it's still very dangerous. Director, don't fight, let's run away first. For a time, the prison guards in the distance fled in panic and went to the 3rd floor underground. He sighed in relief after walking away, and then informed. Soon, Sengoku found out about this, and his face became even more gloomy. It was only a guess before, but now it is completely confirmed. Straw Hat Luffy not only entered Impel Down, but also came to the 4th underground floor. Sengoku was a little fortunate, but fortunately he had already arranged to evacuate the Fire Fist Ace from Impel Down, so the Straw Hat would be useless. Also, he may be attacked by Magellan and Akainu inside and out, leaving Impel Down. However, Sengoku felt that it would not be so easy. It's not that Magellan and Akainu can't win Luffy together. Although they are 5 emperors, they are only 5 emperors after all. If Whitebeard, Magellan and Akainu join forces, it will be difficult to take down Whitebeard. But if the straw hat is used, it will definitely be taken. Even Akainu won, Sengoku thinks it is possible. However, Impel Down only has 1 straw hat, which does not mean that the straw hat group is not nearby. Sengoku hopes that after Akainu and Magellan join forces, they can quickly solve the straw hat, so even if the straw hat group arrives, it will be too late. The straw hats have such a combat power as the straw hats, which is a big blow to them. Hopefully it works. Sengoku prayed in his heart, but felt uneasy. After all, every time I thought it was possible, it failed. Sky Island, Aokiji operation, failed, the straw hats did not use their full strength. Enies Lobby, CP0 Power plus Buster Call, was defeated. Sabayati, 2 Admiral, still failed. So this time, Sengoku is uneasy, and thinks that it may be difficult, but there is a certain chance. Just look at Akainu, and things generally do not disappoint. After Sengoku contacted Akainu and asked Akainu to go to Impel Down, it was confirmed that the straw hat was in Impel Down. Although they all started to act, Sengoku still had a headache. At this point, after confirming that Luffy was in Impel Down, Garp laughed. Ha 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 ha. Garp wasn't actually worried. Garp was a little worried if the straw hats came to the top. But if you go to Impel Down, then even with Magellan and Akainu, I believe Luffy will be fine. And the companion must be nearby too. And Garp also understands the current situation of Impel Down. Luffy is constantly liberating some pirates who are being held, so Magellan and Akainu may not be able to join forces to deal with Luffy. Then, if Luffy and Akainu are fighting alone, it is not easy to solve Luffy. After all, it is not an ordinary pirate, but an emperor. It is very difficult to kill each other. Otherwise, there would be no 4 emperors in this sea, and no admiral in marine. Hearing Garp laughing, Sengoku stood up angrily and slapped the table with his palm. What's so funny, Garp? You're laughing so much with this world-shattering first thing, the big trouble after another. Enies lobby, Sabayati killed celestial dragons, and now there's a solo invasion of Impel Down, all X. An unheard of event is simply the biggest challenge to the world government and our marine, you can still laugh. Seeing that Garp was already grinning, Sengoku shivered with anger. Why is it always your grandson, Garp? Garp gave a thumbs up and smiled. Haha, as expected of my grandson, it's amazing, it's beyond my imagination, it's really good. Sengoku was annoyed. If it weren't for you being a marine hero, you would have been burdened with the responsibility of this clan. Garp said. The seriousness of so many things can't be solved with my old life. Why does the bloodline of sin always come from this family? Sengoku had a headache. I didn't tell Garp, but seeing Garp still happily eating senbei, I got more and more angry. Hopefully, Sakazuki can sort it out. At this point, a warship quickly went to Impel Down. After being confirmed, Akainu had a bloody look on his face, his fists clenched tightly, murderous aura, and he couldn't wait even more. Straw Hat, as expected, I'm down in Impel, and I can finally kill you. Akainu asked, how long will it take to reach Impel Down? Sakazuki Admiral, 1 more hour. Although it only took half an hour, Akainu felt that it was still a long time, and wanted to meet the Straw Hat now, and then start. But, can only wait. Akainu looked in the direction of Impel Down, his face low and murderous. Straw Hat, wait to be melted by my lava. From Akainu's point of view, just because Kizaru couldn't do it doesn't mean he couldn't. He didn't believe that his dignified marine admiral, Lava Fruit self, couldn't kill a mere 5 emperors and couldn't kill a rubber. That was a joke. However, if Luffy hears Akainu, the lava melts itself. Well, Luffy is sure to laugh. Lava melting sun god. Impel Down. Luffy faced Magellan with a calm expression. Xiao Feng, you all step back. Although Bentham knew the horror of Magellan, he was very loyal and stepped forward to stand by Luffy's side. Little Straw Hat, I'll help you. Mr. 3 is afraid. I heard that Magellan's poison is very scary, Straw Hat, although you are very strong, but if you are poisoned, you will not be able to exert your strength. I will use my ability to get you a bunch of candle gloves, and you must have them on your feet. No need, I can do it alone, you stay away, or you won't be able to bear the poison later. Luffy finished his words, raised his left arm horizontally, and breathed heavily. 4th gear, stretch man, duang. Facing Magellan, Luffy went straight into 4th gear and didn't want to waste time. The most important thing is that Magellan's toxin is really terrible, and if you are poisoned, you will not feel good. But, no need for Mr. 3 help. If the original plot is needed, it is because there will be no armament hockey. Of course, ordinary armament hockey can't resist Magellan's poison, otherwise, the armed color can be used, Magellan's powerful poisonous fruit ability will be useless. To prevent Magellan's poison, at least armament hockey needs to be extremely powerful. Moreover, it is impossible to defend for a long time, but it is possible to defend against toxins for a short time, because a powerful armed color is equivalent to armor. Looking at Luffy's back, they felt more and more that the Emperor was in front of them. It seemed that they were worried about the Emperor. Some seemed too worried and should be worried about themselves. Bentham and the others retreated a long way, watching the 5 Emperors about to fight the Impel Down chief. Magellan frowned slightly as he looked at the 4th gear bouncing up and down in constant contact with the ground. The whole body is covered with powerful armament hockey, so I want to resist my poison, but some poison can't stop it. Magellan knew that he had to go all out, not the new pirate, but the 5 emperors. Admiral Kizaru couldn't beat the Straw Hats, so he had to give it his all. Poison cloud. Pipe exclamation mark quote. Suddenly, Magellan's whole body was filled with purple poisonous gas, which spread rapidly and thickly. Immediately, Bentham and the others moved away more quickly. Bentham shouted to remind. Little Straw Hat, be careful. The poisonous gas can't be prevented, you must hold your breath. Luffy knew the power of Magellan's poison. Once the poison touched the body, it would make people's 5 senses gradually disappear. Now the 4th grade Elastic Man, the whole body is covered with powerful armament Haki, and there is no touch on the body. However, Luffy knew that holding your breath was necessary, otherwise it would gradually affect the 5 senses. If only Magellan is better in Impel Down, now Naval Headquarters must know that they are coming to Impel Down, so it is possible to send combat power. Therefore, in the battle with Magellan, I can't be seriously injured, but I can't be physically consumed, so if Admiral comes later, it will be a little troublesome. Moreover, if you have to participate in the battle to the top, that is the real, bigger battle. It was also one of the most important reasons why he worked so hard, to become strong enough to change the outcome of the Peak Mountain War. If you can't even change the top, what's the point of transmigrating and merging to become Luffy? It can't be changed, and there's no point in doing the next thing. The top thing that you want to change the most can't be changed, let alone change the follow-up. Therefore, you must keep yourself in a good state and exhibit at the top. The poison gas quickly enveloped Luffy, and Luffy blindfolded his eyes. After all, his eyes couldn't cover his armed colors. Poisonous gas will also smoke to the eyes. Magellan frowned, knowing that Luffy not only closed his eyes, but held his breath. And, if the whole body is strong armament Haki, then it is equivalent to the poisonous gas temporarily useless to the straw hat. Magellan laughed solemnly. Useless straw hat, just a short-term defense, how long can you hold your breath? Not to mention fighting with me with your eyes closed. I see how long you can hold your breath and close your eyes. Magellan wasn't worried, thinking Luffy would be poisoned sooner or later. Once poisoned, then no matter how powerful or even stronger than yourself, once your body function decreases, your strength will also decrease, and you will not be your opponent. Coupled with the geographical environment of Impel Down, it is very beneficial to fight by yourself. Therefore, in Impel Down, it is no exaggeration to say that he is equivalent to Admiral's combat power. Bentham and the others were worried, and Luffy had limited a lot before it even started. Bentham shouted, "Little Straw Hat, we are your eyes." Luffy shook his head. "No, just rely on observation Haki. Also, you don't need to hold your breath for long, because I'll make the fight over quickly." Luffy's words made Magellan's face sank, angry. This guy, even if you are the 5th Emperor, you will look down on me, the director of Impel Down, if you say such a thing. With anger, Magellan's whole body surged with purple venom, ticking and falling on the ground, and the sound of corrosion continued. Let the fight be over quickly, which means beating yourself up for a short period of time. That way, you don't have to hold your breath for long. This made Magellan angry, and he had to let the arrogant 5 emperors see his strength. Poison channel. Knowing that Luffy closed his eyes, so with observation Haki. That being the case, I started fighting at the fastest speed. The purple poison tunnel formed quickly. Magellan's body turned into venom, quickly passed through the tunnel, and came to Luffy, ready to open his mouth to breathe poison gas bombs. However, with a swish, Magellan's eyes widened, and Luffy in front of him disappeared. The next moment, I felt uneasy, and there was a chilling sound above my head. 4th gear, Karma Pistol. Luffy's right hand blowing suddenly became huge, like a giant, karmic fire surging, emission surging. Wong how. Magellan raised his head, his pupils shrank, very fast. Feeling that the blow was extremely powerful, Magellan did not dare to be careless. Poison Dragon. The body venom condensed 3 poisonous dragons roaring up, and at the same time, the 4-speed Karma Pistol slammed down. Boom. Puff. The moment they collided, the 3 poisonous dragons stalemate for a short time and let out a shrill scream. Soon, it collapsed directly, which made Magellan's eyes widen and even more shocked. Boom. The Karma Fist slammed down, and Magellan let out a scream. What? The screams were accompanied by a deafening roar, and Magellan was smashed to the ground by a punch and fell into a deep pit. Magellan screamed and opened his mouth wide, blood spurting out, his face showing pain. Obviously this blow made him extremely painful. Watching this scene, Bentham and the others were stunned. Is this the power of the 5 emperors? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.